Chapter 1726, 10-Year Seclusion. As soon as the old man was sent to the space, a prompt was heard, dying beast detected. The space can revive him. If the host is willing to revive him, he will immediately recognize the host. He can provide the host with fighting strength in the space. However, he cannot leave the space or else he would be affected by the laws of the outside world. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Revive him." As his voice fell, the space flashed a white light. After the flash, the old man was standing there, his body exuding more vigor than before. Zhao Hai stood in front of the old man. The old man immediately bowed and said, "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded. "What's your name?" The old man replied, replying to the young master, "My name is Hushan." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Kair." Kair quickly appeared beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Kair and said, "Kair, give Hushan his own planet to live on. Give him resources to cultivate peacefully. Give him the same treatment as Grandpa Green." Kair nodded and then went off with the old man. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai returned to the villa and glanced at the monitor. Shown on the screen was the situation at the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai said, "How is it going? How long have I been cultivating?" Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, you have been cultivating for 7 days. The situation outside is good." The Black Tiger Gang successfully repelled the attack of the Roaring Flame sect. The Black Tiger Gang is now in a peaceful state. However, because Zhang Feng has been assigned to repair the large artifacts, he has no choice but to tell Tai Zanshan and the others about you. Now, your status in the sect is very high. If you went out right now, even Tai Zanshan wouldn't dare be disrespectful to you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "With my present strength, I no longer need to be afraid of anyone in the great world of cultivation. I have to seclude for a while in order to digest what I just gained. After that, I'll head out." Laura and the others naturally have no problems with this. They also hope that Zhao Hai will become stronger. Therefore, they nodded. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you need a place to cultivate in?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Arrange a new planet for me. Make sure that I'm not disturbed." Laura nodded and immediately arranged a place for Zhao Hai. The planet was very beautiful. Moreover, there's nothing there that can disturb Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai asked Laura to put all kinds of beasts on that planet. Then he went to the planet to cultivate. Hushan gave a lot of things to him. The help it would give him couldn't be measured. It was because of this that Zhao Hai brought Hushan to the space. Moreover, he didn't treat him like a servant. He gave him respects that were fit for an elder. Green and the other elders of Zhao Hai enjoy the highest level of treatment in the space. They can do whatever they like. They can research, cultivate, and even get together with friends. They were very free and unfettered. Zhao Hai gave Hushan the same treatment. However, he still hoped that Hushan could educate the people in the space. The education system of the space was now very developed, with the exception of a few. The residents of the space were well educated in cultivation. Their lifespan has also increased by a lot. But because of this, Zhao Hai used the law of the space to limit the reproductive ability of the residents. This way, the population of the space wouldn't go out of control. But when it came to cultivation, people who could teach were very limited. Now, mostly people from the great world of cultivation have reached the spirit refining stage and above. Compared to the life forms in the space, the undead were doing very well. There were more and more undead experts. Because of this, the cultivation speed of the undead became faster. However, although the undead were very strong, they still fell short compared to the old-lived monster Hushan. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted Hushan to educate the inhabitants of the space. Although Zhao Hai managed to save Hushan from dying, Hushan could no longer go out of the space. But this is also good for the old man since he wouldn't worry about the outside anymore. As for Zhao Hai, with a strong expert protecting the space, he felt more secure. Most importantly, Zhao Hai can now use his methods once he heads out and nobody would doubt where he got it from. He can just push all the blame to Hushan. Zhao Hai sat alone on the planet as he revolved his spiritual chi and digested the knowledge the Hushan gave him. Thinking about it, The amount of information that Hushan gave was truly terrifying. Some involved cultivation methods while some were cultivation insights. Zhao Hai carefully reorganized the information and slowly digested it. He has completely forgotten about the outside. The things that Hushan gave Zhao Hai were really useful. There were beast race cultivation methods as well as cultivation methods that didn't belong to the great world of cultivation. As Zhao Hai digested the information, he also compared it to the stellar transformations yin-yang method that he learned. It was only after this comparison did he realize that the stellar transformations yin-yang method was incomparable to the methods that Hushan gave. The methods that Hushan gave looked very poor in comparison. The biggest harvest Zhao Hai gained from this was the discovery that the stellar transformations yin-yang method could absorb cultivation methods to level up. The stellar transformations yin-yang method can absorb cultivation methods and automatically evolve. Such a method was heaven-defying. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why his cultivation method was like this. For a method that was this heaven-defying, how could it appear in the lower realms? What secret does it hold? All of these things were a mystery to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't the time for him to ponder over these things. He continued to analyze what he just obtained. First of all, he was now at the nascent soul stage and the number of Dao avatars that he could use has reached 108. Although these Dao avatars weren't as solid as Hushan's tiger, they had all reached the metal stage. If he released all of his Dao avatars, his combat strength would increase by a lot. These weren't the only benefits that Hushan brought. There were also offensive and defensive techniques that Zhao Hai has yet to digest. Once Zhao Hai digests these techniques, he would become as formidable as Hushan. His actions would coincide with the laws of the realm and his offense and defense would be formidable. However, these techniques couldn't be digested easily. Even if Zhao Hai's spiritual force was powerful, he still wouldn't be able to digest it in a short time. It was good that Zhao Hai was a patient person so he would digest it bit by bit. Every time he digests a technique, his cultivation would increase. Zhao Hai immersed himself in cultivation and forgot how long he had been in seclusion. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally came to his senses. Now, he was able to use an astonishing 360 Dao avatars. Moreover, these Dao avatars can operate according to his techniques. This allowed him fighting strength that rivaled transcending tribulation experts. Zhao Hai can now use liquid silver more openly. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't dare use liquid silver. This was because liquid silver was too powerful. Even if he told others that only he could use it, they wouldn't believe him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to use it in fear of other people coveting the artifact. Now, he was no longer afraid. His strength gave him confidence. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. If other people looked at him, they would see that his eyes were more profound. His entire body exuded wisdom akin to a wise man. Zhao Hai let out a long breath before breathing in. In a blink of an eye, his aura vanished. He seemed like an ordinary person. Besides this ability, Zhao Hai can now see how much faith power other people had. At the same time, he can hide his faith power. Zhao Hai stood up and then appeared inside the Space's villa. Upon appearing, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. This was because there was a planet above the villa. At this time, Laura and the others walked out of the villa. They ran over and threw themselves at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a faint idea that he went into seclusion for a long time. It would take some effort to appease his wives. After entering the villa, Zhao Hai sat down along with Laura and the others. Then he asked, "Laura, how long did I close up? What's with the planet outside?" Laura smiled and said, "We didn't expect that you would be in seclusion for 10 years. As for the planet, it's the fruit of the 100 Spirits tree." Zhao Hai stared as he muttered, "So I was out for 10 years. This really shows the sentence, 1 day in the sky, 100 years on earth." Chapter 1727, Core Disciple. Zhang Feng stood on the treasure ship and looked at the scenery outside. Hao Xing was also standing behind him. The two looked the same as before. It was only their temperament that became more mature. Zhang Feng was also giving out a dignified aura. After some time, Zhang Feng sighed and said, It's been 10 years since Little Hai has been taken by the Supreme Elder. I don't know how he's doing right now. I'm beginning to worry about him." Hushan nodded and said, "I'm afraid Little Hai's status would be different once he goes out. I didn't expect that he would attract the Supreme Elder's attention." Zhang Feng sighed and replied, "The Supreme Elder's actions are all for the Black Tiger Gang, but this comes with advantages and disadvantages. Now that Zhao Hai followed him, his future would be limitless. Our Black Tiger Gang now has one more successor. On the other hand, the Black Tiger Gang has run out of materials over the last 10 years. Moreover, repairing our large artifacts is going very slowly. The growth of the Black Tiger Gang has become limited." Hushan nodded and said, "I hope that Little Hai can get out soon so that we can begin moving forward." In the past 10 years, although the Wandering Soul Group has retreated, they're still blocking our way. On the other hand, the Roaring Flame sect has become silent. But this silence isn't good. The newcomers of the gang have forgotten what happened. This wouldn't be good for the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng agreed and then sighed. Right. This wouldn't be good for the gang. The gang is currently doing very well now that the major families aren't causing trouble. If we take this opportunity to attack the Roaring Flame sect and destroy them, the Black Tiger Gang would be greatly strengthened. What greatly strengthened? Can senior brother explain to this junior brother? A voice was suddenly heard from the side. Zhang Feng stared, then he turned his head to see Zhao Hai standing beside him with a huge smile on his face. Zhang Feng stared for a moment before his expression lit up. He walked towards Zhao Hai and grasped his shoulders before saying, "Little Hai, you're out. We were just talking about you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I came here as soon as I went out. I didn't expect my seclusion to take so long." "Senior brother, let's go to the gang leader first. I have something to tell him." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "You should." "Let's go." After he said that, Zhang Feng ordered the treasure ship to go back to the Black Tiger Gang. When the treasure ship began to move, Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it's good that you came back in time. There are a lot of large artifacts that haven't been repaired, especially the ghost face ships. They were practically untouched. We always wanted to deal with the Roaring Flame sect, but because of the damages to our large artifacts, we were unable to make a move. It's good that you're back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Once I'm done with this matter, I'll fix the large artifacts right away, then we'll deal with the Roaring Flame sect." Zhang Feng forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. The Roaring Flame sect holds absolute advantage in the Inferno Valley. Moreover, they're quite famous in the Northern Divergent Province for their refining skill. Their Roaring Flame chariots are ranked as one of the top 5 large artifacts of the great world of cultivation." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's even better. Once we snatch their large artifact, we can make them. When the time comes, we would be the best large artifact refiners in the Northern Divergent Province." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai with a bitter expression. He didn't know what to say. This matter was already difficult for Zhang Feng and the others, yet Zhao Hai made it sound so easy. Zhang Feng liked Zhao Hai's confidence. At the same time, Zhang Feng understood where this confidence came from. Zhao Hai was confident because he has the skills to back it up. Before long, the treasure ship arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Although nothing changed in the sect, it looked much more lively compared to before. There wasn't anything strange about this. 10 years ago, Hushan's appearance solidified Tai Zanshan's position as the gang leader. Tai Zanshan's influence kept increasing, and under his command, the Black Tiger Gang underwent a phase of quick development. If it weren't for the lack of large artifacts, Tai Zanshan would have already sent troops to attack the Roaring Flame sect. The treasure ship stopped right in front of the sect's entrance. After that, Zhang Feng took Zhao Hai with him to the square outside the main building. Seeing Zhang Feng, the Black Tiger Gang cultivators immediately gave him a salute. Zhang Feng nodded to the cultivators. Then he turned his head towards Zhao Hai and said, "These years, the gang recruited a new batch of cultivators. However, these people don't know about the sect's hatred towards the Roaring Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Group." Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "It seems like we would need to attack the Roaring Flame sect. If we wait, the lingering grievance we have towards the two sects would dissipate. Zhang Feng nodded. As long as we solve the matter with the large artifacts, we can immediately deal with the Roaring Flame sect. This is where you come in. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the two arrived in front of the main building. Then they went to see Taizanshan. As soon as the two left the square, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang immediately began to talk. Some of them didn't know Zhao Hai, so they asked the person beside them, "Who is that following beside senior brother Zhang Feng?" Why was senior brother Feng very polite to him? Could it be a young master from another sect? He looks so ordinary. He is far from senior brother Zhang. The person shook his head and said, "I don't know him, I haven't seen him before." At this time, someone near them said, "Don't talk nonsense if you know nothing. That person is a member of the Black Tiger Gang. 10 years ago, he became famous in the sect. I can still remember 10 years ago when the sect was in the greatest crisis of its life. One person manipulating a large artifact destroyed more than a dozen ghost face ships. His name was Zhao Hai. After that, he was taken away by the Supreme Elder. That person just now is Zhao Hai." Hearing that the person was Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then there was a huge uproar. What happened 10 years ago was truly a miracle for the sect. There were two highlights of that event. The first was the appearance of the Supreme Elder, Hushan, who hasn't appeared for thousands of years. As soon as he appeared, the Wandering Soul group was shaken and then driven away. This strength caused the Black Tiger Gang to be excited. Another highlight to remember was Zhao Hai. He was a battle slave who became an outer disciple in a short time. Then he became an inner disciple before being taken away by the Supreme Elder to cultivate by his side. Such a trajectory caused the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang to be envious. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai's fame became widespread. Most people just heard of Zhao Hai but haven't seen him. Now they were finally able to see what he looked like. Word of Zhao Hai's reappearance quickly spread all over the Black Tiger Gang. Now, everyone wants to know more about Zhao Hai. They especially wanted to know how strong he was. Taizanshan also received the information and immediately called Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng over to his office. He also called Hu Liangchen and the others from the great families. Now, although their power wasn't as strong as before, the families of the Black Tiger Gang were still prominent figures in the sect. Their relationship with Taizanshan also eased. After waiting for everyone, Taizanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how is the Supreme Elder?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Supreme Elder is doing very well. However, because of some reasons, he cannot appear easily. Therefore, he brought me in to teach me for several years." Taizanshan relaxed. Then he sized Zhao Hai up and nodded as he said, "Good. In 10 years, you're able to reach the nascent soul stage. It seems like you've gained a lot. Does the Supreme Elder have words to say to us?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before saying, "There's no message from him. It's just that because of his dwindling life energy, he cannot move frequently. Because of this, he asked me to protect the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, I'm still lacking in strength. I'm currently in a bottleneck, so the Supreme Elder sent me out to gain experience." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Taizanshan and the others stared. They immediately understood what Zhao Hai was trying to say. It seems like the Supreme Elder cannot just make a move whenever he likes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Zhao Hai to train him and ask him to protect the Black Tiger Gang. Taizanshan let out a long breath and said, "Everyone, don't pass on what Little Hai said in this room. Little Hai, when you return, I'll only give you one task, and that is to repair all the large artifacts of the sect. Once you're done, we will immediately attack the Roaring Flame sect." Although the Black Tiger Gang was able to develop in recent years, our reputation outside isn't as good as before. After all, we have been attacked. If we don't retaliate, other sects might think that the Black Tiger Gang has been weakened. We need to show the others that we're still strong. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Gang leader can rest assured. I'll repair the large artifacts as soon as possible." Taizanshan nodded. If we can clean up the Roaring Flame sect, the Black Tiger Gang would benefit a lot. However, We also need to pay attention to the reaction of the other sects. We need to act quickly. We must not let the Roaring Flame sect have the opportunity to call their allies. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader, I think we should utilize the method we used before. After I repair the large artifacts, I'll infiltrate the Roaring Flame sect to scout out their transmission formations. This way, we can destroy them when we attack. This would make it easier for us." Tai Zanshan nodded and said, "I have sent people to spy on the Roaring Flame sect 10 years ago. Now, we basically have all the locations of their transmission formations. However, their defenses are very strong. They made it difficult for us to attack them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Leave it to me. Once I'm in the Roaring Flame sect, I can seal their biggest transmission formation. I can also send undead to deal with their smaller transmission formations. If possible, I can install hidden transmission formations in important places so we can send troops over to wreak havoc." Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he turned to Hu Liangjun and the others and said, "Old Hu, what do you think?" Hu Liangjun smiled faintly and said, "This plan is very good. However, Little Hai would need to work hard. If what Little Hai said is set up, we'll be able to easily destroy the Roaring Flame sect." Tai Zanshan coldly snorted and said, "The Roaring Flame sect has been rampant back then. It's time to teach them a lesson. After you go back, make preparations in secret. Little Hai, if you need anything, just tell us. You have the gang's full support. Once you repair the large artifacts, we'll support you with what you do next." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, gang leader. I'll immediately tell you if something comes up." Tai Zanshan nodded. "Our main task now is to prepare for our battle with the Roaring Flame sect. But at the same time, we need to be wary of the Wandering Soul group. Although they had been scared away by Elder Hushan, those guys won't just give up. We still have to be careful of them." Everyone responded. Tai Zanshan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I reckon you'll need a new identity once you go out. For the time being, you will be a core disciple." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm fine with whatever the gang leader plans." Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, since you have the closest relationship with Little Hai, you have to help him. If there's anything you need, tell me immediately." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Marshal Uncle can rest assured. I will support Little Hai." Tai Zanshan turned to Zhao Hai and then said, "Little Hai, you can choose a place for yourself. Do you want a mountain?" As soon as Tai Zanshan heard this, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Tai Zanshan basically meant that Zhao Hai could open his own mountain base. This was a huge event for the Black Tiger gang. However, nobody opposed this. First, Zhao Hai has enough strength and ability. He's now an Ascent Soul expert. In the Black Tiger gang, he could even contend against the top 10 core disciples. Therefore, there won't be a problem if he has his own mountain. Additionally, Zhao Hai was someone who was taken in by the Supreme Elder. This gave him an identity that no other disciple has. Therefore, nobody opposed Tai Zanshan's decision. Chapter 1728. Wanting Ignored Valley. Zhao Hai was stunned by Tai Zanshan's proposal. He wasn't really planning to open a mountain base. Therefore, he quickly replied, "Gang leader, that won't be a good idea. Although I'm a core disciple, I cannot just open a mountain base. Otherwise, people would gossip. How about this? Since I've stayed in the Ignored Valley, gang leader can give the place to me. I'll handle all the matters there from now on." Zhao Hai's ability to recycle materials has already been made known to Tai Zanshan and the others. Therefore, he proposed this request. The Ignored Valley was the garbage dump of the Black Tiger gang, which Zhao Hai already manages. Although the spiritual force of the valley was thin, that wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Hearing Zhao Hai's proposal, Tai Zanshan paused for a moment before knitting his brows and said, "I can give you the Ignored Valley. However, the spiritual chi of that place is very thin. It wouldn't be good for your cultivation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader doesn't need to worry about this. I'm now a peak Nasan soul cultivator. Thin spiritual chi wouldn't affect me much. What I need right now is a spark of inspiration to break through." Although the Ignored Valley isn't suitable for cultivation, I am fond of that place. Tai Zanshan hesitated before he nodded and said, all right. Then from now on, the ignored valley will be yours. Without your permission, nobody can enter the valley. Are you okay with that? Zhao Hai smiled and said, thank you, gang leader. Tai Zanshan waved his hand. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, all right, you can go back and resume your tasks. Zhao Hai nodded. Then after giving a salute, he left together with Zhang Feng. After the two left, Tai Zanshan turned to Hu Liangjun and said, Old Hu, what do you think of the kid? Hu Liangjun smiled faintly and said, Elder Hushan has a unique vision. The kid has extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, he's careful in his actions. If we have him in the Black Tiger gang, I would no longer worry about our successors. Tai Zanshan nodded. That would be good. On the other hand, what do you think are our odds in dealing with the Roaring Flame sect? Hu Liangjun knit his brows and said, it's hard to say. But if Little Hai's plan becomes a success, our chances of winning would be high. If the plan fails, our chances would be lower. Tai Zanshan nodded and said, good, everyone, go back and make preparations. If we really manage to conquer the Roaring Flame sect, the Black Tiger gang would gain a lot of benefits. Everyone nodded. They understood Tai Zanshan's meaning. If the Black Tiger gang benefits, then their families would benefit as well. Therefore, Tai Zanshan wanted them to pitch in with the effort. Actually, the major families were eager to attack the Roaring Flame sect. The Roaring Flame sect's agreement with the Wandering Soul group to attack the Black Tiger gang caused the patriarchs to be disgusted. The Black Tiger gang has always been more powerful than the Roaring Flame sect. Even if the Black Tiger gang has infighting, the Roaring Flame sect would still lose if the two sects fight. Therefore, people from the Black Tiger gang have an innate feeling of superiority over the Roaring Flame sect. In their opinion, disciples of the Roaring Flame sect couldn't be compared to the disciples of the Black Tiger gang. Because of this, when the Roaring Flame sect attacked the Black Tiger gang together with the Wandering Soul group, they attracted hatred from the people of the Black Tiger gang. This hate was greater than their hatred towards the Wandering Soul group. Such was life. If you were bullied by someone stronger than you, even if you hate them, you still have to admit that they were stronger than you. Then you would work hard in order to improve yourself and defeat them. But if you were bullied by someone weaker than you, it would be a shameful event. Shame was a strong driving force for a person to remember an event. Cultivators were the same. Because of this, the cultivators of the Black Tiger gang hated the Roaring Flame sect more than the Wandering Soul group. This sentiment was even deeper with the major families of the Black Tiger gang. Although the Black Tiger gang was composed of countless cultivators, the sect's affairs affected the major families the most compared to the ordinary cultivators. Moreover, most of the elites of the Black Tiger gang belonged to these major families. They were the pillars of the sect. The Roaring Flame sect's attack caused these major families to feel discontented. Even if they don't benefit, they would still want to teach the Roaring Flame sect a lesson. And now that there was great benefit to be had, they were more than willing to eliminate the Roaring Flame sect. The Black Tiger gang grows a lot of medicinal materials and refines beast pills as their business. On the other hand, the Roaring Flame sect focused on refining. With the Inferno Valley, they had an endless amount of earth fire available. Although earth fire couldn't compare with core fire, it was a flame that was made from nature. Artifacts made with earth fire come out very well made. This caused the artifacts made by the Roaring Flame sect to be famous in the northern Divergent province. If the Black Tiger gang eliminates the Roaring Flame sect, their refining methods would fall into their hands. This would be great for the Black Tiger gang. When the time comes, the major families would also benefit. Naturally, they were willing to join in on the attack. Seeing the willingness in the eyes of the patriarchs, Tai Zanshan nodded and then waved his hand, allowing them to leave. After everyone left, Tai Zanshan let out a long breath and said, Roaring Flame sect, let's see how long you can last. After Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng left the main building, they quickly returned to the treasure ship. Once they were embarked, Zhang Feng took Zhao Hai to his study. 10 years passed, but Zhang Feng's room on the treasure ship was still the same. Only a few things were added here and there. It can be seen that Zhang Feng was very satisfied with the treasure ship. Once the two had sat down, Hushan and Zhang Hao arrived to greet Zhao Hai. The group continued to chat about what happened over the 10 years. After that, Zhang Feng's newly recruited people greeted Zhao Hai. Once only the 4 of them were left, Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, Martial Uncle wanted you to open a mountain base. Why did you decline?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's not the right time. Moreover, I have no need for a mountain base. I don't want to trouble the gang leader with these matters. I also don't lack cultivation materials. Opening a mountain base will need me to take care of this and that. It's too bothersome." Zhang Feng shook his head as he bitterly smiled and said, "If others know about this, they would want to beat you up." A lot of people desired a mountain base for themselves, and yet here you are, declining the opportunity to have one. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Come on, senior brother, don't say it like that. How about we take out some wine and have a good drink?" At this time, a voice was heard outside. "There's drinking? Why didn't you call me?" Without even waiting for Zhang Feng to respond, the owner of the voice pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Tai Ying. Zhao Hai hastily stood up and said, "I have seen senior brother Tai Ying." Tai Ying laughed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, now that you're back, let's sit down and have a couple of cups to drink." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Tai Ying and said, "Senior brother, you only come over when there's drinks. Sooner or later, I will run out of liquor to drink." Tai Ying laughed and said, "Why would I come here other than to drink? Hurry up, don't hold on to those things." Zhang Feng snorted before asking Zhao Hai for a few jars of liquor. Then the group proceeded to drink to their heart's content. After drinking a few jars in a row, Tai Ying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I knew that as soon as you go out, Master would immediately make a move. Now look, as soon as you're back, there's a huge movement inside the sect. I also received an order from Master to prepare. How are things on your end? Do you need help?" Tai Ying wasn't a fool. He just doesn't like to vie for power. He also knew things that other people don't know. So when Zhao Hai came back, he knew that Tai Zanshan would make a move on the Roaring Flame sect. Since Tai Ying showed favor to Zhao Hai before, his relationship with Zhang Feng became closer. Therefore, Tai Ying also knew about Zhao Hai's ability to recycle materials. Zhao Hai's ability was among the top in the Black Tiger gang. It had become one of the sect's most guarded secrets. Only a few people knew about it, and those who knew were well aware of how important Zhao Hai's ability was for the future of the Black Tiger gang. Because of this, they willingly hid this information into the deepest recesses of their minds. Tai Ying was the same. So after hearing Tai Zanshan's order, he immediately knew what was going on. This was also the reason why he asked Zhao Hai his question. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother can rest assured, I'm fine." "Right, senior brother, how is your large artifact? Does it need repairs?" "Ha ha ha." "Little Hai, now that you asked, senior brother was really fond of his large artifact. Almost every year, he wanted to perform repairs on it. Now, his large artifact is still as good as new." Zhang Feng laughingly said. Tai Ying cherished his large artifact to the point that it has become an inside joke in the Black Tiger gang. Tai Ying didn't care about this and continued what he was doing. Hearing Zhang Feng, Tai Ying smiled and said, "At least I'm assured that my ghost face ship can fight once it goes out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's necessary to perform regular maintenance on a large artifact. If it isn't properly checked, it might have problems during battle. I think senior brother is doing very well." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Ying couldn't help but laugh as he said, "It's good to hear that little Hai understands me." Zhao Hai looked at Tai Ying and smiled. Then he turned his head to Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, I think we should suggest a major inspection on all our large artifacts to the gang leader. After all, the Black Tiger ships aren't built as well as the Ghost Face ships." Zhang Feng nodded. This needed to be done. "I will find time to say this to Martial Uncle." "Little Hai, this time, You'll have a lot of things that you have to do. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he lifted his glass and then drank its contents. Chapter 1729. Green Plain Mountain Range. The busiest place in the Roaring Flame sect is the Transmission Formation Plaza. Innumerable amounts of disciples go in and out of the Transmission Formation Plaza every day. So relatively speaking, the outer sect's Transmission Formation Plaza was the place with the least defenses. In an inconspicuous transmission formation, a white light flashed as a cultivator dressed in the robes of the Roaring Flame sect appeared. The cultivator glanced around before choosing a direction and walking towards it. A lot of people were coming and going in the Transmission Formation Plaza. Therefore, nobody paid attention to this person. Although this person had a new face, there were countless outer disciples in the Roaring Flame sect. It was impossible for anyone to know everyone, so nobody looked at this newcomer. Before long, the newcomer arrived at the mission hall. He naturally wanted to hand in their mission just like the other cultivators. Upon arriving at the hall, the cultivator took out a jade token as well as a jade box. Then he handed them to the receptionist and said, "Mission 133. Completed." The staff took the jade token and placed it inside a formation. The formation flashed a white light and then displayed the contents of the jade token. The token was an identity token of a disciple named Zhongyu, an outer disciple of the Roaring Flame sect. This time, he received mission number 133, which was to find a certain medicinal herb. Although the herb wasn't easy to find, it was also not that hard to look for. Naturally, there were no dangers in acquiring the herb, it just took some time to look for. Therefore, the reward of the mission wasn't very high. There were countless of these types of missions in the mission hall. The receptionist took the jade box and then checked its contents before nodding his head. Then he looked at Zhang Yu and said, "Heaven Star Grass, your mission is completed." After he said that, he manipulated the formation and recorded the contribution points towards the jade token. The receptionist handed the jade token back to its owner while keeping the jade box. Zhang Yu then walked out of the mission hall and then after walking some distance, he returned to his cave residence. This was a very ordinary cave residence of an outer disciple. It wasn't very big and it only had 2 rooms. One was the lounge and the other was the quiet room. After entering his cave residence, Zhang Yu's body suddenly vanished. Naturally, Zhang Yu was Zhao Hai in disguise. After repairing the large artifacts of the Black Tiger Gang, he went out and infiltrated the Roaring Flame sect. The Black Tiger Gang already announced Zhao Hai's identity as a core disciple. They also announced that the Ignored Valley would belong to him. Nobody was allowed to enter the valley without his permission. This order caused a disturbance in the Black Tiger Gang. This disturbance wasn't due to him becoming a core disciple. After all, Zhao Hai was now a nascent soul expert. If he wasn't promoted to the core sect, then the Black Tiger Gang's standards were too high. People were surprised because Zhao Hai wanted the Ignored Valley, but they weren't thinking that this was a plot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was someone that the Supreme Elder decided to groom. Such status was something that even Tai Zanshan didn't achieve. Therefore, nobody would dare scheme against him. If the Supreme Elder came to know about it, then they would certainly suffer, because they knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to be schemed against. The people were startled upon hearing the place that was given to Zhao Hai. The Ignored Valley wasn't a good place. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to use that place as his base. It was too strange. The Black Tiger Gang still threw their waste materials in the Invisible Valley, but it was now regarded as a forbidden area. A large number of undead have appeared in the valley. As long as someone came close to the valley, the undead would come over and stop them. If they still didn't stop, the undead would attack. Although the undead weren't strong, their numbers made up for it. Anyone would feel a headache dealing with tens of thousands of undead. Zhao Hai went into the Ignored Valley and didn't come out for a long time, and with the addition of the thousands of undead guarding the valley, people began to lose interest. Before long, nobody paid attention to the valley. Although Zhao Hai was in the Roaring Flame sect, the undead were still guarding the Ignored Valley, and with the Ignored Valley being inside the Black Tiger Gang, security wasn't a problem. Nobody knew that Zhao Hai was no longer in the Ignored Valley. Naturally, in addition to Zhao Hai, There were people who wouldn't be attacked upon entering the ignored valley. Zhang Feng and the others were among these groups. There's also Han Builai. Zhao Hai and Han Builai kept their close relationship. In these 10 years, Han Builai also reached the nascent soul stage. But because of his special status, his name was only listed among the core disciples. He was still busy all the time and was out of the public eye. Zhang Feng and the others naturally knew about Zhao Hai's infiltration. Right now, Zhang Feng and the others have made their preparations. As long as Zhao Hai was done with his task, they would be able to dispatch troops to attack the Roaring Flame sect. When he planned to go to the Roaring Flame sect, Zhao Hai already selected his target. The target was Zhang Yu, an ordinary outer disciple of the Roaring Flame sect. He had an ordinary appearance and he wasn't strong. He was relatively withdrawn and didn't have much potential. After capturing Zhang Yu and turning him into undead, he took information about him. Then he infiltrated the Roaring Flame sect using Zhang Yu's identity. Spending a day inside Zhang Yu's residence, Zhao Hai returned to the mission hall once again. Zhang Yu was only an outer disciple, so he didn't know a lot of information about the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai needs an inner disciple's identity to proceed. The reason he wanted to take a mission was to have an excuse to leave. At the same time, he could go around the Roaring Flame sect without being suspected. Zhao Hai didn't dare use liquid silver to scout out the Roaring Flame sect. The Roaring Flame sect also had a lot of experts. If they discover something strange, they might become more guarded. Therefore, Zhao Hai can only use the most crude method he can use. That was killing people of the Roaring Flame sect. Then he would assume their identities to move in the sect. Now, it was obvious that Zhang Yu's status wasn't enough. An outer disciple has no power inside the Roaring Flame sect. There were still a lot of places that he couldn't go to. He needs a higher status. After wandering around the mission hall for a while, Zhao Hai was finally able to select a task. The mission wasn't special. It was to hunt and kill a snake-shaped beast and get its guts to be used for medicine. The beast wasn't particularly powerful. Although the mission doesn't reward a lot of contribution points, Zhao Hai wasn't here for that, so he didn't care. Zhao Hai took the mission notice and registered it under Zhang Yu's name. Then he left the mission hall and entered the transmission formation. The next moment, he appeared at Green Plain Mountain Range. Green Plain Mountain Range was a huge mountain range that ran through the Roaring Flame sect's domain. It was an enormous mountain range. Moreover, it wasn't only the Roaring Flame sect that hunted and foraged in this mountain range. People from other sects also come over. Even the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators would also go to the mountain to hunt and forage. The entire Green Plain mountain range was nearly 1,000,000 kilometers long and spanned more than half of the northern Divergent province. Countless herbs and beasts could be gained from the mountain range. Because the Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect were near each other, these two sects would always meet on the mountain. In this case, conflicts couldn't be avoided. Since the mountain was in a chaotic state, it wouldn't be a problem for Zhao Hai to find and kill an inner disciple of the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai used Zhang Yu's status to find out the situation of the outer sect. As long as he can find out the situation of the inner sect and the headquarters, attacking the Roaring Flame sect would be easier. Zhang Yu's identity also has another advantage, and that was his ability to approach the transmission formation of the Roaring Flame sect. With this, he can easily seal the transmission formations. Now, once he finds a good place and arranges a transmission formation, they would be able to attack the Roaring Flame sect from the inside. The Roaring Flame sect has a transmission formation plaza on the periphery of the Green Plains mountain range. It was composed of multiple transmission formations as well as cave residences. A large number of offensive and defensive formations were also arranged around the plaza. It would take some time for a nascent soul expert to break through it. Additionally, there weren't powerful beasts near the plaza. Therefore, the transmission formations were relatively safe. Zhao Hai arrived at the transmission formation plaza and didn't stay in place for a long time. He immediately rushed towards the mountain. It didn't take for Zhao Hai to enter the mountain. The beasts on the outskirts were nothing special. They were beasts that were only valuable for their skin and meat. They were not worth hunting. Only serving disciples would hunt these beasts down to have something to eat. Other stronger cultivators wouldn't even spare these beasts a glance. The mountain was very high. It had all kinds of trees growing around it and beasts were lurking throughout. Sometimes there would be tree demons moving about. Naturally, the stronger beings weren't found on the periphery of the mountain. Zhao Hai has never been to the Green Plain mountain range before, so he was very curious about it. He stood in the air and looked around him. He didn't see anyone around, which was strange. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force and discovered that something wasn't right. His spiritual force was actually being restrained. Even with his current strength, he couldn't reach beyond 10,000 meters, and because he was standing on top of the trees, he found that he cannot scan underneath the tree's canopy. Chapter 1730, Saving Lives. Since his spiritual force was no use, Zhao Hai fell to the ground and walked into the mountain. Zhao Hai has a formidable physique, so it wasn't a problem for him to climb the mountain on foot. As he went on, Zhao Hai paid attention to the plants he passed by. Once in a while, he would take plants that the space didn't have. Even if the space has it, he would also take some of the plants to see if there's anything different about them. But soon, Zhao Hai was disappointed. These plants were ordinary and won't benefit the space. Before long, Zhao Hai gave up on collecting plants. Zhao Hai might look like he was slowly walking forward, but he was actually using the Cosmos technique. Although he was in a dense forest, it didn't affect his movements. It looked like he was walking on flat ground. Moreover, he moved very quickly. Even if cultivators see him, they would only see a blur passing by. The more Zhao Hai walked into the mountain, the lusher the forest became and the beasts he encountered increased. Zhao Hai wasn't attracted to these beasts, so he didn't collect them for the space. After walking for 2 hours, with Zhao Hai's speed, he already reached the deeper parts of the mountain. He also met a few cultivators on the way. However, the level of these cultivators wasn't very high, so Zhao Hai just ignored them. In order to not get noticed, he walked around these people. With Zhao Hai's ability, it was impossible for these people to discover him. While Zhao Hai was hurrying along, he suddenly heard an explosion in front of him, followed by a beast roar. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he went towards the place where the sound came from. Zhao Hai doesn't know what happened, but from what he heard, the beast shouldn't be a weak one. Zhao Hai quickly moved towards the beast roar. After some time, Zhao Hai saw the beast. It was a bull-type beast. It was 5 meters tall and had green skin. It also had 2 huge curved horns. One could see at a glance that it wasn't a peaceful beast. Facing this beast was surprisingly a female cultivator. She was wearing an emerald green robe and she had black hair. There was a ring-shaped artifact wrapped around her body to protect her. She also had a flying sword to fight against the bull-type beast. The beast wasn't only defensively powerful, it could also control the surrounding plants. Its strength was no less than a core formation cultivator. It wasn't easy to deal with. On the other hand, the female cultivator was also at the core formation stage. Moreover, her 2 artifacts were quite formidable. Despite seeing the battle, Zhao Hai didn't go over and help. In the great world of cultivation, if you see a cultivator dealing with a beast, it is a taboo to help them even if they're at a disadvantageous position. In the great world of cultivation, it wasn't a good thing to give unprompted help, especially if you don't know the other party. If you go to help, the cultivator might think that you were stealing their prey. Not only would they dislike your help, they would also treat you as an enemy. In order to avoid making unnecessary enemies, it was best to not help. Zhao Hai looked at the female cultivator and saw that it would take her some time before she could kill the bull-type beast. Moreover, it was a question whether they would be able to kill it or not. Zhao Hai didn't care about the life or death of the female cultivator. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he felt another cultivator arrive not far away from him. It was a core formation disciple from the Roaring Flame sect. Moreover, he was from the inner sect. In the great world of cultivation, core formation cultivators generally belong to the inner sect. Some might even be in the core sect. Seeing that the person was a core formation cultivator, Zhao Hai immediately determined that he was an inner sect disciple. This was because core disciples wouldn't came to this place. Zhao Hai was certain that the newcomer didn't detect him. When Zhao Hai restrains his aura, not to mention inner disciples, even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't detect him. Zhao Hai looked at the inner sect disciple of the Roaring Flame sect and couldn't help but murmur, sure enough, there's no place that's safe. This guy seems to have bad intentions towards that cultivator. We'll deal with him later and then use his identity. After half an hour, the battle between the female cultivator and the bull-type beast has reached its end. The beast was finally defeated by the female cultivator. However, there were a lot of wounds on the cultivator's body. It seems like she wouldn't be able to fight for longer. The situation of the female cultivator isn't getting better. She was sweating from exhaustion, but she still persisted. Just as she sighed in relief, a fiery red sword stabbed at her. The female cultivator didn't think that she would be attacked, and since she was exhausted, it was impossible for her to evade. She was stabbed on the shoulder and then she fell down. Ha ha ha. Li Qian, your day has come. As he spoke that, the cultivator from the Roaring Flame sect revealed himself. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard this. It seems like the cultivator of the Roaring Flame sect knew the female cultivator. Moreover, there seems to be hatred between the two of them. The green-robed female cultivator saw the Roaring Flame sect cultivator and her expression immediately changed. Wait, Anshan. It's you, you despicable villain. You dared sneak attack me. Aren't you afraid of the Medicine King Peak's revenge? Hearing Li Qian, Zhao Hai understood where she came from. She was actually from the Northern Divergent Province's Medicine King Peak. This sect wasn't inferior to the Black Tiger Gang. They mainly focused on creating medicinal pills. Moreover, their pills were famous throughout the great world of cultivation, and because their pills have helped countless cultivators, their reputation was very good. Most people from the Northern Divergent Province would give respect whenever they hear the Medicine King Peak. Li Qian, despite your state, you still have the energy to be arrogant. I'll kill you after I make use of your body. Wei Tanshan looked at Li Qian with a sinister smile on his face. Li Qian's expression changed. She looked at Wei Tanshan and then said through clenched teeth, Wei Tanshan, you're a beast. My master helped you to reach the core formation stage by refining a pill, and this is how you repay your debt? Wei Tanshan laughed and said, Li Qian, you're too naive. Right, your master helped me by refining a pill to aid me in reaching the core formation stage. However, you shouldn't have treated me like that in the first place. Li Qian looked at Wei Tanshan as she coldly snorted and said, Wei Tanshan, you dared make a move on me behind my master. I didn't tell master about it and decided to let it go, but you still dared to do this. Once master finds out, he will not let you off. Wei Tanshan laughed and said, Li Qian, you're really ignorant. Don't forget where we are. Even if you die here, nobody would know. And even if I kill you, nobody would know that I did it. But don't worry. I'll let others know that you were killed by the Black Tiger Gang. I've been polite to your master, I believe he would trust my words. Li Qian's expression immediately changed. Perhaps she might not know, but Wei Tanshan has always shown a polite and educated appearance in front of her master. Because of this, Wei Tanshan had his trust. It was also because of this that she didn't tell her master about what Wei Tanshan did. This was because her master might not believe it. Her master has a lot of disciples and Li Qian wasn't anyone special. If her master ignores her because of that, then it would be bad for her future. If Wei Tanshan really killed her and pushed the blame to someone else, then her master would certainly believe Wei Tanshan. Her death would be used to blame other people. Sigh. Just as Li Qian was about to give up, she suddenly heard a sigh. This sigh came suddenly. It shocked both Li Qian and Wei Tanshan. Li Qian's surprise could be understood. After all, Wei Tanshan's sword has sealed her spiritual chi. It was normal for her to be unable to sense her surroundings. On the other hand, Wei Tanshan had been on guard all this time. Despite this, he didn't know where the sigh came from. Wei Tanshan's complexion changed. His body immediately appeared beside Li Qian as he shouted, Who's there? Come out. I already decided to kill you, but you just gave me another reason to. People from the Roaring Flame sect are truly despicable and shameless. After saying that, a figure was seen coming out of the trees. He walked slowly, but his steps carried a stable feeling. The person stopped 10 steps in front of Wei Tanjin. Wei Tanjin looked at the person who arrived. This person looked ordinary and wore black clothing. However, he couldn't see his strength, which made Wei Tanjin wary. It was possible that the other party was stronger than him. Wei Tanjin looked at the person and said, "Your Excellency, may I know who you are? Do we have a grudge?" The person smiled faintly and said, "We don't have a grudge. In fact, this is our first meeting. How could we have any enmity?" Wei Tanjin looked at the person in confusion. This person didn't exude any aura at all. He looked like was talking to a friend. However, he was talking about killing him. Did he misspeak? The person saw Wei Tanjin's confused expression as he smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Black Tiger Gang's Zhao Hai. Now, do you know why I want to kill you?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Wei Tanjin couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "You're actually from the Black Tiger Gang." Zhao Hai, I seem to have heard that name before. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Tanjin and said, 10 years ago, your Roaring Flame sect conspired with the Wandering Soul group to attack the Black Tiger Gang. The gang leader gave us the command to kill every Roaring Flame sect disciple we encounter. Looking at Zhao Hai, Wei Tanjin sneered and said, "To kill me, you will need to have skill." Knowing that Zhao Hai was from the Black Tiger Gang, Wei Tanjin knew that today's matter wouldn't end in a friendly manner. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Nobody is stopping you from resisting. If you kill me, then that would mean that I don't have the skill. If I kill you, then that would be because you have bad luck." Wei Tanjin couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Right." Then he moved his foot forward as he stabbed towards Zhao Hai. He pretended to be talking but he actually sent an attack towards Zhao Hai. As the flying sword was stabbing towards Zhao Hai, a lion appeared behind Wei Tanjin's body. As he moved, the lion also moved towards Zhao Hai. Seeing Wei Tanjin's movement, a killing intent flashed through Zhao Hai's eyes. He grabbed with his left hand to capture the red flying sword. Meanwhile, he extended his right hand to capture Wei Tanjin's neck. In an instant, Wei Tanjin's Dao avatar vanished. Wei Tanjin was still alive, but he had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect to be easily captured by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Tanjin and said, "You're truly sinister. But this is also good. Once you're dead, you would no longer be able to harm others." After he said that, Zhao Hai broke Wei Tanjin's neck. Never in his dreams did Wei Tanjin think that he would be killed just as he got promoted to the core formation stage. After killing Wei Tanjin, Zhao Hai sent his body to the space and turned him into undead. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go see Wei Tanjin. He turned to look at Li Qian who was on the ground. Before this, Li Qian's spiritual chi was sealed by Wei Tanjin. She was prepared to explode his gold core to perish together with Wei Tanjin. She didn't expect Zhao Hai to appear suddenly and save her. Now that Wei Tanjin was dead, her spiritual chi naturally returned. Spiritual chi was important to any cultivator. Now that her spiritual chi was unsealed, Li Qian was able to stop the bleeding on her shoulder. Li Qian looked at Zhao Hai and then struggled to stand up before giving Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Li Qian thanks senior brother from the Black Tiger Gang. If you weren't here, I would have been killed by that despicable man." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. Everyone from the Roaring Flame sect are enemies of the Black Tiger Gang. I only killed him because he's from the Roaring Flame sect. Saving you just came as a convenience. But I hope that junior sister can forget about this matter. Treat it as though you didn't see Wei Tanjin and me today. Is that alright with you?" Although Li Qian was puzzled, she still nodded and said, "I'll follow senior brother's words." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright. Remember your promise." After he said that, his body flashed and disappeared, leaving Li Qian staring at empty space. Chapter 1731, Ancient Eternal Sand. Zhao Hai returned to the Roaring Flame sect using Wei Tanjin's identity. He already understood Wei Tanjin's situation. including his habits as well as childhood memories, and with Wei Tanshan becoming Zhao Hai's undead, he can remind Zhao Hai every time something happens. Therefore, he'd have no problem acting as Wei Tanshan. Wei Tanshan didn't go to the Green Plains mountain range especially for Li Qian. Meeting Li Qian was just an accident. He came for a mission. The mission involved looking for an herb known as the Trembling Ice Grass. Although the Roaring Flame sect were experts in controlling fire, earth fire wasn't just something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. After dealing with earth fire for many years, many cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect have been afflicted with fire poison. Fire poison was a type of poison that would cause a person to give off heat. When left for too long, the poison would burn out the blood in the body, killing the cultivator in the process. And since the Roaring Flame sect has dealt with fire all these years, they have a few medicines that could treat fire poison. One of the herbs that was crucial to these medicines was the Trembling Ice Grass. Trembling Ice Grass was a very special herb. It was born on the top of the Green Plain Mountains. Because of the cold and freezing temperature of the peak, herbs rarely grew there. Despite this, Trembling Ice Grass was able to thrive. Because of its environment, the herb had a white body and an intense amount of ice attribute energy. If ordinary people consumed the herb, they would immediately be frozen dead. This overbearing herb was one of the most effective herbs in curing fire poison. Because of this, cultivators from the Roaring Flame sect would have a great need for these herbs every year. And since the herb couldn't be grown in an ordinary medicine field, the Roaring Flame sect would issue missions to forage these herbs. On the way to the peak, Wei Tanshan was able to come across Li Qian. This gave him an opportunity to make a move. Unfortunately for him, he met Zhao Hai. In the end, he was killed and his identity was stolen. As it turns out, Zhao Hai's space already has Trembling Ice Grass. As long as he hands the herb over, the mission would be completed. And since the reward for the herb was very high, he can stop doing missions for a while. This would allow him time to explore the Roaring Flame sect. But in order to avoid suspicion, Zhao Hai stayed in the mountain for some time before going down. Meanwhile, he took some beasts and sent them to the space. Naturally, nobody doubted Zhao Hai when he entered the inner sect. There were even some cultivators who came over and greeted him. Following Wei Tanshan's example, Zhao Hai returned the greeting with courtesy. It must be said that Wei Tanshan's scheming was very shallow. He looked gentle and good-natured in front of other people, but he was insidious and cunning inside. The only reason he hasn't been found out was because he had been careful with his actions. Because of his two-faced personality, he has a very good reputation in the inner sect. Almost all cultivators in the Roaring Flame sect have a favorable image of him. However, Wei Tanshan didn't regard these people as his friends. He was only on good terms with them to maintain his image. Because of this, whenever he speaks to people, he would just get to know them without being too intimate. Following Wei Tanshan's action, Zhao Hai also wasn't intimate to those who greeted him. After returning to the inner sect, Zhao Hai immediately handed the mission over to the mission hall. He also received quite a substantial amount of contribution points. However, these things weren't important to Zhao Hai. Since Wei Tanshan has a good reputation, Zhao Hai was able to stroll around the inner sect without anyone suspecting his intentions. In the following days, Wei Tanshan walked in random directions inside the Roaring Flame sect. Naturally, nobody thought that he was strange. He was visiting people along the way and talking to them. By this time, Zhao Hai has clarified the situation of the inner sect. The last thing he needed to do was to scout the situation of the headquarters as well as the core disciples of the sect. The core disciples of the Roaring Flame sect had the same setup as the Black Tiger Gang. The strongest core disciples of the Roaring Flame sect could also open their own mountain base as well as recruit disciples as subordinates. In any sect, core disciples who could open their own base couldn't be underestimated. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to have a good understanding about the core sect, and naturally, it wasn't easy. Core disciples, especially those with their own base, were mostly in the nascent soul stage. Although they were still weaker than Zhao Hai, their spiritual force was very formidable. If Zhao Hai caused trouble to the core sect, the other core disciples would certainly notice. Even liquid silver would be discovered. Entering the core sect wasn't an easy matter. Moreover, each and every one of these core disciples were very careful. Moreover, their jade tokens were specially made. If they died, their token would break, informing the sect of their death. A core disciple dying was a huge matter to any sect. The sect would certainly undergo a large-scale investigation. Although the inner and outer sect wasn't weak, they weren't the strongest in the sect. The headquarters and the core sect had the most defenses. If Zhao Hai wanted to investigate these two places, it would be very hard. After walking around for a day, Zhao Hai couldn't come up with an idea to enter the core sect. Zhao Hai had to return to Wei Tanshan's residence and go back to the space. Kair and the others were already waiting for Zhao Hai inside the space. When Zhao Hai appeared, Kair and the others immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you worried about how to enter the core sect?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If I don't get a clear situation of the Roaring Flame Sect's center, I'm afraid it won't be as easy to attack it in the future." Laura looked at Zhao Hai, then she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, you seem to have forgotten about one place. If you don't understand the situation of that place, then it would be no use even if you enter the core sect." Zhao Hai asked, "Where?" Laura smiled and said, "You forgot about the Inferno Valley. The Roaring Flame sect focuses on refining artifacts. The Inferno Valley is where they refine their artifacts. Do you think they wouldn't send people to guard that place? I believe the defenses there aren't worse than the headquarters. If you ignore that place, you can't attack the Roaring Flame sect." Zhao Hai patted his head and said, "That's true. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. But since the defenses of the Inferno Valley are also good, it wouldn't be easy to get in." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, did you forget? You're currently using the identity of an inner disciple. Wei Tanshan's identity token has a lot of contribution points. You can use those points to have an artifact refined. As long as you take out a good material, send it to the Inferno Valley, and then pay contribution points, an artifact will be refined for you. At that time, won't you be able to enter the Inferno Valley? Even if you can't enter, you can still put a silver needle inside the material to get inside. When the time comes, you will get information about what happens within the valley." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That is a good method. Since I have no use for the contribution points, that would be a good use for it." "Kair, what material do you think will do well?" Kair smiled faintly and said, "The ancient eternal sand would do great." Zhao Hai stared. He almost forgot about the ancient eternal sand that he got from the lower realm. He didn't think that Kair would bring it up once more. Zhao Hai looked at Kair in confusion. Then he asked, "Kair, we didn't obtain the ancient eternal sand from the great world of cultivation. Do you think it's good enough? If we do, how much do we take out?" Kair replied, "Young master, ancient eternal sand isn't only good, it also dissipates spiritual force. It is also very heavy. It was a rare material for refining artifacts." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Kair and said, "Then we'll do that." "What artifact do you think we should refine?" Kair smiled faintly and said, "It would be best to refine gloves. You can use the gloves to hold the enemy's weapon and wipe out its spiritual imprint. It would have good weight, so it would be good for close combat." Wei Tanshan has a good close combat ability, but he doesn't have a close combat weapon he could use, so having gloves refined wouldn't attract any attention. And with the ancient eternal sand, you would not need to find a way to enter the headquarters of the Roaring Flame sect. The sect's higher-ups would come to you. Zhao Hai thought about it and agreed. Ancient eternal sand might not be special inside the space, but it was extremely useful for cultivators. It must be known that there are body cultivators in the great world of cultivation. Even average cultivators would have one or two close combat techniques. After all, it would be disadvantageous if a cultivator lacked one aspect of combat. The enemy might use this weakness to destroy them, and artifacts refined using ancient eternal sand would be great for close combat. Chapter 1732 Underground Factory. In the entrance of the Roaring Flame sect's Inferno Valley was a refining base. The Roaring Flame sect spent hundreds of years perfecting the base, and now it was fully functional. The base had 5 entrances, 4 normal entrances and 1 special one. Only a small number of people knew about the special entrance. The 4 entrances were for the public. The 4 public entrances of the refining base were located in 1 building each. These 4 buildings looked almost the same. They were 10-story buildings that looked like a box from outside. It didn't look special. However, people of the Roaring Flame sect knew that these 4 buildings carry extraordinary importance to the sect. Each building had plenty of formations set up. Each formation had formidable prowess. Not only can they be used to defend, they can also be used to attack. Most importantly, these formations weren't powered by spirit stones, but earth fire from the valley. There was an unlimited amount of earth fire in the Inferno Valley. This provided endless energy to the 4 buildings. Because of this, although the 4 buildings looked ordinary, they were actually very formidable. Zhao Hai slowly landed in front of a stone building. He found that the building was made out of a blue-colored stone. It looked very solid. After taking a look at the stone building, Zhao Hai slowly walked inside. As soon as he reached the entrance, he felt something blocking him. As he went on, the resistance became greater and greater. Although he could rush through, he would need quite some time to do so. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was a formation that would keep bystanders off. For the people on the side of the Roaring Flame sect, this stone building won't stop them. Zhao Hai took out Wei Tancheng's identity token and immediately felt the resistance vanish. Upon entering the first floor, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Inside was a huge hall with plenty of people inside. There were several counters inside with cultivators on both sides. Zhao Hai noticed that there were people from the outer and inner sect inside. These people came here for one purpose, and that was to have artifacts refined. In the Roaring Flame sect, as long as you have contribution points, you can come here to refine an artifact. Moreover, if you provide materials, the cost would be decreased. Zhao Hai no longer cared about the others and then went to an empty counter. On the opposite side was a female cultivator. In places like refining halls or alchemy halls, there would be counters that were mostly worked by female cultivators. Naturally, this was all voluntary. Female cultivators could take such missions or they could take missions like male cultivators. It has to be recognized that Wei Tanchen looked quite good. He was handsome and gentle, which was attractive to the opposite sex. As he sat in front of the counter, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hello, junior sister. I am here to refine an artifact." Seeing Zhao Hai's smiling face, the female cultivator blushed before saying, "Senior brother, hello. May I ask what artifact you want to be refined?" "You can provide the material and specifications. The sect can also supply the materials if you need them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll provide some of the materials and I'll set my specifications. Is that fine?" The female cultivator nodded and said, "Of course that's okay. Senior brother, take out your material and then write out your request. Then I will make an estimate on how much it would cost you." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out a pile of ancient eternal sand. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it over to the female cultivator as he said, "Junior sister, this is the material as well as the specifications of my artifact. Please take a look." The female cultivator nodded and then received Zhao Hai's jade slip. After looking through the contents, the female cultivator's expression changed. She had worked in the Inferno Valley for some time, so she was very familiar with all types of materials. This was the first time she heard of the ancient eternal sand. The female cultivator put down the jade slip as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, this is the first time I encountered the material you provided. This matter is beyond my position. Senior brother, please wait for a moment while I call the elder out." Zhao Hai gave her a nod. The female cultivator stood up and ran towards the back room. Before long, an old person walked out. He had ruffled hair and dark skin. His clothes were also sloppily worn. When the old man arrived at the counter, he looked at Zhao Hai first. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, he turned his attention to the pile of ancient eternal sand on the table. He inspected it first before touching the sand. The ancient eternal sand that Zhao Hai took out weren't high-quality ones. They were grouped up into fingernail-sized clumps. The old man took the sand and his face showed a surprised expression. He muttered, "Why is it so heavy?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Elder. It's a material that I haven't seen before. It can erase spiritual imprints and even scatter a cultivator's spiritual force. Moreover, it's very heavy. I want to use this material as a foundation for a glove artifact that I can use for close combat. What do you think? Hearing Zhao Hai, the elder was stunned. Then he said, "You say this material can break spiritual imprints? Are you sure?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I tried it, but breaking spiritual imprints will consume the material." The old man nodded and said, "I understand your request. I'll take this task myself. However, I need to do some tests to make sure. Go back first and wait for news. When the artifact is created, I'll send you a message." After speaking, the elder waved his hand and took away the pile of ancient eternal sand. Then he turned around without saying anything to Zhao Hai. The female cultivator gave a bitter smile as she said, "Senior brother, please don't mind the elder. That's just how he is." "Senior brother can rest assured. The elder will take care of your request. Please leave your name. We will immediately inform you once the artifact is refined." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thanks a lot, junior sister." Then he left Wei Tancheng's name before leaving the building. Zhao Hai originally thought that he could enter the Inferno Valley by bringing the ancient eternal sand. He didn't expect that he would be turned away quickly. Naturally, he wouldn't force himself to enter the valley. It wouldn't be good if he was discovered by the Roaring Flame sect. But he has nothing to worry about. Hidden in that pile of ancient eternal sand was a silver needle. As long as that elder brings that pile of sand to the Inferno Valley, everything in the valley would be under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Although Zhao Hai cannot enter the Inferno Valley, he had some understanding of its strength, not to mention the defenses of the buildings. The elder that Zhao Hai met just now wasn't simple. Although the elder was only at the nascent soul stage, Zhao Hai knew that he wasn't easy to deal with. Most importantly, there were plenty of people like that elder in the Inferno Valley. It turns out that the Inferno Valley's strength was greater than what Zhao Hai estimated. Zhao Hai returned to Wei Tancheng's residence and then entered the space. He immediately sat before the monitor where Laura and the others were, and then he asked, "How is it?" Laura smiled and said, "Take a look. We've received an image of the Inferno Valley." She pointed to the screen which showed a gigantic underground factory. The factory was enormous. It was divided into rooms that were 10,000 meters in size. Compared to the factory, such a room was small in comparison. This giant factory almost hollowed the Inferno Valley out. There were more than 1,000 rooms in the entire factory. Most of the rooms were used for refining, some were used to store materials and artifacts, while the rest were used by the cultivators for rest. Refining rooms numbered around 400, more than 400 rooms crafting artifacts all year round. The output was astonishing. In fact, the Black Tiger Gang also wanted to refine artifacts and craft pills in the Inferno Valley. However, the Black Tiger Gang's ability to control fire was far lower compared to the Roaring Flame sect. Earth fire wasn't easy to control. It was one of the most overbearing flames in the great world of cultivation. Only the Roaring Flame sect had the techniques to control earth fire, which allowed them to control the Inferno Valley. The Black Tiger Gang could only look at the Inferno Valley and drool. It must be recognized that the Roaring Flame sect was truly good at controlling flames. This allowed them to build such a huge refining factory. This made the Inferno Valley an important pillar of the sect. Zhao Hai looked into a room which caused him to be surprised. The room wasn't small at all. It had a lot of refining formations inside. In the middle was a flame that was extracted by the Roaring Flame sect. An artifact would be made by controlling the size of the flame. At this time, a Roaring Flame sect refiner was making an artifact. But at this point, the form of the artifact couldn't be seen. There weren't many cultivators inside the room. Each formation has 2 cultivators controlling it. With 12 formations inside the room, the cultivators inside totaled 24. Chapter 1733, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. The 12 refining formations inside the room weren't used simultaneously. The flames between formations vary in size. When refiners used the refining formations, They were like an assembly line. Artifacts were transferred from one refining formation to another. Different parts of refining required different intensity of flames. The varying flames on each refining formation made it convenient for an efficient process of refining. In addition to the pairs of refiners controlling the refining formations, there was also a main group leader present. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod upon seeing this system. Relatively speaking, the refining process of the Roaring Flame sect was very good. If possible, he would recommend the method to the Black Tiger Gang. The reason Zhao Hai valued the Black Tiger Gang now wasn't only because the Black Tiger Gang was his origin point in the great realm of cultivation, it was also because of Hushan. In Hushan's eyes, the great world of cultivation was just a low-level realm. Meanwhile, the great world of cultivation also has realms they call lower level. In Hushan's mind, realms like the 100 Treasures realm weren't enough to enter his eyesight. The great world of cultivation was just enough to attract his attention. There were plenty of realms as powerful as the great world of cultivation, and the place where Hushan came from, the immortal realm, was a much more powerful realm. People in the great world of cultivation can live very long lives. Moreover, they can fly in the air. The spiritual chi here was rich, so it should be a powerful realm. However, in the eyes of Hushan, it was nothing. This wasn't to say that the people in the immortal realm were much stronger than the people in the great world cultivation. If they were, then the Black Tiger clan wouldn't have been limited to a portion of land in the northern divergent province. In fact, the fighting skills of the people in the immortal realm weren't that much different. Although the immortal realm had a very rich spiritual density, the pressure on the realm was also very huge, and the suppression of spiritual force was very strong. If a cultivator from the great world of cultivation enters the immortal realm before entering the spirit-forming stage, then they would immediately explode due to the realm's pressure. And because of the rich spiritual force in the immortal realm, people living there lived longer than the people living in the great world of cultivation. There were also restrictions in entering the immortal realm. It was just like how Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realms. At the same time, people from the immortal realm didn't want to go to the lower realm. Although people from the immortal realm could remove the pressure on their bodies once they reached the lower realms, the thin spiritual chi in the lower realm has the possibility to cause their cultivation to regress until they become as strong as the people in the lower realm. Because of this, nobody from the immortal realm was willing to go to the great world of cultivation. Additionally, it wasn't easy for people of the immortal realm to enter the great world of cultivation. It was just like how impossible it was for people of the cultivation realm to enter the Ark continent. Hushan's people were quite a relatively powerful group in the immortal realm. They were a branch of the White Tiger Gang after all. But later on, when the White Tiger Gang suffered a huge disaster, they were forced to escape to the great realm of cultivation. But after arriving in the great world of cultivation, it became difficult for them to return due to the decline in strength. In the end, the elders of the Black Tiger clan came up with a method. The method was for the gang to collect faith power and use it to help their cultivation. They were hoping that their cultivation would increase using this process. And finally, they would be able to ascend to the immortal realm and return to their home. But even when most of the clan had died out, they still couldn't ascend back to the immortal realm. Because of this, Hushan had to choose Zhao Hai as a successor to protect the Black Tiger Gang and prevent their legacy from perishing. Although Hushan's life was almost finished, the Black Tiger Gang was still a base created by the Black Tiger clan. He couldn't bear to see the foundation laid by their clan to be ruined. Zhao Hai promised Hushan to help protect the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, he hoped that the Black Tiger Gang would become as strong as possible. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to use the Black Tiger Gang to help him cultivate faster. This way, he can ascend. He also wanted to see what the immortal realm looked like. Although Hushan knew about some matters of the immortal realm, he didn't completely understand its complete state. Hushan was still a young boy when they left the immortal realm, so his understanding was very small. Therefore, the only information Zhao Hai has on the immortal realm was their cultivation methods. Information regarding other matters was very poor. However, cultivation methods of the immortal realm were enough for Zhao Hai. Although the space was constantly upgrading and the concentration of spiritual qi inside was constantly improving, it was still impossible to use the cultivation methods of the immortal realm. This was because their cultivation methods require too much spiritual qi. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to go to the immortal realm. And if he wanted to go to the immortal realm, it was impossible for him to do it all alone. Therefore, he needs to make the Black Tiger Gang stronger. Seeing the situation in the Inferno Valley, Zhao Hai had a general idea about it. Altogether, there were about 30 transcending tribulation experts, 200 nascent soul experts, more than 1,000 core formation experts, more than 3,000 Dao avatar stage experts, and more than 20,000 spirit formation experts. It held great manpower. Since entry to the valley was very strict, security inside wasn't as serious. Even transcending tribulation experts weren't able to notice the existence of the Silver Needle. There were multiple reasons why transcending tribulation experts weren't able to notice the Silver Needle. First, they wouldn't expect that they would be watched inside the valley. Second, because of Zhao Hai's increase in strength, this allowed the Silver Needle to become more stealthy. Although he was able to find out about the situation of the valley, Zhao Hai still has no idea how to deal with it. Transmission formations of the valley were directly connected to the Roaring Flame sect. Even if these transmission formations were sealed, there were still several exits out of the valley. Therefore, it was impossible to stop people from coming in and out of the valley. The 30 transcending tribulation experts were strong enough to escape the valley when it was attacked. Moreover, each exit was placed very far away from each other. If the Black Tiger Gang wanted to block these exits, they would need 5 times as many people as those in the Inferno Valley. So many people couldn't just be sent to one place. The most important thing was still dealing with the headquarters. Zhao Hai sat in the space with a frown on his face, as he looked at the cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect who were in the Inferno Valley. Zhao Hai continued to think how he could clean all these people up. Laura has been beside Zhao Hai for many years, so she knew what Zhao Hai was thinking about. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you worried about these people?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Inferno Valley is as important as the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. If we want to deal with the Roaring Flame sect, we would have to deal with the Inferno Valley. Otherwise, we would leave a major pillar of the sect free. That would be dangerous." Looking at the situation in the Inferno Valley, Laura said, "Brother Hai, why do you think the Inferno Valley is located here in the first place? It's famous for the earth fire it provides. Maybe we can find the source of the fire and then take it into the space. Even if that doesn't work, we can find a way to cause the valley to erupt. At that time, the base on the valley would be destroyed. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared. He hadn't thought through this point, but he also thought that Laura's plan was feasible. Liquid silver can become a large artifact that can enlarge and shrink, and it was not afraid of fire. He can dive to the depths of the Inferno Valley and see where the fire was coming from. Even if he can't receive the flame, he can still detonate it. This would ruin the Inferno Valley. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Hai wanted to use this method. So he nodded and said, "That plan is good. I can give it a try, but it isn't the right time to do it. Once we get an idea about the headquarters and the core sect, we'll begin searching for the source of the earth fire." Laura nodded and said, "Right, you just sent the ancient eternal sand over. If they send you a message and find out that they couldn't find anyone, they would definitely be suspicious. The Inferno Valley already existed for many years. Nothing would happen if we wait a day or two." Zhao Hai nodded. "Now let's see if the Roaring Flame sect would take the bait. If they see value in the ancient eternal sand, they will definitely come to me." Megan smiled and said, "Of course they would come to you. It's impossible for them to be unaware of how important the ancient eternal sand is. If they want to become stronger, they would certainly approach you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I hope so. However, we need to find a good excuse as to where we acquired it." Lizzie, who has been quiet for some time, answered, "That's not a problem, Brother Hai. I think we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just tell them that you snatched it from the Wandering Soul group." Zhao Hai stared. Then his eyes lit up. This is also good. He immediately understood what Lizzie wanted to do. Doing it according to Lizzie's plan would destroy the relationship between the Wandering Soul Group and the Roaring Flame Sect. Ever since their cooperation in attacking the Black Tiger Gang, the Roaring Flame Sect and the Wandering Soul Group's relationship has improved. This was one of the worries that the Black Tiger Gang had. If the two sects cooperated to attack the Black Tiger Gang once more, the Black Tiger Gang would certainly suffer. After all, Hushan couldn't make another move. Nobody could save the Black Tiger Gang this time. As long as the information was released, it would certainly affect the Roaring Flame Sect's relationship with the Wandering Soul Group. Then when the Black Tiger Gang attacks, the Wandering Soul Group might not offer their help. This would ease some pressure off of the Black Tiger Gang. The birds that Lizzie meant were the two vultures, which were the Wandering Soul Group and the Roaring Flame Sect. It would be better if these vultures would attack each other. Then the Black Tiger Gang could sit on the side and watch. Zhao Hai replied, "That is a good method, but I still need someone from the Roaring Flame Sect to come to me. Let's just wait and see how things develop." The women nodded. Zhao Hai's gaze returned to the screen. The Roaring Flame Sect elder took the ancient eternal sand to the refining base. He immediately entered his personal residence. Although the elder wasn't the strongest, others couldn't compare to his ability. His refining technique was among the top in the valley. The levels of the refiners in the valley ranged from high to low. The refiners who could be called grandmasters could only be counted in two hands. The elder that Zhao Hai met was one of the grandmasters. Becoming a grandmaster refiner wasn't easy. Refiners were divided into multiple categories. The great world of cultivation has all kinds of ores. The properties of these ores differ from each other. What kind of ore should be used in which kind of artifact also needed to be considered. All of these things were what a refiner needs to worry about. Because of this, before a refiner starts refining, they would need to have a good understanding of the material they have in hand. They needed to know the material's properties and where it was most suitable to be used. After years of development, refiners have developed a systematic method of distinguishing a material's properties. Since the elder was a refining grandmaster, he was also aware of this method. Moreover, he was very proficient in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an elder in the Inferno Valley. After returning to his own residence, he immediately took out the ancient eternal sand and placed it in a formation. The formation lit up with brilliant lights. The formation lit up with gold light first, and then cyan light, and then the light vanished. In the eyes of other people, these lights might not mean anything, but in the eyes of the Roaring Flame Sect elder, these lights had a meaning. The golden light represented the attribute of the ancient eternal sand. The golden light doesn't only represent the metal attribute, it also represents earth. The earth attribute was yellow if it wasn't mixed with the metal attribute. If there was only metal attribute, then the light would be silver rather than golden. This meant that the ancient eternal sand had two attributes. The cyan light represented spiritual force. This didn't mean that the ancient eternal sand had benefits towards spiritual force. It was the opposite. The cyan color was deep dark, which meant that it had a bad relationship with spiritual force. Chapter 1734. Summoned by the sect leader. The dark cyan color that the ancient eternal sand let out meant that it was impossible for the ancient eternal sand to transmit spiritual force, and it had hints that it could suppress spiritual force. It was at this point that the Roaring Flame Sect elder believed Zhao Hai's words. At the same time, he was excited. A metal earth attribute material that can restrain spiritual force. This was a peak-level material for close combat artifacts. If the Roaring Flame Sect can use this material, its overall strength would improve by a lot. The Roaring Flame Sect elder became restless. Although he was a refined grandmaster, he wasn't a person who didn't understand sect affairs. In fact, although he dressed sloppily and seemed informal, everyone knew that he wasn't a peaceful person. He knew how to manage his power and keep its influence, but because his talent for refining was too good, he became a grandmaster refiner. If he didn't have talent, he could still become a high-ranking cultivator just by smarts. It was precisely because of his character that the Elder had a lot of connections inside the Roaring Flame sect. He was also quite popular among the top core disciples. Even the sect leader valued him as an elder. The Roaring Flame sect elder's relationship with so many people couldn't be separated from his ability. He was a refining grandmaster, and every refining grandmaster was a good match for the core disciples. Although he wasn't loyal to them, it would still be advantageous to them to maintain a good relationship with the Elder. Naturally, the Elder knew how to repay these people. He was a smart person. He knew that it was only because of his ability that these people placed him in his current position. Because of his position, the Elder had contact with multiple ores, especially those that were precious. Whenever he discovers useful materials, he would inform these core disciples or the sect leader himself. What happens next was up to them. For the Elder, it was just saying one sentence, but for the core disciples and the sect leader, it was very important. What do cultivators rely on to become stronger? Naturally, it was their artifacts. A good artifact could save a cultivator's life. Therefore, every cultivator knew what a good material meant for an artifact, and good materials aren't easy to obtain. The Elder's casual reports could allow these core disciples to get good materials, which would increase their strength. This explains why the Elder held so much weight in the minds of the core disciples and the sect leader. Now that the Elder discovered a high-quality material, he would naturally inform these people. He immediately sent messages to core disciples that were close to him. He also sent a message to the sect leader. This way, even if the sect leader knew about the ancient eternal sand, he wouldn't look to him for trouble. This wasn't the first time that the Elder did such a thing, so he was experienced in who to tell and how to tell it. After the information was passed on, he immediately began to work. He only had one job left, and that was to refine Zhao Hai's gloves. Although the Elder told the core disciples and the sect leader about Zhao Hai's ancient eternal sand, he still needs to do his job well. It wouldn't be good if he wasn't able to deliver on Zhao Hai's order. The material has already been reported to other people. If he didn't give Zhao Hai his glove and instead kept the material for himself, then nobody would come to the Inferno Valley to have their artifacts refined. The loss would be greater than the gain. When the time comes, the sect wouldn't let him off. In fact, it wasn't only the Elder who had this approach of divulging the materials that had been handed over. Although they reported the material used, they would also refine the artifact that was requested. After all, it involves the integrity of a refiner. Refining an artifact, especially one using special materials, wasn't easy. Zhao Hai wanted gloves that were light and flexible to be used in close combat. This also meant that the gloves needed strong offensive and defensive capabilities. Making gloves out of metal wasn't easy, especially using ancient eternal sand. The material was very heavy, so offense wasn't a problem. The issue came with it becoming light and flexible. It was the complete opposite of the material's property. An artifact that was both light and flexible would require the skill of a formidable refiner. The shape of the glove, the supplementary materials to be added, as well as its function were all up to the refiner. After Zhao Hai handed the ancient eternal sand over and paid his contribution points, all he needed to do was wait for the gloves to be refined successfully. What the Elder didn't know was that his actions were all under Zhao Hai's monitoring. Therefore, Zhao Hai also saw the Elder sending multiple Jade Sword messages. This is what Zhao Hai wanted to see. But since the Jade Sword messages were heading towards the core sect and the headquarters, Zhao Hai doesn't know who they were sent to as well as their response. Upon receiving the Elder's message, the recipients of the Jade Sword messages couldn't sit still. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, as long as you were good at using flying swords or any other artifact, then you would be able to survive. It might even be possible for you to dominate your battles. But the same couldn't be said in the great world of cultivation. If you only focus on one aspect of combat, then you wouldn't be able to survive for long. Cultivators in the great world of cultivation were more comprehensive. They rarely specialized and were multi-skilled. In the great world of cultivation, each cultivator would have some accomplishments in body cultivation. If you didn't cultivate your body, you would be at a disadvantage against those who did. As people often say, a barrel could hold more water than a plank of wood. The same was true for cultivators. A cultivator's combat strength depended on their strengths and weaknesses. If their weakness was too obvious, they would be at a disadvantage against people who can capitalize on it. Besides body cultivation, cultivators also practice supporting techniques. Because of this, cultivators were concerned about their close combat capability. After all, if they were weak in this aspect, their enemy would think of ways to make use of it to their advantage. Therefore, materials that are beneficial to close combat would naturally attract attention. So when the core disciples heard about a high-grade material for close combat artifacts, they naturally wanted to know more about it. Zhao Hai has too many resources in the space, so he never had any problems when it came to crafting artifacts, and with liquid silver in hand, he doesn't even need to worry about artifacts. So it was impossible for him to understand the thoughts of the other cultivators. The core disciples and the sect leader were shaken when they read the Jade Sword message. They knew clearly how stronger the sect would be if they could produce artifacts made with this material on a large scale. Without Zhao Hai noticing, Wei Tancheng's name was spread among the high echelons of the sect. All of them wanted to take a look at the material that Zhao Hai brought. Zhao Hai was currently using Wei Tancheng's identity. Naturally, there were no problems with his background. He was a member of the Roaring Flame sect ever since he was young. As for his character, the sect didn't care. As long as Wei Tancheng didn't have any relationships with other sects, then that was enough. The next day after Zhao Hai visited the Inferno Valley, Zhao Hai was still looking at the valley map. Suddenly, Kair said, "Young master, someone is outside Wei Tancheng's residence. They said they wanted to see you." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll head out immediately." Kair, continue to map out the Inferno Valley. Focus on finding the fifth entrance. See where it leads to. Kair nodded. After that, Zhao Hai's body left the space and returned to Wei Tancheng's residence. Just as he arrived, he heard someone outside. "Senior brother Wei, are you there?" Zhao Hai hastily walked out. He saw another inner disciple outside. He wore red robes and looked quite young. However, his strength was at the core formation stage. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "I have seen junior brother Lin." Zhao Hai knew this person. To be specific, Wei Tancheng knew this person. This person was one of the sect leader's disciples. He was also the youngest and most valued disciple. How could Wei Tancheng not know of him? Junior brother Lin nodded and said, "Senior brother, come with me. Master has called you over." Hearing this, Zhao Hai stared, then he replied, "So it's the sect leader." "Let's not make the sect leader wait, brother. I'll have to ask you to lead me there." Junior brother Lin nodded. Then he turned around and flew towards the direction of the headquarters. Zhao Hai also followed behind. Chapter 1735, Burning Heaven Palace. This was the first time that Zhao Hai entered the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. The headquarters wasn't small. It was built on a mountain because of the spirit vein under it. Besides the main building, several residences were also built into the mountain, almost hollowing it out. The defensive capability of the mountain was formidable. There was a large mountain guarding formation that covered the entire mountain. Moreover, the energy source of the formation was the mountain's spirit vein. This meant that as long as the spirit vein hadn't dried up, the mountain guarding formation would always be activated, and each spirit vein would take millions of years before it would dry up. If he waits until the spirit vein dries up, then even Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to survive for so long. Zhao Hai inspected the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters with his spiritual force. Zhao Hai knew that Wei Tancheng had been here before, but even inner disciples like Wei Tancheng could only count on one hand how many times they had been to the headquarters. Moreover, each visit would need summons from the sect leader. Inner disciples couldn't just enter the headquarters whenever they wanted. Zhao Hai followed the cultivator surnamed Lin to the main building of the headquarters. Along the way, Zhao Hai released silver needles every few steps or so. These silver needles had been shrunk to their smallest form so that even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be able to detect them. Most importantly, because of the small size of the needles, It didn't need to be actively controlled to go around the headquarters. The mountain wind would lead the needles all around the base. Zhao Hai believed that this method would allow the silver needles to remain undiscovered. If the needles were actively flying, then the energy they emit might cause some expert to detect them. But now that it utilized the wind to travel, it was completely hidden from detection. After all, experts wouldn't scan their surroundings with their spiritual force all the time. Before long, Zhao Hai and disciple Lin arrived at the main building of the headquarters. The building was fiery red. If looked at a distance, the building would look like a huge flame. The building was 9 stories high. A horizontal tablet was hung in front of the entrance with 3 letters engraved on it that said, Burning Heaven Palace. Burning Heaven Palace was the most central building of the Roaring Flame sect. This was also the residence of each sect leader of the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 huge characters, then he sneered inside as he said, "What huge words! I don't know if they can really burn the heavens." While he thought about this, Zhao Hai followed disciple Lin into the building. Upon entering the Burning Heaven Palace, what met Zhao Hai was a large hall. On the far side of the hall was a huge character that read fire. The character was written on a stone tablet. In front of the tablet was a huge cauldron that had 3 incense sticks standing on top of it. The smoke coming out of it causes one's mind to turn calm. This fragrance was very useful regarding a cultivator's cultivation. This fragrance was known as mind-condensing fragrance. Mind-condensing fragrance was made from more than 100 herbs and a very strict manufacturing process. If cultivators acquire this fragrance, they certainly wouldn't use it all the time. However, the Burning Heaven Palace burned 3 of them all the time. This shows that the sect's riches couldn't be compared to a single person's. However, this mind-condensing fragrance didn't attract Zhao Hai's attention. Although the fragrance was precious, it was nothing to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wants, he can take out a large amount of mind-condensing fragrance at any time. The space has enough herbs to create the fragrance. What attracted Zhao Hai was the stone tablet inscribed with the character of fire. The stone tablet was 10 meters high and 8 meters wide. The character that was engraved on the tablet was almost as large as the stone tablet itself. What was even more strange was that the tablet wasn't modified in any way. It was just a rectangular slab of stone. It even has traces of its excavation. It was as if it was a slab that had been carved out of a huge boulder. Moreover, it had been chiseled in a hurry, so it looked very rough. Zhao Hai found out about the stone tablet from Wei Danshan. According to legend, this stone tablet has been accidentally found by the founder of the Roaring Flame sect. It can be said that the tablet was the sect treasure of the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai was especially attracted to the fire character. The character looked ordinary at first glance, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt the profoundness of the character. Looking at the fire character, Zhao Hai felt that he could see all the fire in the world. The character itself seems to be the source of all fire. At this moment, Zhao Hai's mind was completely absorbed by the fire character. Then he felt the character turn into flame and enter his body. Zhao Hai was absent-minded when this happened, but because the fire entered Zhao Hai's body, the space issued a prompt. Host has understood the origin of fire. Host's ability to control fire has improved. It was at this time that Zhao Hai woke up. He immediately cleared his mind and followed behind disciple Lin. Since everything happened in a blink of an eye, disciple Lin didn't see anything from Zhao Hai. He continued walking while Zhao Hai was right behind him. After the two gave 3 blows towards the stone tablet, they went to a door on the side. Behind the hall was a giant room. There was nobody inside the room. Disciple Lin led Zhao Hai to a staircase on the side of the room. Before long, the two arrived at the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor has many rooms. Each had people working inside. Naturally, this was the sect's administration room, and leading the administration was the Roaring Flame sect's sect leader. Disciple Lin didn't stop on the 2nd floor. Instead, he continued on to the 3rd floor. At the entrance of the 3rd floor were 2 beasts. These 2 beasts were tigers that had red bodies. They were known as fire-eating tigers. These beasts eat fire for nutrition. Moreover, their fire attacks were formidable. As soon as the 2 fire-eating tigers saw disciple Lin and Zhao Hai, They immediately crouched and issued a low roar. Disciple Lin didn't care about the two tigers as he said, "Alright, stop growling. This is the person the sect leader wants to meet. Don't scare him." The two fire-eating tigers seemed to have understood Disciple Lin's words. They stopped crouching and then lied down. Disciple Lin smiled faintly as he threw two pills towards the tigers. While the pills were in the air, the tigers leapt up and caught the pills in midair. They swallowed the pills with relish. Disciple Lin smiled as he led Zhao Hai to the third floor. There was a luxurious room on the third floor. Inside were chairs that were made out of redwood. They were carved wonderfully. Standing inside the room were four red-clothed women. These women stood on the four corners of the room. Seeing Disciple Lin, the four women bowed and said, "We have seen Senior Brother Lin." Disciple Lin waved his hand and said, "Master wants to meet Senior Brother Wei. I'll have to ask Senior Sisters to inform Master." Disciple Lin didn't dare be disrespectful to these four women. In addition to being servants, they were also concubines of the sect leader. Disciple Lin didn't dare disrespect his master's women. The four women didn't look arrogant. Upon hearing this, one of them replied, "Alright, we'll immediately notify Master." After she said that, she went back. Zhao Hai discovered a door on the side. The door wasn't big, but it was hidden. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't notice it. Before long, the red-clothed woman returned. She looked at Disciple Lin and Zhao Hai and said, "Senior Brother Lin, the sect leader wants you to head inside." Disciple Lin nodded as he cupped his fist. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, come with me." Zhao Hai nodded and then carefully followed behind Disciple Lin. Upon going through the door, Zhao Hai saw a large study room inside. The room was intricately decorated. Spread on the ground was the skin of a huge beast. On the wall were all kinds of artifacts. In the innermost part of the room was a table, but instead of a chair on the other side, there was a couch. Sitting on the couch was a man playing with two fiery stone balls in his hands. These stone balls were almost transparent. Carved on each ball was the image of a dragon and a tiger. As he turned the balls in his hand, the dragon and tiger seemed to move. The man looked 40 years old. He had neatly combed red hair. His crimson robe was embroidered with gold thread. He appeared magnificent. He also looks a bit fat, but his complexion was rough. He slouched on the couch with his eyes half closed. He looked half asleep and half awake. The conduct of the man was unbecoming of a sect master. Instead, he looked like a powerful official from the world of mortals. While Zhao Hai was looking at the man, Disciple Lin bowed and said, "Disciple Lin has seen Master." Zhao Hai also followed. "Disciple Wei Tanshan has seen the sect leader." The man snorted as he waved his hand and said, "Wei Tanshan, I called you over to ask about something. Did you go to the Inferno Valley to have an artifact refined?" Zhao Hai enthusiastically answered, replying to the sect leader. This disciple did indeed go to the Inferno Valley to have an artifact refined. "I requested for a glove artifact." The sect leader nodded. Then he said, "You gave the elder a certain material. Where did you get it? Do you know its name?" Zhao Hai replied, replying to the sect leader, "This disciple doesn't know what its name is. It's the first time I have seen anything like it." Chapter 1736, Secret Plans. The sect master's eyes completely opened as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You don't know? Where did you get it? Why are you confident that it can be refined into an artifact?" Zhao Hai felt a tremendous pressure coming down on him. Although this pressure didn't do anything to him, he still lowered his head and pretended to be frightened. After all, he was currently using Wei Tanshan's identity. Wei Tanshan was only at the core formation stage, so it was impossible for him to withstand the pressure coming from a transcending tribulation expert. While trembling, Zhao Hai answered, replying to the sect master, "I stole the material from someone while I was looking for trembling ice grass in the Green Plain Mountains. The person should be from the Wandering Soul group. He attacked me first, and I killed him. I found the material in his body. I didn't know how to use the material when I found it. At that time, I thought that the cultivator's artifact is good. It's just a pity that it has a spiritual imprint, so I placed the artifact along with the material. But when I came back, I found out that the spiritual imprint had vanished. I felt that it was strange. Then I noticed that there is less material compared to before, so I guessed that the two are related. After several tests, I became certain that the material can remove spiritual imprints. Upon knowing this, I decided to make it into an artifact. All of this is true. I would never dare lie to the sect leader. The sect leader looked at Zhao Hai and believed his words. Although the relationship between the Roaring Flame sect and the Wandering Soul group has improved because of the Black Tiger gang, both sides knew that their relationship was fragile and could break any time. It was normal for the disciples of two sects to have conflicts, but whether it was Zhao Hai who attacked first or not, the sect leader didn't care. What he cared about was the source of the ancient eternal sand. Zhao Hai's lies were flawless. It wasn't strange to meet the people of the Wandering Soul group in the Green Plain Mountains. It was also common to put looted artifacts and materials together. And since the spiritual imprint has been removed, it was normal for Zhao Hai to notice it. Therefore, the sect leader didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. The sect leader nodded and said, "So that's the case. All right, you can go." Zhao Hai nodded and then bowed before going out of the room. Once he was outside, he let out a long breath before going down and returning to his residence. Once Zhao Hai left, the sect leader turned to disciple Lin and Syed. "Little Wan, do you think Wei Danchan is speaking the truth?" Lin Wan replied, "He should be telling the truth. Although his morals aren't good, he wouldn't dare deceive the sect leader. Even if he borrowed some courage, he still wouldn't lie. And from what I heard about him, he's loyal and devoted to the Roaring Flame sect." The Roaring Flame sect leader nodded and said, "I believe him as well." It's not strange for the Wandering Soul group to have good materials. After all, they were once a powerful sect. They should have some heavenly materials on hand. However, since this is the case, we needed to guard against the Wandering Soul group. Lin Wan nodded and said, "The ambition of the Wandering Soul group is endless. They decided to attack the Black Tiger gang 10 years ago. If the Supreme Elder of the Black Tiger gang didn't take action, they would have already been swallowed. After that, the next target would be us." "Master, I don't understand. Why did you agree to ally with the Wandering Soul group at that time?" With a serious expression, the sect leader replied, "It's because our territory is too small. Because of this, the strength of the Roaring Flame sect has declined. If we could swallow some of the Black Tiger gang's territory, then our future would become brighter. At that time, the Wandering Soul group would be the main force. Those people from the Black Tiger gang are lunatics. They wouldn't just let the Wandering Soul group have their way. If they fought each other to the death, then we can seize the opportunity to profit. As long as we hold some of the Black Tiger gang's territory, we could develop to the point where we couldn't be attacked by the Wandering Soul group. Then we would become one of the most powerful sects of the Northern Divergent Province. Unfortunately, this plan has been spoiled by the Black Tiger gang's Supreme Elder." Only then did Lin Wan understood the sect leader's plan. Lin Wan had unconditional trust in his master. This was because he knew that the reason why the Roaring Flame sect was at its current state was because of the sect leader's painstaking efforts. Naturally, Lin Wan wouldn't object to his master's plans. The sect leader of the Roaring Flame sect sighed and said, "I didn't expect the Supreme Elder of the Black Tiger gang to still be alive. Not only did we fail to gain any benefits, it also caused us to lose some of our strength. However, I reckon the Black Tiger gang wouldn't be able to attack us soon. I already checked. The Black Tiger gang lost a lot of large artifacts defending against the Wandering Soul group. It's impossible for them to have the strength to attack us. Therefore, we need to use this time to increase our strength. Only through this could we be safe. We need to find the source of that material. Even if we can't obtain it, we cannot let the Wandering Soul group get their hands on it. Otherwise, they would become a threat to us as well." Lin Wan nodded. Then he turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai was already inside the space listening in on the conversation between Lin Wan and the sect leader. Now that the silver needles have been scattered around the headquarters, Zhao Hai was able to monitor all that happened inside. It wouldn't take long before Zhao Hai would have the entire Roaring Flame sect under his monitoring. The silver needles had shrunk to the size of a grain of dust. In the past, he couldn't achieve this size. But ever since his strength increased, he could now do things he couldn't do before. Now, he can release silver needles that could evade the detection of transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, it was impossible for transcending tribulation experts to use their spiritual force all the time. No matter how strong they were, they would be exhausted doing that. As long as the silver needles moved carefully, they would not be noticed. After hearing the conversation between the Roaring Flame sect's leader and Lin Huan, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh as he said, "We really can't underestimate sect leaders." Although the Roaring Flame sect's sect leader looks easygoing, his schemes run deep. He's much more cunning compared to Tai Zanshan. Laura smiled and didn't speak. Instead, Megan was the one who answered, "Big brother, from what we heard, it seems like the Roaring Flame sect is stronger than we thought. Are you still confident of our success if we attack them?" Zhao Hai replied, "We can still succeed. However, we first need to deal with the Inferno Valley. Moreover, we need to kill as many refiners as possible. Only by doing so can the Black Tiger Gang deal with the Roaring Flame sect with ease." The females nodded. Then Kair said, "Young master, should we begin exploring the origin of the earth fire?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We should." Kair nodded. "Then I'll prepare. Once the artifact is made, we'll begin. This way, people wouldn't suspect you." Zhao Hai nodded. Kair disappeared to prepare for the operation. Zhao Hai and the others carefully recorded the map of the Roaring Flame sect. These maps would be stored on jade slips to be delivered to the Black Tiger Gang. Although the Spaces map was accurate, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to send a perfect map to the Black Tiger Gang. This was because a perfect map couldn't be made by just infiltrating the enemy base. Moreover, the map of the space was akin to a satellite view. Zhao Hai needed to simplify the map before handing it over. While Zhao Hai was making the map, Kair suddenly appeared. Then she said, "Young master, there's someone outside the residence." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he moved and returned to Wei Tanshan's cave residence. Just as he appeared, a voice was heard, "Brother Wei, are you in?" "It's Zhujian." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause. He also knew who Zhujian was. He was one of the top 10 core disciples of the Roaring Flame sect. His ranking was at the bottom, at 10th place. It could be said that he was the weakest among the top 10. However, although he was the weakest, he was still one of the top 10 core disciples. To personally come over, it seems like he was moved by the ancient eternal sand. Zhao Hai hastily went out to meet him. Outside Wei Tanshan's residence was a cultivator. The cultivator looked to be over 30 years old. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Senior brother, please come in." Zhujian smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Wei, I came over without any notice. I hope you don't get offended." Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Senior brother is too polite." "Senior brother, please come in. It's my honor to have you come over." Zhujian no longer hesitated as he walked inside. Zhao Hai took a look outside and found that Zhujian came alone. He didn't even bring a large artifact with him. It seems like this visit was made in secret. Zhao Hai followed Zhujian inside the residence. After settling Zhujian down, Zhao Hai asked, "Senior brother, for what reason did you come over to visit?" Zhujian looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I used to have contact with junior brother before, but I had been negligent. Please forgive me for this. Actually, I came here for one reason. I want to ask you for some help. I don't know if junior brother would accept." Zhao Hai stared and pretended to be surprised. "Thank you for the recognition, senior brother. Please tell me your request. I'll make sure to help you as much as I can." Zhujian laughed and said, "All right. Now I'm more confident in junior brother. I heard that you recently came upon a good material. Do you still have more in hand? I'm preparing to refine an artifact and plan to use your material. Junior brother can rest assured, I wouldn't treat you unfairly. Here are some things I have prepared. See if junior brother has something you want." Zhao Hai stared when he heard Zhujian's proposal. He didn't expect Zhujian to have such an idea, but it was understandable. Zhujian was at the 10th place among the top 10 core disciples. It would be difficult for him to get the material himself. It was better to go to Zhao Hai directly. If Zhao Hai has it, Then that's good news. If Zhao Hai doesn't, then he wouldn't suffer a loss. He could also pull in an inner disciple into his faction. It was also expanding his power. Zhao Hai's thoughts revolved quickly and wanted to understand Zhu Jin's plans. He immediately replied, "Senior brother is too polite. I still have some material in my hand. Senior brother can use it. There's no need to exchange for anything." Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a spatial bag. Then he handed the bag over to Zhu Jin and said, "Senior brother, take a look. I hope it's enough for you to use." Zhu Jin took Zhao Hai's spatial bag and was stunned when he scanned it with his spiritual force. This was because Zhao Hai gave him too much ancient eternal sand. Such a huge amount was enough to refine hundreds of artifacts. Zhu Jin didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this much ancient eternal sand. He held the spatial bag in his hand as he looked excitedly at Zhao Hai and said, "Enough. This is enough." "Thank you, junior brother." "Junior brother, come with me to my base. I have something to give you." After he said that, he stood up. Zhao Hai didn't decline and followed him out. Actually, Zhao Hai has a goal in giving that many ancient eternal sand to Zhu Jin. The main reason was that hidden on that huge pile of sand were silver needles. Giving the needles to Zhu Jin would allow more silver needles to enter the Inferno Valley. If Zhao Hai wanted to use the earth fire to deal with the Inferno Valley, then he would first need to make sure that nobody could escape from the valley. It wasn't easy to seal the exits of the valley. Zhao Hai only thought about one thing, and that was to use liquid silver. With liquid silver sealing the exits of the valley, the cultivators inside wouldn't be able to run even if they wanted to. After Zhu Jin obtained the ancient eternal sand, he would definitely send the sand to the Inferno Valley. Because he has the weakest strength among the top 10 core disciples, he would need artifacts to arm his subordinates. If the ancient eternal sand was sent to the Inferno Valley, then that would mean that liquid silver would be there as well. When Zhao Hai begins to make a move, he would be able to use liquid silver to seal the exits. Chapter 1737, Leaving. The reason Zhao Hai decided to use this method to send liquid silver to the refining base was because he was deeply wary of the transcending tribulation experts. Zhao Hai saw the battle between transcending tribulation experts. Although he was confident in his strength, he knew clearly that he couldn't fight against them. Without entering the space, it would be impossible for him to save his life if he faced them. Because he dreaded the transcending tribulation experts, Zhao Hai decided that he needed to make advance preparations to deal with the Inferno Valley. He couldn't risk the space being discovered by other people. Using this method, Zhao Hai could send liquid silver into the Inferno Valley. This way, the transcending tribulation experts wouldn't detect it. Zhao Hai followed Zhu Jin to his mountain base. Zhu Jin's mountain base wasn't small, it was as big as Phoenix Sky Peak. However, Zhao Hai could see that Zhu Jin's people were a bit worse. There weren't a lot of people who could be considered as strong. After Zhu Jin led Zhao Hai into the mountain base, they immediately went inside a residence. Then Zhu Jin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Wei, this will be your residence from now on. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me." Zhao Hai looked at the cave residence and could honestly say that it was bigger than Wei Tanshan's original cave. This was good. It could be said that Zhu Jin was truly grateful towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, senior brother. This is a good place." "Right, senior brother. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so after going to the Inferno Valley to get my artifact, I will be heading out to gain experience. I hope that's alright with you?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhu Jin couldn't help but ask, "You're leaving so quickly?" "Alright, wait here for a bit, I'll go get something." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhu Jin turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Jin's back and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Zhu Jin wasn't a hateful person. In order to get his hands on the ancient eternal sand, he went to Zhao Hai personally and even brought Zhao Hai to his mountain base. If it was the real Wei Tanshan, he would definitely agree to Zhu Jin's request. After all, entering a mountain base means that he has a backer. This would be beneficial for his future cultivation. Unfortunately, Zhu Jin was an enemy and he should be treated as an enemy. Even if Zhao Hai appreciated his conduct, he still wouldn't hesitate to deal with him when the time comes. As Zhao Hai thought of this, Zujin returned. He was holding a spatial ring in his hand. Then he gave the ring to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Wei, take this. See if it's enough. If it's not, just tell me. By the way, there's also a set of armor inside. It had been refined a few years ago and has been unused. If you don't dislike it, then you can use it." Zhao Hai received the spatial ring and then scanned it with his spiritual force. Inside were 30 portions of faith power. There were also plenty of pills inside. Most importantly, there was a set of protective armor. For inner disciples, 30 portions of faith power was a lot. Even core disciples would see it as generous. In the past, Zhang Feng gave Zhao Hai 100 portions of faith power. However, that was because Zhang Feng knew how important Zhao Hai was. This shows how generous Zujin was towards Sui Tanjin. Moreover, the pills that Zujin gave were all high quality. These pills would be useful for core formation experts. What's even more outstanding was the set of armor. It had a simple appearance. There was no headpiece, only the chest piece, wrist guards, elbow guards, knee guards, and boots. The armor was made of scales. It looks like it wasn't defensive, but Zhao Hai could see that these scales were from a defensively powerful beast. Naturally, he doesn't need to wear it all the time. When he was in danger or was going to a battle, he could take it out and use it. Zujin's gift was very precious, especially towards a core formation expert. When Zhao Hai received the gift, he made a grateful appearance as he looked at Zujin and said, "Thank you so much, senior brother. But this gift is too precious. I wouldn't dare accept it." Zujin waved his hand and said, "Take it. This is payment for your material." "Alright, take a good rest. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me." Zhao Hai hastily delivered Zujin to the exit. Then he went back inside. To be honest, Zhao Hai's perception of Zujin has improved a lot. Zujin was polite and he was even generous. If Zhao Hai was Wei Tanjin, he would definitely be loyal to such a person. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai wasn't Wei Tanjin. As he sat inside the residence, Zhao Hai threw the spatial ring to the space for Laura and the others to take care of. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai didn't return and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Zhao Hai didn't return to the space because he was afraid that he would be discovered by Zujin. Although Zujin seemed like an honest person, he was still a cultivator who had ambitions. If he was completely honest, then he wouldn't have become one of the top 10 core disciples of the Roaring Flame sect. Zujin should have his own methods. If Zujin discovers that Zhao Hai has disappeared from his residence, then it would be troublesome. While Zhao Hai behaved in his residence and cultivated, the Roaring Flame sect was shaken. The reason for this was Zujin. Just like what Zhao Hai thought, after obtaining the ancient eternal sand, Zujin immediately went to the Inferno Valley. He used the large amount of ancient eternal sand he obtained to have artifacts crafted. Zujin's actions naturally attracted the attention of the other core disciples. In any sect, there was bound to be competition between fellow disciples, and this time, it seems like Zujin has grasped the upper hand. Later, when they discovered that Zujin approached Zhao Hai personally and even brought him to his own mountain base, the core disciples couldn't help but call Zujin a sly fox. They also sighed at Zujin's vision. Zhao Hai's entry into Zujin's mountain base immediately spread throughout the entire Roaring Flame sect. As for the sect leader, he didn't have any reactions. To be honest, even though Zhao Hai took out a lot of ancient eternal sand, the sect leader was unfazed by it. The Roaring Flame sect has accumulated riches for many years. Although the ancient eternal sand was a rare refining material, the sect can still find other materials that could match it. As for Zhao Hai entering Zujin's faction, the sect leader similarly didn't care. It was normal for a core disciple who had a mountain base to recruit people. It was not a big deal. Although Zhao Hai was inside his cave residence all this time, he knew all about what happened in the Roaring Flame sect. He also didn't care about what happened. In fact, his current identity was still a nobody. If it weren't for the ancient eternal sand, Zujin and the others wouldn't have given him a glance. Now what's left for Zhao Hai was to wait for his artifact to be finished. Then he could leave the Roaring Flame sect. There's nothing left in the sect that could attract him. It must be mentioned that the Roaring Flame sect's refining techniques were indeed formidable. Not too long after Zhao Hai entered Zujin's faction, he received notification from the Inferno Valley to go over and claim his artifact. Zhao Hai immediately went. Although he was now Zhu Jin's subordinate, he was still relatively free. He didn't need to ask Zhu Jin for permission whenever he leaves. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the Inferno Valley. Entering the stone building, Zhao Hai was once more inside the large hall. The female cultivator behind the counter remained the same. Seeing Zhao Hai, the female cultivator immediately stood up and gave a greeting. "I have seen senior brother." Zhao Hai returned the greeting and said, "Junior sister is too polite. I am here to claim my artifact." The female cultivator smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I have it here." Then she took out a wooden box with a pair of gloves inside. Zhao Hai inspected the glove. The gloves were made pretty well. It had a shade of yellow on the surface and looked metallic. It wasn't eye-catching and appeared quite low-key. Zhao Hai took the gloves and felt its texture. The glove was very light. Moreover, although it was made of metal, it didn't have a rigid feeling. Instead, it was unexpectedly soft. Seeing Zhao Hai inspecting the glove, the female cultivator couldn't help but interject, "Senior brother, you should go outside and test it out. See if you like how it feels." Zhao Hai nodded and expressed his thanks to the female cultivator. Then he went out of the stone building and found a space where he could test the gloves out. Zhao Hai didn't test the gloves too close to the stone building. He went a distance away before putting his spiritual energy into the glove. When his spiritual chi entered the glove, it emitted a faint layer of light. Because it was a close combat weapon, Zhao Hai patted a boulder next to him. The boulder was more than 5 meters high. When Zhao Hai's hand touched the boulder, it shattered immediately. This caused Zhao Hai to stare. He didn't expect the gloves to be this powerful. He couldn't help but be more curious about the roaring flame sex refining technique. Zhao Hai took off the gloves and sent it to the space for Kair to analyze. Then he returned to Zhu Jin's mountain base. It was time for him to leave. Chapter 1738. Entering Inferno Valley. Zhao Hai stood beside the Inferno Valley with a calm expression on his face. He was currently located on the Black Tiger Gang side of the valley. Although the Black Tiger Gang built several bases near the valley for defensive purposes, it was generally for holding the area. The Black Tiger Gang doesn't utilize the Inferno Valley as much as the Roaring Flame sect. The Black Tiger Gang's refining techniques weren't up to par. Moreover, they had inferior fire control compared to the Roaring Flame sect. Because of this, they don't have the means to control the earth fire. It must be known that not everyone can use earth fire. Even the Roaring Flame sect's refiners would be afflicted by fire poison, not to mention other people. Looking at the Inferno Valley, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. This was indeed the Inferno Valley. It was a huge hole in the ground that was like a cauldron. A burning hot cauldron. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then Laura and the others appeared beside him. Although the Inferno Valley looks like a huge cauldron, the sight was magnificent. Naturally, Laura and the others wanted to look at it with their own eyes. It was indeed much better compared to what they see on Space's screen. After Laura and the others appeared, they looked at the Inferno Valley with glittering eyes. The scenery of the valley was indeed very good. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as well. He liked them being like this. He was now looking for an opportunity for them to appear in front of everyone so that they wouldn't be stuck inside the space. After some time, Laura and the others calmed down. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, let's go explore what's inside." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then let's go." He waved his hand as the Hell King's ship appeared beside him. The ship was only a meter long at this moment. Zhao Hai and the others disappeared into the ship. Naturally, the ship stayed in its current size, but one could see little versions of Zhao Hai and the others standing on the top deck of the ship. Once they got on the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The ship quickly flew towards the Inferno Valley. From afar, it looks like a toy boat has been thrown into the fiery valley. The ship was able to swiftly enter the Inferno Valley. There was a layer of shield outside the Hell King's ship. This shield blocked the ship from the surrounding earth fire. In fact, the ship didn't just block the earth fire. If someone looks closely, they would find that the Hell King's ship was also absorbing the earth fire. Then it converted the earth fire into its own power. Before long, the Hell King's ship arrived beside a large magma river. Without hesitation, Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to fly into the magma river. Upon plunging into the magma river, Zhao Hai and the others immediately felt that their surroundings had been covered by a thick fiery liquid. It was in a shade that they had never seen before. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. In front of him was a projection of the situation around the ship. Naturally, there was nothing else shown except for more magma. Looking at the situation around them, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you think there's any spirit stones in this place?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know. However, we didn't come here for spirit stones. We have a lot of those inside the space. If there are some here, I'm not too interested in picking them." This wasn't Zhao Hai being arrogant. He was telling the truth. The space has all kinds of mineral lodes that produce materials on a constant basis. Among these resources, the space has spirit stones the most. The spirit stones of the space have reached an astonishing amount. If Zhao Hai took them all out, then he would immediately become the richest person in the great world of cultivation. Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but smile faintly as she said, "Who said we should mine those spirit stones? I'm only asking if there are any in this place." Zhao Hai nodded. "There might be." But as he said this, his expression suddenly changed. Then the Hell King's ship suddenly went downwards. As soon as the Hell King's ship dived downwards, a very fast stream of magma flew over it. Laura couldn't help but be stunned. "I didn't expect undercurrents to be in the magma." Kair shook her head and said, "This isn't undercurrent. It's an attack. Something controls the magma, and is hidden inside it. I haven't found it yet." Hearing Kair, Laura and the others stared. Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "We'll be careful. If that thing attacks us once more, it would leave traces. I'll go take a look at what that thing is." To actually survive inside this magma, it should be quite powerful. Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared, then their eyes shone. Since Zhao Hai said so, they also wanted to take a look. If it's a life form, then they would definitely want to send it to the space. Zhao Hai and the others didn't have to wait for too long. After a while, another stream of magma hit the Hell King's ship. But this time, Zhao Hai was more vigilant, so it was impossible for the enemy to catch him off guard. However, Zhao Hai was still disappointed because he couldn't pinpoint where the enemy was. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that once the enemy attacked, he would immediately detect it. However, he soon found that he was wrong. The magma stream disappeared as quickly as it appeared. There were no traces left behind. Zhao Hai's expression was somewhat ugly. He was confident in his own spiritual force, and he was more confident in the space. It was impossible for the space to not detect anything. But now, he discovered that the space wasn't able to detect the enemy. Kair's expression was also not attractive. She was directly connected to the space, yet she was unable to find the enemy. This caused her to feel disappointed. Zhao Hai looked around one more time before he turned to Kair and said, "Kair, you control the Hell King's ship while I go and take a look." Kair nodded. She didn't say anything. She was confident in Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's ability to control fire has improved by a lot, mainly because of the Roaring Flame Sex Stone tablet. Zhao Hai moved and disappeared from the Hell King's ship. Meanwhile, Kair paid attention to the surroundings while Zhao Hai appeared among the magma. Zhao Hai's body was special, plus he had excellent control over fire. So upon appearing, he immediately disappeared into the magma. After Zhao Hai disappeared, he immediately paid attention to the surroundings. The Hell King's ship encountered several attacks after that, but the enemy has yet to be found. Zhao Hai frowned. This was the first time he encountered something like this, and to be honest, he didn't feel so good. Being attacked without the ability to retaliate was something that Zhao Hai hasn't experienced ever since he transmigrated. Zhao Hai scanned through the techniques that he had learned to see which can be used at this time. Then his eyes lit up. The Infinity technique was a supporting technique that allows Zhao Hai to communicate with inanimate objects. The air, the rocks, the water, he can communicate with them all. The infinity technique was made by Buddhists who believe that there are mysteries all around them. Not only can the infinity technique communicate with inanimate objects, it also made the user favorable in the sense of the targets. Zhao Hai used the infinity technique in the past, but at that time, he used it to hide his traces. Because of this, he didn't think of it immediately. Now, Zhao Hai felt that the infinity technique would be useful for him. He can communicate with the magma to find out about the attacker. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately made hand seals to use the infinity technique. Then his spiritual force spread around him. Zhao Hai slowly felt a sense of intimacy from all around him and knew that he had succeeded. In fact, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he can use the infinity technique without the hand seals. However, it became a habit that he has yet to get rid of. Moreover, he found that the technique would be stronger if he used hand seals. The sense of intimacy around him became stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai knew that this was the feeling that the magma sent towards him. He then sent out messages to ask the magma and see if there's any information he can get. Zhao Hai felt that he was standing amidst a sea of spirits. The spirits ignored him at first before they got closer to him. Although they can't speak, they were able to express their feelings. It was their own method of communication. But disappointingly, the magma didn't offer any good information. Zhao Hai also knew how limited this type of communication was. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai moved and released a Dao avatar. This was the Dao avatar that was associated with the infinity technique. When the Dao avatar appeared, Zhao Hai felt his infinity technique becoming more powerful. His communication with the magma also improved. Zhao Hai asked the magma once more. Chapter 1739, Fire God City. Before long, Zhao Hai received his answer. However, the answer he obtained caused him to stare. It wasn't a life form that was using the magma to attack him. These magma attacks were instinctual. It was as though it was preventing Zhao Hai from proceeding. When he received this information, Zhao Hai was confused. But now that the magma around him was on his side, it would no longer attack him. Zhao Hai quickly received the Hell King's ship. After receiving the Hell King's ship, there were no longer any attacks. Then Zhao Hai slowly proceeded to venture into the magma river. As he dived down, he continued to communicate with the surrounding magma using his infinity technique. He wanted to know what was at the bottom of the magma. As he was heading down, Zhao Hai performed an experiment. He had an undead in the space place a spiritual imprint on a random piece of metal. Then Zhao Hai threw the metal with the spiritual imprint into the magma. Before long, the metal was attacked by the magma. As he went further down, the magma attacks became stronger. The metal was also becoming easier and easier to shred. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. At his current depth, the magma attacks had reached the level of nascent soul experts. Most importantly, the magma attacks didn't show any signs of weakening. The magma attacked relentlessly. This made it terrifying. As Zhao Hai got deeper and deeper into the magma, his Dao avatar continued to communicate with the surrounding magma. Zhao Hai found that as he got deeper, it became easier to communicate with the magma. This wasn't because his mastery of the infinity technique has improved, but because the magma has become more intelligent. Since Buddhism believed that all things have spirits, this allowed Zhao Hai to communicate with all things. However, spirits were divided into low and high spirits. Humans were high-level spirits, so they were able to communicate with each other. Animals were low-level spirits, which made it more difficult to communicate with them. Plants were even lower level, which was even more difficult to talk to. Stones and other inanimate objects were at the lowest level of spirits. They were the most difficult to communicate with. Magma was on the same level as stones. They almost had no spirit. If it weren't for the infinity technique, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to communicate with them. Zhao Hai had already gotten used to communicating with the magma. Zhao Hai was aware of how hard it was to establish a connection to the magma, but as he went further down, communication became easier. It was as if the magma's spirit has become more high level. Did the magma become intelligent? It might only be Zhao Hai who could think of that, but this was what Zhao Hai truly felt. Although the magma no longer attacked Zhao Hai and treated him as one of their own, it still didn't tell Zhao Hai why it attacked. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't know any better since he dived down. Zhao Hai didn't know how far he had gone down the magma. From his estimation, he should have already gone down more than 100,000 meters. The depth surprised Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai felt an incomparably huge pressure coming from below him. Zhao Hai stared and immediately stopped. This pressure wasn't sent by a living being. It was a natural pressure. The pressure was very powerful, even more powerful than what Hushan used. But at the same time, the pressure was very rigid. Unlike what living beings let out, the nature of the pressure was completely static. It was a pressure that seemed to belong to a perished strong expert from a long time ago. It was a type of pressure that was similar to a pressure that a painting or a sculpture would give. A pressure that was left behind. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He didn't have a way to communicate with this pressure. Therefore, he wanted to try to see how strong the pressure was. Before long, the pressure hit Zhao Hai's body. Then Zhao Hai was stunned. Apart from feeling the pressure, there was nothing else. After a while, the pressure slowly faded away. Zhao Hai stood there without doing anything as he stared blankly in front of him. Although the pressure was useless to him, it was to the surrounding magma. Zhao Hai could feel that the magma was afraid of the pressure. They exuded the feeling of surrender. Zhao Hai now began to understand the reason why the magma attacked him earlier. It must be due to this pressure. However, what was it? Where did it come from? Why did it subdue the magma? Zhao Hai became more curious. After the pressure vanished, Zhao Hai proceeded to dive downwards. He also discovered that the magma has returned to normal. When the pressure appeared, all the magma around him stiffened. Then when the pressure disappeared, the magma recovered to normal. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. It must be known that although pressure sounds scary, it was another type of aura. A person in a high position for a long time would evolve a natural imposing aura. He wouldn't need to say who he was, but his words and actions would reveal his status. This was pressure. This pressure can be said to be an upgrade of aura. Sometimes, aura would come out of instinct, but pressure was an active offensive action. In other words, pressure is an aura that oppresses others. For normal people, pressure would just scare them and wouldn't cause harm. But cultivators were different. Zhao Hai can use his pressure to injure people. If a spirit-forming stage expert met Zhao Hai, he can use his pressure to hurt them. Naturally, the injury would be very light. And Zhao Hai also saw the best use of pressure by a cultivator, and that was Hushan. Hushan coldly snorted and made the wandering soul group lose a lot of people. This was pressure caused by sound waves. Normal sound attacks wouldn't be able to kill multiple people at once, but if it was used in conjunction with pressure, its effects would be more drastic. Hushan combined pressure and sound attacks to kill those people at once. Zhao Hai felt that the pressure in the magma river was much stronger compared to Hushan. As for why this pressure didn't work on Zhao Hai, it was simple. Pressure also depended on the target. This pressure only worked on magma and not on other things. With this discovery, Zhao Hai became even more curious. Now he wanted to know where this pressure came from. After diving down another kilometer, Zhao Hai felt the magma becoming even more intelligent. At the same time, the magma's viscosity had decreased. It was now flowing as easily as water. Zhao Hai also felt the temperature increase. Zhao Hai felt that he was about to arrive at his destination. As Zhao Hai was diving down, he suddenly felt that the area in front of him had gone empty. All the magma disappeared and it was replaced by a world of fire. That's correct. It was a world of fire. Everything was burning, and the burning flames seemed to have become a huge dome that separated the magma outside. Zhao Hai was now breaking through to this place. In this world, Zhao Hai felt that the surrounding was filled with a dense amount of fire energy. There were no other elements in this place, only fire. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a huge architectural complex. From what he can see, it was a huge city. It was a city that had both residential and larger buildings for those who were upper class. On the periphery were tall city walls. The entire city was very huge. The city was built higher than it was wide. It was a square city that looked like a chessboard. Zhao Hai's position was right outside one of the gates of the city. The entire city had 4 city gates. Each city gate had 3 main gates and 6 auxiliary gates. The main gates were larger than auxiliary gates. The city walls were very tall. From what Zhao Hai could see, the city wall was a kilometer high. As for the city proper, it was 900 meters at its lowest peak. Moreover, each building inside the city was in proportion to the walls. The city seems to be the residence of giants. The entire city was made with red-colored stones. These stones were sending out intense amounts of heat. Zhao Hai could see that each slab of stone was emitting fire. Zhao Hai stared at this huge burning city. He didn't think that he would meet a city like this underneath the Inferno Valley. What kind of people could survive in this city? Before long, Zhao Hai's attention was attracted to something. In front of him was a huge tablet. This tablet was only a bit shorter than the city wall. There were 3 characters written on the tablet that read Fire God City. Each character was 200 meters high and they emitted extraordinary pressure. Seeing these 3 characters, Zhao Hai could see an ancient god in front of him. It stood among the heavens and the earth. With a wave of its hand, the sky was covered in flames. All those who stood in front of it were reduced to ashes. Only such a person could be called a fire god. Only such a person could lord over such a city. The 3 boundlessly aggressive characters represented the city lord's status. The status of Fire God City. The residence of a fire god. Zhao Hai's mind was shaken by these 3 characters. This caused him to unconsciously fly lower before his feet touched the ground. He looked up at the huge tablet as though he was a follower visiting for a pilgrimage. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he recovered. At the same time, he was certain that this city housed an almighty existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have emitted such a formidable pressure. Zhao Hai gave 3 bows towards the stone tablet to express his respect to the almighty being. Then he slowly walked past the tablet. When he looked behind the tablet, Zhao Hai was stunned once more. The first thing that caught Zhao Hai's attention was the wall of words in front of him. Each word was about 10 meters high. Naturally, this was nothing. The tablet was huge after all. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the words on the tablet were lacking, but the way it was lacking was strange. The first character of the wall of words has been dug out. It left behind a rectangular hole. The first line of the article should have been 3 characters, but now there are only 2 characters left. The 2 characters spelled apostrophe. God's gift. There was no need for Zhao Hai to guess that the complete line was Fire God's gift. This was because the opening line wrote, "The Fire God stood between heaven and the earth. He's the ancestor of our civilization. He provided food and helped us defend the city. His blessings cover heaven and the earth, letting us enjoy a millennium of blessings." Zhao Hai didn't know that this was an article about the Fire God. Then Zhao Hai would be an idiot. This article praised the fire god, and if Zhao Hai wasn't mistaken, the first character of the article that had been dug out should be the tablet that was at the Roaring Flame Sect's headquarters. The tablet with the character of fire. A simple character caused Zhao Hai's control over fire to increase. Naturally, its source wouldn't be that simple, and this city underneath the Inferno Valley was far from simple. It was no surprise that the tablet came from here. In order to prove his idea, Zhao Hai flew up and arrived on top of the stone tablet and inspected the dugout portion. Only then was he absolutely sure that the Roaring Flame Sect's tablet came from this city. Zhao Hai knitted his brows. Then he waved his hand and took out a sword. Then he swung the sword at the tablet with all of his power. Clang! Zhao Hai's sword bounced back without leaving a mark on the tablet. As he looked at the tablet, Zhao Hai's confusion increased once more. Chapter 1740, Vermillion Bird Stamp. Zhao Hai was stunned because of the hardness of the tablet. Besides the feeling of hardness, Zhao Hai also felt that the tablet had an innate protection. It was as if it was protected by the laws, the Tao of fire to be exact. The power of the Tao was very mysterious. To be honest, what Zhao Hai and the other cultivators practiced was separated from the laws. It was an imitation of it. This caused their cultivation methods to be worse compared to the laws. However, when Zhao Hai studied the Tao, he became exposed to its strength. This was especially true when he acquired Hushan's inheritance. Zhao Hai was able to get a certain understanding regarding the laws. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to detect the Tao of Fire when he attacked the stone tablet. Zhao Hai was certain that the Almighty Fire God had the support of the Tao of Fire when he established the Fire God City, and the Tao of Fire also blessed the stone tablet. This protection was the reason why the stone tablet remained unblemished after Zhao Hai's attack. This also confused Zhao Hai. This meant that the tablet was strong enough to resist the attacks of a transcending tribulation expert or even someone beyond. In this case, it would be very difficult to dig out the fire character from the tablet. Nevertheless, the founder of the Roaring Flame sect was able to obtain the fire character tablet. According to the sect's records, the founder of the Roaring Flame sect had yet to reach the transcending tribulation stage when he acquired the stone tablet. This was because it was only after acquiring the tablet that the founder comprehended the Tao of Fire. In this case, he wouldn't have the ability to dig out the character from the huge tablet in Fire God City. In other words, it wasn't the founder of the Roaring Flame sect who dug out the fire character tablet. It's possible that he acquired it right after. However, who would discard such a tablet? The fire character tablet has traces of the Tao of Fire. Also, its origin tablet was a huge monument outside Fire God City. Whether it be the giant tablet or the Fire God City, both were good sources of inheritance. The Tao of Fire inside and around the city was very rich. Even with Zhao Hai's present strength, he was still unable to comprehend the entire message stored on the giant tablet. He felt like an illiterate peasant who was given a heavenly book. Since he couldn't understand the Tao of Fire on the tablet, Zhao Hai didn't benefit as much compared to his meeting with the fire character tablet. Zhao Hai couldn't fathom what kind of person was able to dig out the fire character tablet. Such an action was a slap to the face of the fire god who built the city. Zhao Hai stored liquid silver away before giving the tablet one last glance. Then he flew towards the city. He wanted to see if there's anything inside Fire God City. If he can obtain some clues, then he might have some idea about the person who dug out the fire character tablet. Right now, Zhao Hai formed an idea. After the Roaring Flame sect was destroyed, he would bring the fire character tablet back to Fire God City and then place it back on the giant tablet. This way, the tablet would be complete once more. Before long, Zhao Hai entered Fire God City. The city was huge. It was a city built upon generations of descendants, causing its scale to explode to its current state. Zhao Hai couldn't help but exclaim at such a huge city. But after walking for a while, Zhao Hai didn't find anything. The city was empty. The buildings had tables, chairs, and all kinds of furniture. However, these things were made out of stone. All of these were blazingly hot. If Zhao Hai didn't have a special body and couldn't control fire, then his body would have vaporized upon entering the city. The fire element inside the city was just too strong, to the point of being unbearable. Zhao Hai entered the low-class residences first. As he discovered nothing, he moved on to the larger buildings. When Zhao Hai reached the center of the city, what was in front of him was a huge palace. From what he could see, the palace should be at least 10,000 meters tall. The entire palace was fiery red. Moreover, the fire element surrounding it was denser compared to the other parts of the city. It can be said that it was the core of Fire God City. Zhao Hai slowly flew towards the palace. His instinct technique didn't warn him of any danger. This was the reason why Zhao Hai dared to go forward. The huge palace was in line with the architecture of ancient China. Inside the palace, Zhao Hai saw a rock garden composed of fire element stones. There was even a red-hot river. The river wasn't a lava river. Instead, it was a condensed form of fire element qi. Zhao Hai continued to explore the palace. There was no shortage of decorations inside. The only lacking aspect of it were the inhabitants. Before long, Zhao Hai reached the largest part of the palace. From the inscription, it was named the Fire Temple. It was the biggest hall inside the palace. Since his spiritual force was completely useless in this palace, Zhao Hai experienced the palace with his eyes. Because of this, Zhao Hai was extra vigilant although he hadn't felt any danger. When Zhao Hai entered the Fire Temple, he couldn't help but be mesmerized. Everything inside was a treasure. much like a king's hall. In the center was an elevated platform with a huge throne. Carved on the throne were 9 five-clawed dragons. Then above the throne was a plaque with 4 huge characters that read "Fire burning heaven and earth," which was extremely domineering. In front of the throne was another platform with a box on top of it. When Zhao Hai looked at the box, he stared. The box was huge, but from its appearance, it looked like a seal box. A seal box was the container of an imperial stamp. In ancient times, those who held the imperial stamp would wield great power. Seeing the seal box, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but be moved. If the seal box indeed contained a stamp, then the owner of the stamp must be an extraordinary being. This was because the center of the city's pressure came from the seal box itself. Zhao Hai moved and landed on the platform. The seal box was taller than him. Looking at the seal box, it looked like it was made out of stone. However, Zhao Hai doesn't know what kind of stone it was. But Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to study the box. He walked to the seal box and saw a small gap on the top. This caused Zhao Hai's heart to jump. He was afraid that the box was empty. But now it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai extended his arms and held the gap before pushing it open. With a loud bang, the seal box opened upward. Zhao Hai also moved up along with the force. Before long, the seal box was opened by him. Zhao Hai looked inside the seal box and saw a stone stamp inside. The stone stamp looked special. However, instead of a dragon, inscribed on the stamp was a vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was the sacred beast of fire, so it was right that it was carved on the stamp. Zhao Hai grabbed the stone stamp and lifted it up. However, it wouldn't budge. Zhao Hai stared. He was confident in his strength, so he didn't expect the stone stamp to remain unmoved. He tried it once more with all of his strength, but it was useless. Zhao Hai no longer moved the stone stamp. Instead he stood there and inspected it. Below the stamp was the ink basin. On the 4 sides of the ink basin were images of 5-clawed dragons. Meanwhile, the stamp had the image of a lifelike vermilion bird that was about to fly. It looked very beautiful. Besides these details, there was nothing else. Zhao Hai knitted his brows, then he used the infinity technique to see if he could communicate with the stamp. He wanted to find out why the stamp wouldn't move. Upon using the infinity technique, Zhao Hai was stunned. After sending his signal to the stamp, nothing returned. It was as though the stamp didn't want to talk to him. However, this caused Zhao Hai to be excited. Ever since he learned the infinity technique, this was the first time he experienced something like this. Therefore, Zhao Hai immediately released his Dao avatar and reached out to the stamp once more. A minute passed, there was nothing. 10 minutes, still nothing. An hour, no effect. A day, still silent. Zhao Hai had no intention of giving up. The more he interacted with the stamp, the more excited he became. He wanted to find out what's special about the stamp. Zhao Hai sat on the platform and kept sending messages to the stamp. A day passed, 2 days, 3 days. Zhao Hai became so focused on this task that he forgot about anything else. He wholeheartedly tried to communicate with the stamp. The reason Zhao Hai kept going on was because he was beginning to get a small response from the stamp. Although the response wasn't substantial, Zhao Hai was still happy. This meant that his efforts weren't in vain. This meant that as long as he went on, the stamp would reply to his messages. Chapter 1741, False Intelligence. 7 full days passed before Zhao Hai finally established contact with the vermilion bird stamp. However, Zhao Hai was left disappointed. The stamp didn't seem to be any smarter than the magma, but at the same time, he also discovered another function of the stamp, and that was controlling the magma. Zhao Hai also knew that the stone stamp can be refined. However, refining wasn't possible at this time. This was because Fire God City wasn't complete. The reason for this was the dugout fire character from the tablet. Although a full refining wasn't possible, Zhao Hai can still take initial ownership of the stamp. This allows him to control the magma. However, Zhao Hai couldn't take the stamp out of Fire God City. He can only leave the stamp inside the seal box. All of this information was useful for Zhao Hai. At the very least, he gained something in going to the Inferno Valley. He could now control the magma to attack the refining base of the Roaring Flame sect. Once the city was complete, Zhao Hai would be able to fully refine the stamp. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about the stamp. He could control fire on his own, so he didn't believe that the stamp would be a great help to him. Zhao Hai didn't immediately leave upon connecting with the stamp. He performed an initial refining on the stamp and placed his spiritual imprint on it. Only after that did Zhao Hai return to the Ignored Valley. It has been a long time since Zhao Hai returned to the Ignored Valley, but nothing changed in the valley. His cave residence was being taken care of by the undead. Additionally, nothing wrong happened while he left the valley. Most of the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators didn't even know that Zhao Hai had left. After Zhao Hai returned to the Ignored Valley, he immediately sent word to Zhang Feng and Tai Zanshan. He told them that he had come back and that the task had been completed. When Tai Zanshan and Zhang Feng received information, they immediately sent a reply. After that, Tai Zanshan called Zhao Hai over to the headquarters to give a report. As Zhao Hai appeared on the transmission formation, he found that He Liangchen and the others were already there. Zhang Feng was also present. It can be said that all of the powerful figures of the Black Tiger Gang were present. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Tai Zanshan quickly said, "Little Hai, you're here. Come and take a seat." Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute before taking a seat. After Zhao Hai sat down, Tai Zanshan immediately asked, "Little Hai, how was it? Tell us everything." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader, the matter has been taken care of. I have drawn maps that showed the Roaring Flame Sect's transmission formations. I can seal or destroy them on short notice. As for the Inferno Valley's refining base, I have thought of a way to deal with it." Tai Zanshan hurriedly asked, "What is it? Tell me." The Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame Sect were old enemies. As an old enemy of the Roaring Flame Sect, how could Tai Zanshan not know about the refining base in the Inferno Valley? In fact, in order to get rid of the internal contradictions in the sect, Tai Zanshan planned to shift the conflict to an external war. However, the Inferno Valley caused Tai Zanshan to hesitate. The Inferno Valley was a sword pointed towards the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, it was a location that the Roaring Flame Sect could easily reinforce. Attacking it would cause a huge loss to the sect. If they won an external war, then the sect would have become more united. But if it failed, then the destruction of the sect would speed up. Because of this, Tai Zanshan didn't dare make a move on the Roaring Flame Sect. This time, the reason why he wanted to attack the Roaring Flame Sect was because the Black Tiger Gang was now ready after 10 years of holding back. The cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang always wanted revenge for the attack 10 years ago. However, attacking the Roaring Flame Sect wasn't an easy matter. The refining base was still a huge issue. If they couldn't destroy the refining base, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to completely eradicate the Roaring Flame Sect. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zanshan and said, "To deal with the refining base, we can only fight poison with poison, fire with fire." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan stared. Then his eyes shone as he asked, "Your meaning?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In order to utilize the earth fire in the Inferno Valley, the refining base is built right next to it. But it's precisely because it was so close to the Inferno Valley that we need to deal with them. As long as we can agitate the fire in the Inferno Valley, it would be easier for us to destroy the base." Tai Zanshan nodded, then he frowned and said, "The Inferno Valley is quite special. In the past, also tried to direct the earth fire to destroy the refining base. However, we didn't succeed." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader doesn't need to worry about this. You can leave this to me. I'm confident I will succeed." Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai's eyes before he laughed and said, "All right. Then I'll leave it to you. You're the kind of person who wouldn't tell me things unless you're confident. If you need anything, make sure that you tell us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, gang leader." "Right, this is the map of the Roaring Flame Sect that I managed to draw. Please take a look." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Tai Zanshan. Tai Zanshan received the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Before long, his expression changed as he turned towards Zhao Hai. After some time, he let out a long breath before tossing the jade slip to He Liangchen and said, "Old Hu, take a look at this." Seeing Tai Zanshan's expression, Hu Liangchen was somewhat confused. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhao Hai's map. But when he received the jade slip, Hu Liangchen's complexion changed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai before focusing back on the jade slip. Zhao Hai was perplexed at the expressions of the two. He believed that his map was good. Although it wasn't as detailed as the map of the space, it was still quite good. So why would Tai Zanshan and Hu Liangchen have such expressions? After Hu Liangchen looked through the map, he gave it back to Tai Zanshan and said, "Will this affect anything?" Tai Zanshan shook his head and said, "Fortunately, because I'm waiting for Little Hai's news, I haven't told him yet. Otherwise, we would be in danger." Zhao Hai and the others looked at Tai Zanshan in confusion. They don't understand why the two were like this. Tai Zanshan didn't wait for them to ask as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is your map completely accurate?" Zhao Hai stared. Then with a confident expression, he said, "Gang leader can rest assured. It's accurate. I killed several people from the Roaring Flame sect and infiltrated the sect using their identity. I also personally drew the map. There shouldn't be any mistake." Tai Zanshan let out a long breath. Then he looked at everyone present and said, 100 years ago, I sent a spy to the Roaring Flame sect. He was my most treasured disciple. He sent me information regarding the Roaring Flame sect all these years. He was the person I trusted the most. But now, I can be sure that he has either been captured or killed. Then someone from the Roaring Flame sect replaced him to send me false information. It's also possible that he betrayed me and the Black Tiger gang. After he said that, Tai Zanshan gave Zhang Feng a jade slip. Zhang Feng received the jade slip and scanned it using his spiritual force. Although he had read Zhao Hai's map, he still received Tai Zanshan's jade slip and read it through. Before long, his expression changed as his face turned gloomy. After reading through Tai Zanshan's jade slip, Zhang Feng handed it over to Zhao Hai. The slip was also a map. However, the map that was drawn was completely different from the map that Zhao Hai made. Although it was as detailed as Zhao Hai's map, everything on it was completely wrong. It was understandable if there were one or two mistakes, but there were so many. It must be known that a single mistake in information would cost the Black Tiger gang a lot. All of these mistakes were equivalent to pushing the Black Tiger gang into a fire pit. Zhao Hai finally understood why Tai Zanshan's expressions changed when he saw the map. If the Black Tiger gang followed the previous map, then their losses would have been extremely heavy. Zhao Hai handed the jade slip to Zhang Feng, who gave Tai Zanshan a look. Tai Zanshan gave a nod and Zhang Feng handed the jade slip to Tai Ying and Tai Yi. When the two read the map, they were startled. Tai Ying turned to Tai Zanshan and said, "Master, what do we do now?" Tai Zanshan sneered and said, "They want to trick us, then we'll trick them in return. Everyone, make preparations, but remember to pay attention. We can't allow the Roaring Flame sect to be alerted by our actions." Those present gave a nod. Tai Zanshan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you have provided a huge contribution to the sect, but since we're at war, I cannot give you anything at this time. But after we're done, I will make sure that you're rewarded richly. This time, your duties are crucial. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader can rest assured. I will certainly complete the tasks. We shall eradicate the Roaring Flame sect." Tai Zanshan left and said, "All right, then go and rest well. I'll send you a message when we begin to act." Zhao Hai nodded. Tai Zanshan waved his hand and said, "Old Hu, stay behind. As for the others, you can go back and prepare." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai left with Tai Ying and the others. They were headed towards the ignored valley to hear about his experience in the Roaring Flame sect. Only Hu Liangchen remained. Chapter 1742. Attack begins. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he looked at the people from the Black Tiger gang moving around non-stop. He has now become the most idle person in the sect. He only needed to monitor the Roaring Flame sect, nothing else. It has already been 5 days since Zhao Hai's return to the Black Tiger gang. The Black Tiger gang has become a huge machine in full operation. Everyone turned into gears that helped the machine achieve his goal, and that was to wage war against the Roaring Flame sect. Meanwhile, The Roaring Flame sect was very calm. Everything was operating as normal. Zhao Hai knew that the Roaring Flame sect was doomed. The Black Tiger Gang has prepared for a long time in order to deal with the Roaring Flame sect. Now, they were close to completing their preparations. Zhao Hai believed that the Black Tiger Gang would begin to send troops in a few days' time. As he thought of this, a Jade Sword message flew towards Zhao Hai's residence in the Ignored Valley. The Jade Sword message was then received by the space. Upon seeing the contents of the message, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, what's the message about?" Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "We're attacking the Roaring Flame sect in 5 days." Laura nodded and said, "That's also good. As long as we eliminate the Roaring Flame sect, you would acquire the Fire Character Tablet and return it to Fire God City's monument. Then you would be able to refine the Vermillion bird stamp. I want to see what benefits the stamp would give you." "Brother Hai, do you think we can make Fire God City as our secret base?" Zhao Hai replied, "What secret base is better than the space?" Fire God City was made by the Fire God. No matter if the person who built the city was a god of fire or not, it's certain that they are an ancient powerhouse. However, such a powerful being still disappeared, and in the end, his monument has been vandalized. Putting the Fire Character Tablet on the monument would make the city more beautiful. "I haven't really thought about making it a base." Laura nodded and said, "That's also fine. Fire God City is very huge, but it is filled with fire element energy. I'm afraid nobody could survive there besides you. Even if they wanted to go there, they wouldn't be able to get past the Magma River." Zhao Hai nodded, then he forced a smile and said, "It's a strange place. The undead can survive in any other place, but they cannot live in Fire God City. Because of the overly rich amount of fire element energy, all other elements would be immediately absorbed and converted. The moment the undead steps foot on the city, they would be turned into ash. Even the undead transcending tribulation experts couldn't survive." Laura sighed and replied, "Right, Brother Hai, how about planting fire element seeds there? Let's see how they grow." Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "Let's wait until we deal with the Roaring Flame sect." However, although the space has a lot of fire element seeds, none of them are suitable for planting in Fire God City. Finding one that can be planted will also be a challenge. Laura nodded, then she turned towards the screen. After a while, she asked, "Brother Hai, how do you think the attack will happen?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it should start with me dealing with the transmission formations and the refining base. We can easily seal the transmission formations. However, we need to be careful about the refining base. Not only do we need to seal the exits, we also need to direct the earth fire to destroy the entire place. I think I'll have to ask the gang leader to send some transcending tribulation experts to help me." "Right, Kair. What is the Wandering Soul Group doing right now?" Ever since he fought against the Wandering Soul Group, Zhao Hai has been paying close attention to them. And once the Silver Needles have gained the ability to become even smaller, Zhao Hai's surveillance has improved by a lot. Kair shook her head and said, "There's no response from the Wandering Soul Group. I can see that they're afraid of Hushan. Before knowing whether Hushan is alive or not, they wouldn't make a move." "Young Master, although Hushan is constrained inside the space, he can still help you control large artifacts. His cultivation would be helpful in the fight." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Hushan is too strong. If we get him to help us, then we might expose the space." Kair replied, "But young master, what if the Roaring Flame sect also has an expert on Hushan's level?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "If they do, then we can only invite Hushan to take action. I can ask him to control the 12 metal beasts. What do you think?" When they heard Zhao Hai say this, Kair and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded at the same time. Nowadays, Zhao Hai rarely used the 12 metal beasts during battles. It wasn't because the 12 metal beasts were weak, but the 12 metal beasts were strange weapons. They weren't like the other artifacts. Moreover, their movement was different compared to other puppets. Even advanced puppets weren't as flexible as the 12 metal beasts. This special quality caused Zhao Hai to hesitate in using the 12 metal beasts. He was afraid that others would be suspicious of his ability, and it might compromise the secrecy of the space. But if Hushan used the metal beasts, then there would be no problems. Hushan was the oldest member of the Black Tiger Gang. He naturally has mystical means in his hands. It wouldn't be surprising for him to have a strange artifact. With Hushan's existence, Zhao Hai was more confident in using the 12 metal beasts. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai was also out of the space and inside the Black Tiger Gang's main hall. The hall was already full of people, and all of the powerful people of the sect were present. When Zhao Hai arrived, Tai Zanshan was at the gang leader's seat and Hu Liangchen was beside him. Zhao Hai and the others stood opposite Tai Zanshan. Tai Zanshan swept everyone with his gaze before saying, "Everyone, the time for the Roaring Flame sect to pay its debts has arrived. We prepared for this day for a long time. It's time to take action. I will lead the troops to attack the Roaring Flame sect while Hu Liangchen will remain behind to guard the Black Tiger Gang. All those who stay will obey Hu Liangchen. Those who dared disobey will be charged with treason. Old Hu, I'll leave the gang to you. Do whatever you want if the Wandering Soul group attacks. Whether we win the battle against the Roaring Flame sect or not, we cannot lose our base." Hu Liangchen nodded. Then Tai Zanshan turned to the others and began issuing orders. He called those who would stay behind in the sect. The rest would join him in attacking the Roaring Flame sect. After arranging the troops, Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I'll leave it to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Gang leader can rest assured. However, we will need transcending tribulation experts to come with me. There should not be less than 100 of them. There would be a group that would protect the transmission formations, then 40 would go with me to the refining base. Although I'm confident in dealing with the refining base, there are a lot of transcending tribulation experts in that place. Therefore, I'll need people to stop them." Tai Zanshan waved his hand and said, "There's no need to worry about that. I'll go with you. Let's go." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he walked outside along with Tai Zanshan and the others. They didn't go to the normal transmission formation. Instead they went to the transmission formation that's used by large artifacts. Transmission formations for large artifacts are very demanding. After all, there aren't a lot of large artifacts in the great world of cultivation that can shrink and enlarge like Zhang Feng's treasure ship. Therefore, these large-scale transmission formations were made to accommodate large artifacts. However, these formations weren't easy to make. It couldn't be built by the average cultivators. Also, its construction required a lot of materials. Despite this, Zhao Hai was able to construct a large-scale transmission formation in the Roaring Flame sect. The formation was placed in a hidden location in between the Roaring Flame sect's base and the Inferno Valley. This allowed more convenience in staging the attacks. When everyone was in the large-scale transmission formation, Zhao Hai started to get busy. He adjusted the coordinates of the transmission formation. Then he had Tai Zanshan and the others go inside their large artifacts. All in all, there are 5 large artifacts that would go through the transmission formation. After the 5 large artifacts were within the transmission formation, Zhao Hai immediately activated it. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from the Black Tiger Gang. In the next moment, at a canyon near the Roaring Flame sect, a white light flashed and 5 large artifacts appeared. Then the 5 large artifacts became 6. The 6th large artifact was Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. After Zhao Hai took out the Hell King's ship, Tai Zanshan immediately commanded 40 transcending tribulation experts to land on it. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Tai Zanshan and said, "Gang Master, an hour north of here would be the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. I will immediately seal their transmission formation. Please be careful." Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You need to be careful as well. If you can't complete the task, don't force it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship flew towards the refining base. But at the same time, Zhao Hai vanished from the ship. The transcending tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship weren't surprised by this. They knew that Zhao Hai went to seal the Roaring Flame sect's transmission formations. A transcending tribulation expert on the Hell King's ship looked at the spot where Zhao Hai disappeared from and said, Truly a person the Supreme Elder selected to train. He is already extraordinary. When he becomes an elder in the future, the Black Tiger Gang would become terrifying. Another transcending tribulation expert nodded and said, right. Zhao Hai's present strength is already formidable. Once he grows, I'm afraid no sect would be able to deal with us. Even the Heaven sect wouldn't be able to take action against us. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would retaliate against them. The transcending tribulation who spoke first nodded. Zhao Hai has a spatial ability. I heard that even if his ability cannot be used to attack, it allows him to go wherever he wants. If other people attack the Black Tiger Gang, they would have to make sure that Zhao Hai wouldn't survive. Otherwise, they would be haunted to death. Even super sects wouldn't be able to live comfortably. The others nodded. They believed that this would be the case. In fact, super sects like the Heaven sect have destroyed an uncountable number of sects, and it was inevitable that these sects would have powerful experts. However, these experts weren't able to stop these super sects. In the end, their sects were destroyed. One or two experts couldn't do anything to the super sects. However, one shouldn't forget that these formidable experts weren't spatial ability users. As long as the super sects know of their location, they would be hunted down. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was different. Even if his location was known, he could just go to another place using his ability. The super sects wouldn't be able to track him down. Once Zhao Hai becomes a transcending tribulation expert, the super sects would need to eliminate him if they plan to eradicate the Black Tiger Gang. A retaliation of a transcending tribulation expert wasn't a joke. Even the Heaven sect wouldn't dare take the risk. For any sect's inheritance, the presence of a successor was crucial. However, these successors would need to undergo multiple trials before they become powerhouses. If a super sect like the Heaven sect was continuously hounded by a transcending tribulation expert with Zhao Hai's ability, then their future would be beyond bleak. Their younger generation wouldn't be able to safely venture out into the world. They would all be killed by Zhao Hai before they could become strong. Even if Zhao Hai couldn't kill them all, the survivors would still be unable to do anything. They would be too scared to go out of the sect. Because of this, people like Zhao Hai were a headache to the sects. Nobody would go out of their way to offend these people. Soon after their conversation finished, Zhao Hai reappeared on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at the transcending tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles, I'll have to ask you to divide into 4 teams. Each team would guard one stone building. As long as the people inside the buildings don't come out, you don't need to take action. If someone escapes, regardless of their strength, you need to kill them." The transcending tribulation experts nodded. One of them said, "Little Hai, rest assured, we won't make a careless mistake." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "While I agitate the earth fire, the Hell King's ship will deliver you to the stone buildings. You can discuss who will belong to which team. I'll ask to be excused first." The transcending tribulation experts nodded. Then Zhao Hai vanished from the ship once more. Chapter 1743, Igniting the Earth Fire. The next moment, Zhao Hai appeared in the sky above the Inferno Valley. Looking at the refining base, he coldly snorted as he waved his hand and said, "Move." With his voice, the Inferno Valley began to rumble like a volcano about to erupt. Then a large amount of magma poured out of the valley. At this time, all the exits of the refining base were covered by layers of metal nets. These nets were so thin that ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them if they didn't pay attention. The cultivators in the refining base began to discover that something wasn't right. They could originally control the earth fire coming out of the valley, but now, their refining rooms had suddenly spurted intense fire and began burning down. Moreover, the earth fire was beginning to become more and more vigorous. Naturally, the transcending tribulation experts of the Roaring Flame sect were the ones who noticed it first. They immediately went to some refining rooms and took control of the formations. Because of this, some of the rooms were saved. Lei Zingshan was the leader of the transcending tribulation experts in the refining base. Now he stood dumbfounded in front of a refining room. This refining room has been completely engulfed in earth fire. Even the stones around it were burning. Lei Zingshan immediately recovered. He knew what the refining base meant to the Roaring Flame sect. Seeing what's happening, he immediately shouted, Someone send word to the sect leader. Tell him about what's happening here. Everyone, organize the evacuation plan. At this moment, a transcending tribulation expert flew towards Lei Xingshan and said, Xingshan, something's not right. All the transmission formations are not working. Just as the transcending tribulation said this, another flew over with an ugly expression as he said, Xingshan, we've been schemed against. The exits have all been blocked. Hearing this, Lei Xingshan couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he asked, who sealed the exits? Immediately organize people, we need to get out. The transcending tribulation expert answered, I don't know who sealed the exits, but it has been sealed by a type of metal wire. It's very tenacious. Lei Xingshan's face was pale. Then he said, concentrate all of our strength and go up. We need a direct path outside as soon as possible. Hearing Lei Xingshan, the two transcending tribulation experts' expressions changed. But they also knew that this was their last resort. But to be honest, they didn't hold too much hope in this approach. The refining base was built over hundreds of years of work, and when it was built, in order to prevent the base from being easily discovered, a large number of precious materials were used. The materials could not only block spiritual force, it also reinforced the walls of the base. Ordinary transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be able to get through it. This also meant that people from the inside would find it difficult to break out. Lei Xingshan also knew that they were now completely trapped inside. If the base could be easily broken out of, then other transcending tribulation experts would have already broken in a long time ago. Now the exits have been sealed, and it became difficult to contact the outside. If the other party went so far as to seal their transmission formations and block the exits with metal wires, then they would certainly have people waiting outside. This meant that their troubles wouldn't end with just going out of the refining base. Because of this thought, Lei Xingshan thought that they could only create an opening. He knew that this was their safest and quickest way to go outside. The two transcending tribulation experts led the other transcending tribulation experts to open a path out of the valley. Meanwhile, Lei Xingshan instructed other cultivators to create formations to resist the earth fire. At the same time, the nascent soul experts tried to set up transmission formations to return to the Roaring Flame sect. This way, whether the passage was opened or not, they would have a way to get out of the base and escape being cremated inside. At this time, a large amount of magma emerged from the refining rooms. The formations that Lei Xingshan set up were useless. They were all burned down by the magma. Zhao Hai was currently above the refining base, observing the state of the base through the space. Each refining room had formations that controlled the earth fire that came through. Now, these formations became entry points for the magma to enter the base. Before long, a tide of magma erupted inside the refining rooms. The entire Inferno Valley was now engulfed in a sea of fire. Zhao Hai didn't really think that the earth fire was that strong. However, he was relieved when he thought about it. The earth fire here wasn't ordinary earth fire. This was a fire that was constantly tempered by the Tao of fire coming from Fire God City. And with their enormous volume, the power they can exert was formidable. As for the transcending tribulation experts who were making a passage to the outside, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. By the time they get out of the valley, the refining base would have already been reduced to ash. Lei Xingshan was now desperate. Just after they set up the transmission formation, it was suddenly illuminated by a flash of light, which rendered it useless. As for the passage, it wasn't doing well either. The original exits were blocked by metal wires. Lei Xingshan tried destroying it, but to no avail. Even with his own strength, he wasn't able to break the wire. Moreover, the wire was very thin. If an artifact attacks the wire directly, it would be cut by the sharpness of the wire. If the situation wasn't so critical, Lei Xingshan would have spent time to find out how the wire was made. Some nascent soul experts tried to dig around the exits and found that the metal wires were also there. Digging around the exit was impossible. The Roaring Flame sect cultivators discovered that the impenetrable fortress that they had been so proud of had become a tomb that was very hard to break out of. As the magma welled up, cultivators began burning down. But before the corpses of these cultivators turned into ash, They were sent by Zhao Hai to the space and turned into undead. He thought that it would be a waste for these bodies to become ash. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger Gang cultivators who followed Zhao Hai were quite relaxed. They surrounded the stone buildings and didn't attack. They just stood there and waited, and once people escaped the buildings, they would kill them. But until now, nobody went out of the stone buildings. Upon seeing that the stone buildings were surrounded, the Roaring Flame sect cultivators activated their protective shields. Then they sent people to the refining base to ask for help. They also sent a message to the headquarters, but they discovered that doing both of these things were difficult. The people sent to the refining base were blocked by metal wires. Zhao Hai didn't just erect one layer of metal wires. He made sure to have multiple layers set up. If the Transcending Tribulation experts couldn't destroy the wires, then there's no need to mention the people from the stone buildings. If they couldn't ask the refining base for help, then their only chance was the sect. Since the transmission formations were rendered useless, they can only send Jade Sword messages asking for help. However, they didn't know that their messages didn't reach the Roaring Flame sect. Seeing the Jade Sword messages coming out of the stone buildings, the board Transcending Tribulation experts decided to destroy them. This severed any communication between the stone buildings and the headquarters. The current refining base has been turned into a sea of fire. Besides powerful experts and those with formidable protective artifacts, all the cultivators were burned to death. However, those still living knew that they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The Transcending Tribulation experts have never been so aggrieved. All of their exits were blocked and they were being burned alive. They felt that this kind of suffocating death was unfitting for exalted Transcending Tribulation experts. However, they didn't have the means to change their fate. They haven't reached the surface. They haven't even seen their enemy, so they didn't know to whom they should surrender. This would be the first and last time they would feel this aggrieved. Li Zingshan looked at the Transcending Tribulation experts with a bitter smile on his face. He never thought that he would encounter such a day. People who played with fire would die from the fire. It was ironic. It was as though they had met their retribution. As Li Zingshan was thinking of this, one of the Transcending Tribulation experts shouted, "To whoever is waiting for my death, come see me face to face." There was no response. He was completely ignored. Zhao Hai heard the Transcending Tribulation expert, but he naturally wouldn't meet those people. He would be an idiot if he revealed himself. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't respond, the Transcending Tribulation expert shouted, "I'm willing to surrender." Hearing this, Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think experts of the Roaring Flame sect would surrender. Upon thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to accept the surrender. He always needed faith power for the space. He naturally wouldn't decline having one more Transcending Tribulation expert. At the same time, they could also increase the strength of the Black Tiger Gang. The Transcending Tribulation expert of the Roaring Flame sect was probing to see if the other party would accept his surrender. If the other party accepts, then he would be able to get out of the burning base. As for what happens when he escapes, that is still unknown. Chapter 1744, Accepting Surrender. Seal your spiritual chi, and I will accept your surrender. A very plain voice resounded inside the refining base, surprising the Transcending Tribulation experts. However, they couldn't find the source. Transcending Tribulation experts are powerhouses who had strong spiritual force. However, even such people couldn't pinpoint the origin of the voice. Hearing Zhao Hai's voice, the Transcending Tribulation expert couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "Your Excellency, if I seal my spiritual chi, then I will be burned by the earth fire. I am sincerely willing to surrender. I ask your Excellency to be lenient. If you don't seal your spiritual chi, then you can wait for death." When the Transcending Tribulation experts heard it, their expression changed. They knew that the other party was right. If they don't seal their spiritual chi, then they could only wait to die. The Transcending Tribulation expert from before wasn't actually willing to surrender. He just hoped to leave this place. Once he was out, he would find a way to retaliate or send word back to the sect. However, he didn't expect the other party to require him to seal his spiritual chi. Otherwise, he wouldn't save them. As the Transcending Tribulation experts were hesitating, they heard someone else, "I'm willing to surrender." The Transcending Tribulation experts turned their heads and saw one of the surviving nascent soul experts. The nascent soul expert survived by relying on his protective artifact. The artifact was in the shape of a gourd and it surrounded his entire body. This allowed him to defend against the earth fire. After the nascent soul expert said that, he immediately sealed his spiritual chi. Without the support of spiritual chi, the protective artifact and its owner began to fall into the magma. But before he could fall into the magma, a spatial rift appeared below him. The nascent soul expert fell into the spatial rift which vanished immediately. Everything happened so quickly that the other roaring flame cultivators weren't able to respond. At the same time, a spatial rift appeared outside the stone building of the Roaring Flame sect. Then Zhao Hai walked out of the spatial rift holding a person in his hand. The experts of the Black Tiger Gang couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai placed the person on the ground as he bowed towards the Transcending Tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles. He's a member of the Roaring Flame sect who surrendered. His spiritual chi has been sealed. I'll have to ask you to take care of him." Hearing Zhao Hai, the Transcending Tribulation experts looked at the Roaring Flame sect cultivator. They could see that their spiritual chi has indeed been sealed. They nodded and said, "Leave him to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This person is a famous refiner of the Roaring Flame sect. Once we destroy the Roaring Flame sect, the Inferno Valley would fall into our hands. This person is very familiar with the valley. He should help us in restoring the refining base." The Transcending Tribulation experts thought about what Zhao Hai said for a moment, then their gazes towards the nascent soul cultivator changed. It must be known that the Black Tiger Gang desired the Inferno Valley. If this person can help the Black Tiger Gang rebuild the refining base, then this means that this person was an important figure to the Black Tiger Gang. Seeing the reaction of the Transcending Tribulation experts, Zhao Hai smiled. He was afraid that these Transcending Tribulation experts would kill this person. Because of this, he said those words. At the same time, Zhao Hai saw that this nascent soul expert was the elder who made a glove using his ancient eternal sand. As a well-spoken elder of the refining base, and a very well-connected person, it's natural for this elder to take his life as the most important. He is also a greedy person. Whenever he refines an artifact, he would use less material than the amount given to him. Even the ancient eternal sand that Zhao Hai handed over still has a lot that remained. Then the elder used the material to create a defensive artifact for himself, which was the gourd-shaped artifact. With the gourd-shaped artifact, he was able to block the earth fire and survive for a long time. This elder was able to analyze his current situation and knew what he needed to do if he didn't want to perish in the refining base. After Zhao Hai said those words, he thought that Zhao Hai would accept surrender. After all, it's impossible to subdue a Transcending Tribulation expert if they didn't seal their spiritual chi. No Transcending Tribulation expert was easy to deal with. But if their spiritual chi was sealed, then they wouldn't be able to fight back. Zhao Hai telling the Transcending Tribulation experts to seal their spiritual chi was showing them his sincerity. Therefore, the Roaring Flame sect elder decided to take a gamble. He knows that his defensive artifact wouldn't be able to last much longer, so it was better to take a risk. It would be best if he could live, but if he couldn't then it would just be his death coming earlier. Therefore, he quickly agreed to surrender and sealed his spiritual chi. Naturally, he succeeded in his gamble. Seeing that the Transcending Tribulation experts were now looking at the Roaring Flame sect elder with importance, Zhao Hai said, "Martial uncles, I still have some other matters to take care of. I'll leave you here." The Transcending Tribulation experts nodded. Then Zhao Hai vanished. At this time, the other nascent soul experts of the Roaring Flame sect could no longer hold on. Cultivators placed huge importance on their lives. Seeing that one of them has been rescued, they also have their own ideas. Zhao Hai was also paying close attention to the situation at the refining base. Not long after Zhao Hai sent the elder out, the other nascent soul experts surrendered one after another. The rest didn't stop them. They were also having the same thoughts as them. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they were afraid of death. Naturally, this also applies to the Transcending Tribulation experts. Even if they defect to the Black Tiger Gang, At the very least they would hold the rank of elder. No matter where, transcending tribulation experts were important figures. The same was true in the Black Tiger Gang. Although Zhao Hai didn't mention which sect he came from, these transcending tribulation experts already thought that he was from the Black Tiger Gang. This was because the Roaring Flame sect doesn't have as heavy of enmity as with the Black Tiger Gang. Only the Black Tiger Gang would go as far as this. Therefore, they concluded that the enemy was from the Black Tiger Gang. The reason why the transcending tribulation experts were still hesitating was because they didn't want to be the first to surrender. These experts still have to mind their dignity. Therefore, none of them expressed their intention to surrender. However, as time passed, the transcending tribulation experts were beginning to have a hard time resisting the earth fire. This was because the earth fire was beginning to turn hotter and hotter. Even with their cultivation base, they knew that they wouldn't be able to hold for much long. Lei Xingshan looked at the others and said, "Everyone, it's time to make a choice. I also think that you have your own pride to keep, but sometimes you need to think about your own life." After he said that, Lei Xingshan shouted, "I surrender." Then he sealed his spiritual chi, and just like the nascent soul experts before him, he was taken away. The first would always be followed by the second. The transcending tribulation experts already thought about surrendering long ago, but they didn't dare say it. If Lei Xingshan didn't say anything, then someone else would have surrendered first. Fortunately, Lei Xingshan became the first to give up. The others followed along soon after. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Hai threw them all out of the refining base. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't believe the transcending tribulation experts. When these experts entered the spatial rift, Zhao Hai sealed their cultivation with his own methods. This way, they wouldn't have a chance to attack once they were out. The strongest beings in the Inferno Valley were the transcending tribulation experts. Now that they surrendered, there's no longer any need to worry about the stone buildings. Once the transcending tribulation experts surrendered, Zhao Hai controlled the Vermillion bird stamp to retract all of the magma. The earth fire that was burning the Inferno Valley also decreased. The stone buildings were powered by earth fire. Now that the earth fire has been retracted, the formations on the stone buildings would soon lose power. Zhao Hai used this opportunity to use the Hell King's ship to attack one of the stone buildings. After several charges, the building could no longer hold on and collapsed. This caused the people inside the building to run away, but they were all killed by the transcending tribulation experts. The Black Tiger Gang's transcending tribulation experts also felt very aggrieved. The entire refining base was single-handedly destroyed by Zhao Hai. Although they were present, they didn't exert any of their strength. It was shameful. Now, what remains for them to hunt were the small shrimps, since the tigers have already been taken care of. But at the very least, they can exert a bit of effort in the war. Zhao Hai didn't care about what the transcending tribulation experts were thinking. If they want to kill these ordinary cultivators, then they can kill these ordinary cultivators. Although his current status was higher than before, he wouldn't be able to manage these transcending tribulation experts. If he was too controlling, then he might cause these people to dislike him. Zhao Hai knew that the transcending tribulation experts held the most power in the Black Tiger Gang. If he offended this group of people, then he would be offending a huge part of the sect. This wouldn't be good for his future plans. After Zhao Hai destroyed the other 3 stone buildings, the Roaring Flame sect space in the Inferno Valley was truly finished. Zhao Hai quickly returned to the Hell King's ship and brought everyone to the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. There was still a battle waiting for them there. Chapter 1745. An unfortunate accurate prediction. The transcending tribulation experts didn't expect the battle in the Inferno Valley to end so quickly. They thought that they would have a hard battle against a heavily defended fortress. After all, they have received information about the refining base. They didn't expect that the only thing they would do here was to swat some flies. This caused them to be somewhat embarrassed. Now, they were afraid that the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters would be defeated before they arrived. Then this would be the easiest sect annihilation in the history of the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, this wouldn't happen. The Roaring Flame sect's headquarters wasn't the same as the refining base. Although the refining base held great strength, Its advantage was its small size. It wasn't suitable for battles between large artifacts. This explains the reason why there were no large artifacts in the valley. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to trap the transcending tribulation experts of the refining base. Then with the help of the earth fire, he was able to attack them to submission. On the other hand, the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters was placed on a different terrain. Its defenses were the strongest in the sect. Also, the large artifacts of the sect were centralized in the headquarters. It wouldn't be as easy for the Black Tiger Gang to capture it. The Roaring Flame sect's large artifacts were also quite famous in the Northern Divergent Province. It was known as the Fire Chariot. Just by its name alone, one would know that it had formidable offensive strength. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters, a battle was going on. Although Zhao Hai sealed all of the Roaring Flame sect's formations and damaged its Guardian formation, the Roaring Flame sect still had enough strength to defend against the Black Tiger Gang. The Roaring Flame sect's sect leader stood on his personal fire chariot and joined the battle. Tai Zanshan also participated. However, at this time, the two sides were still attacking with their large artifacts. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others arrived. Seeing the situation of the battlefield, Zhao Hai immediately turned to the Transcending Tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles, please stay on the ship and help me. We're going to destroy large artifacts of the enemy." The Transcending Tribulation experts were aware of how good Zhao Hai was in controlling large artifacts. The last time he fought against the Wandering Soul group, Zhao Hai was able to use Zhang Feng's large artifact to destroy 10 ghost face ships. This matter has already spread throughout the Northern Divergent Province. Now, nobody underestimated Zhao Hai's ability to control large artifacts. The Transcending Tribulation experts nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship rushed towards the battlefield. Naturally, the arrival of the Hell King's ship attracted the attention of both sides. Seeing how quickly Zhao Hai and the others arrived, Tai Zanshan couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to destroy the refining base in a short time, so as soon as he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately thought that something happened in the refining base. When Tai Zanshan was about to call Zhao Hai over to ask questions, a Jade Sword message flew in front of him. He received the Jade Sword message and scanned it with spiritual force. Then he discovered that the message was Zhao Hai's combat report. Zhao Hai was telling him that the refining base had been completely destroyed. When he read the report, Tai Zanshan's first reaction was disbelief. Then he was overjoyed. He believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to him when it comes to these things. Tai Zanshan calmed down and began to command the large artifacts to attack the fire chariots with all of their strength. Before long, the battlefield became Zhao Hai's stage. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship to rampage on the battlefield. He was as agile as a fish, but a fish with thorns on its body. As long as he encounters a fire chariot, none of them were left complete. Some were heavily damaged and some were completely destroyed. Zhao Hai's performance naturally attracted the attention of the Roaring Flame sect's sect leader. The sect leader has heard of Zhao Hai before. It must be said that Zhao Hai was now famous in the Northern Divergent Province. However, only a few people knew of Zhao Hai's true capability. Most people were only aware of his proficiency in controlling large artifacts. Nobody knew about him having a spatial ability, as well as his other abilities. With Zhao Hai was maneuvering his large artifact through the battlefield, it was difficult for the sect leader to not pay attention to him. After noticing Zhao Hai, the sect leader understood that the rumors about Zhao Hai's ability were true. Zhao Hai controls large artifacts like they were ordinary artifacts. He was a huge asset during wars. Naturally, the sect leader wouldn't just watch Zhao Hai continue his rampage. He turned to 2 Transcending Tribulations behind him and said, "Send 10 Transcending Tribulation experts. You need to stop Zhao Hai. It would be best if you kill him." The 2 Transcending Tribulation experts nodded. Then they immediately sent the orders down. Before long, 10 Transcending Tribulation experts flew towards Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai also noticed the Transcending Tribulation experts rushing over. He smiled faintly as he turned to the Transcending Tribulation experts behind him and said, "Martial uncles, I'll have to ask 20 of you to take action and get rid of them as soon as possible. If you can kill some of them, that would be good. It's better to cut off one finger than injure 10. All this time, the Transcending Tribulation experts were on the Hell King's ship watching Zhao Hai using the ship to rampage on the battlefield. They really didn't understand why Zhao Hai let them stay inside the ship. Were they only here to spectate the fight? At this moment, they were beginning to be dissatisfied with their situation. However, they changed their thoughts before long. This was because they could see 10 Transcending Tribulation experts heading towards them. Hearing Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel respect towards him. This was because Zhao Hai thought about this possibility happening, so when they heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Zhao Hai didn't mind their thoughts as he paid attention to the incoming enemies. At the same time, the Hell King's ship retreated from the battlefield, clearly intending to get rid of the enemy pursuit. Seeing the situation, the Transcending Tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship couldn't help but get excited. This was because they knew that the time for them to take action was coming. When Tai Zanshan noticed Zhao Hai's situation, he immediately turned his head and said, "Little Black, send people to support Little Hai." The Little Black that Tai Zanshan talked to was a man named Mu Hai. He was Tai Zanshan's junior brother and one of the most trusted people on Tai Zanshan's side. However, he acted low-key, even to Tai Zanshan. He rarely showed himself in the sect. Not a lot of people knew about him, so he was akin to Tai Zanshan's shadow. Besides Hu Liangjun and a few people, the rest had no impression of him. Since the war with the Roaring Flame sect was a pivotal moment for the Black Tiger gang, Mu Hai joined Tai Zanshan's side and acted as an advisor. When Mu Hai heard Tai Zanshan, he couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Senior brother, there's no need to worry. Don't forget that Little Hai has Transcending Tribulation experts with him. I think they're still on Little Hai's large artifact. I reckon Little Hai is retreating right now in order to deal with the Roaring Flame sect's Transcending Tribulation experts." Hearing Mu Hai, Tai Zanshan patted his head as he said, "Right, there's still those fellows." Good, good. As Tai Zanshan said that, Zhao Hai had completely left the battlefield with 10 Transcending Tribulation experts right behind him. Seeing this, the Roaring Flame sect leader had a great feeling. Then at this time, 20 people came out of the Hell King's ship. These 20 were at the Transcending Tribulation stage. As soon as they came out, they immediately rushed towards the experts of the Roaring Flame sect. Seeing this, the sect leader's face immediately changed. Then he commanded, "No. We were fooled. Hurry, send people to support them." Following his order, 20 more Transcending Tribulation experts went towards the Hell King's ship. But at this time, the Hell King's ship already stopped as the Transcending Tribulation experts were sent to deal with the pursuers from the Roaring Flame sect. When the reinforcements from the Roaring Flame sect arrived, 20 more Transcending Tribulation experts came out of the Hell King's ship. Although the Black Tiger gang's side had the numerical advantage, they wouldn't be able to finish the battle in a short time. After all, this was a battle between Transcending Tribulation experts. Moreover, there were no experts who had overwhelming strength on either side. It was inevitable for the battle to be a stalemate. Zhao Hai already withdrew from the battle. Although he wasn't afraid of the experts, he didn't want to expose his strength too much. Because of this, he withdrew from the Transcending Tribulation experts' battle and went to the main battlefield to fight. When Zhao Hai returned, the Roaring Flame sect leader couldn't help but suffer a headache. Although the Roaring Flame sect was able to defend until now, the defensive line was still in danger. Most importantly, they have yet to find a way to deal with Zhao Hai. The Roaring Flame sect was a strong sect, but it was impossible for them to have a lot of Transcending Tribulation experts. If they did, then they would have already eliminated the Black Tiger gang. Ever since Zhao Hai arrived, he has already destroyed 5 large artifacts. This wasn't a small number. This was also the reason why the sect leader was having a headache. Meanwhile, Tai Zanshan had an excited expression on his face. The others from the Black Tiger gang were also excited. Their morale sharply increased and their attacks became fiercer. Then at this moment, a cold hum was heard. Then an extremely powerful aura shot up from the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters and pressed down on the Black Tiger gang. Upon feeling this aura, Zhao Hai's complexion changed. He knew that his guess had become true. The Roaring Flame sect did indeed have a supreme elder on the same level as Hushan. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately used the Hell King's ship to retreat. The rest of the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators also retreated. On the other hand, when the cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect felt the imposing aura, their expressions immediately lifted, then they charged towards the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Black Tiger Gang has the upper hand, and since they wanted to retreat, the Roaring Flame sect couldn't stop them. Even the Transcending Tribulation experts stopped their battle and returned to their respective camps. The people from the Black Tiger Gang didn't have any good expressions. The pressure that was pressing down on them was very strong. This made them recall Hushan and how he dealt with the Wandering Soul group. At this time, they were afraid that the expert from the Roaring Flame sect was as strong as Hushan. Soon after, a pillar of fire rose from the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. The flames turned the sky red. It was as if a volcano had erupted. Then the flames turned and headed towards the battlefield, carrying an aura that seeks to destroy anything in its path. Before long, the fire reached the battlefield. Then the fire turned into a huge ball 100 meters in diameter. In the middle of the fireball, a person sitting cross-legged could be seen. The person was an old man with white hair. His face was covered in old spots and his eyes were clouded. He looked on the verge of death. He looked more miserable than Hushan. The old man was very tall. Even while sitting down, his height equaled a normal person. He was also wearing red clothing. Despite all this, he couldn't hide the fact that he was going senile. The old man looked at the Black Tiger Gang and coldly snorted as he said, "Black Tiger Gang kids, who gave you the courage to attack our Roaring Flame sect?" Although the old man looked like he was going to die at any time, his aura was still very strong. The people from the Black Tiger Gang found it hard to breathe under the pressure. His words caused the heads of Tai Zanshan and the others to ring. Not long after the old man talked, a roar was heard from the side of the Black Tiger Gang. Along with the roar, an astonishing aura spread out, cancelling the pressure sent by the Supreme Elder of the Roaring Flame sect. This caused the expression of the Roaring Flame sect's Supreme Leader to change. After that, a voice was heard, "Lai Yang, to think that you're also alive, ha ha ha. Good. I allowed you to escape at that time. I see that you ran here." As the voice fell, 12 huge metallic beasts appeared and charged towards the Roaring Flame sect's Supreme Elder. The 12 metallic beasts were naturally Zhao Hai's metal beasts. They were currently being controlled by Hushan. Chapter 1746, Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill. Hushan was now comfortably living inside the space. He no longer has anything to worry about. Moreover, he discovered that he had many friends in the space. Although these friends were a little strange since they only did what they wanted, he slowly discovered that this kind of life was also good. It was fortunate that he was able to do what he wanted to do. In Hushan's mind, even his hometown in the immortal realm might not be as comfortable as the space. However, Hushan was still responsive when it came to the Black Tiger Gang's matters. After all, the Black Tiger Gang was the fruit of the Black Tiger Clan's efforts. It was the proof of the Black Tiger Clan's presence in the great world of cultivation. Before Zhao Hai attacked the Roaring Flame sect, he already thought about the worst situation and approached Hushan to ask him about taking action if necessary. Hushan has now recovered to his optimum condition, so his strength has returned to its peak. Even if he couldn't act personally, he could still operate large artifacts from the space. When Hushan controlled the 12 metal beasts, he immediately overwhelmed the Supreme Elder of the Roaring Flame sect. At the same time, when Lai Yang heard Hushan's voice, his expression couldn't help but change. Although Hushan's voice came from the 12 metal beasts, he could hear that Hushan's mental strength was still at its peak. There were no signs of aging from his voice. Everyone could hear that Hushan was like a king of beasts patrolling his territory. When the people from the Roaring Flame sect heard Hushan's voice, their expression changed, and when they saw the 12 metal beasts charging towards Lai Yang, their faces turned ugly. Lai Yang looked at the 12 metal beasts and coldly snorted as he said, "You're still alive. So how could I die? You think these mechanical beasts would be able to defeat me? Hushan, you've truly gone senile." As he was talking, Lai Yang waved his hand and sent a wave of fire towards the 12 metal beasts. The fire had a hint of purple. It was the color of a very hot flame. In fact, the fire that Lai Yang sent out with almost no effort was a special attack that belonged to him called Lai Yang True Fire. According to legend, Lai Yang integrated the sun's true flame to his own fire, creating a special fire. The flame's offensive strength was formidable. Any artifact that met this flame would melt. However, when the 12 metal beasts crashed into the flame, they weren't damaged at all. Seeing this, Lai Yang's expression changed. Then he waved his hand once more as he said, "Heaven Flame Meteor." Along with his command, the sky suddenly turned red. Then a giant flaming rock fell towards the metal beasts. 6 of the 12 metal beasts separated from the group in order to block the meteor. The remaining 6 went to attack Lai Yang. At the same time, Lai Yang was also sending fire dragons towards the beasts. Along their path, the fire dragons became larger before clashing with the metal beasts. The 6 metal beasts who blocked the meteor were able to shoot it down. The fire dragons didn't seem to have any impact on the metal beasts either. The metal beasts were still rushing towards Lai Yang. Lai Yang's expression changed. Nobody was better than him in understanding his current situation. Just like the previous Hushan, he was also on the verge of death. For any cultivator, the end of their lifespan was always a sorrowful matter. This was especially true for powerful experts. They felt that they still had a lot of matters that hadn't been completed. However, their time was ending and they couldn't do anything about it. Lai Yang only came out this time in order to drive the Black Tiger Gang away. He didn't expect Hushan to participate in the fight. At this time Lai Yang has been reduced to 1/10 of his strength. As for Hushan, although he was controlling the 12 metal beasts, he seems to have half of his strength left. Comparing the two, it was clear that Lai Yang was going to lose. Although Lai Yang wanted to counterattack, he didn't have the opportunity to do so. The 12 metal beasts were now in front of him and the only thing he could do was to defend. The people from the Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect were paying attention to the battle between Lai Yang and the 12 metal beasts. It was a battle that decided the fate between the two sides. However, Zhao Hai thought differently. Now that the two old monsters were entangled with each other, they wouldn't be able to divert their attention elsewhere. Therefore, this was an opportunity for the Black Tiger Gang to defeat the Roaring Flame sect in one fell swoop. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The Hell King's ship rushed forward. At the same time, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the time to hide his strength. He also released the pagoda, the giant spirit treasure ships, and the sword shuttles. They all went and charged towards the Roaring Flame sect. With everyone's attention pointed towards the battle of the two supreme elders, nobody was able to prepare for Zhao Hai's attack. Tai Zanshan and the Roaring Flame sect's leader stared for a moment before they quickly issued orders. Needless to say, Tai Zanshan ordered a full charge. As for the Roaring Flame sect's leader, his expression was beyond ugly. This was the outcome that he didn't want to see. However, he has no choice but to meet the attack head-on. Zhao Hai already led the charge with the rest of the Black Tiger Gang following behind. The most uncomfortable right now would be Lai Yang. He thought that he would be able to get rid of the Black Tiger Gang once he appeared. He didn't expect that his plan would fail. Now, the morale of the Roaring Flame sect was lower compared to before. The situation for the sect wasn't going well. However, Lai Yang couldn't do anything to change this situation. The 12 metal beasts were already giving him a hard time. If he shows even a tiny bit of weakness, the metal beasts would immediately capitalize on it. At this time, Zhao Hai's charge connected. The Hell King's ship collided with a fire chariot. Then soon after, the other large artifacts hit the other fire chariots. The cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect were immediately shaken. They didn't know how to deal with their current situation. Although the sect leader was giving his all in giving commands, the final result wasn't optimistic. As Lai Yang was being pushed back, the morale of the troops decreased. And with how fierce Zhao Hai's attack was, It was inevitable for the Roaring Flame Sect's troops to be pushed back. It didn't take long before Tai Zanshan and the others joined the battle. The Roaring Flame Sect's side was immediately placed in a critical situation. Seeing this, Lai Ying's eyes burned with fire. His eyes flashed a ruthless color as he took out a pill. The pill's body was fire red and there was smoke coming out of it. It looked like a fireball. This pill was very famous in the great world of cultivation. It was known as Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill. Hearing this name, one might think that it was a kind of aphrodisiac. But actually, this pill gave its user an instantaneous increase in strength. But after taking the pill, the user's life force would be burned. And if the user fought for a long time, their entire lifespan would be consumed. There was no need to mention the pill's effects on Lai Yang. With how near he was to the end of his life, eating the Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill was courting death. However, Lai Yang had no other choice if he wanted to deal with the 12 metal beasts. If he couldn't repel the metal beasts and the Black Tiger Gang, then the Roaring Flame Sect would be finished. Lai Ying's actions were all seen by Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was fighting against the people of the Roaring Flame Sect, he always paid attention to Lai Yang. He knew clearly that if Lai Yang was given a chance, then it would be the Black Tiger Gang who would pay for it. Now, Zhao Hai saw Lai Yang take out a strange pill that he didn't know. Moreover, Lai Yang had the expression of resolve. This meant that the old man was prepared to go all out. Zhao Hai immediately commanded his large artifacts to keep fighting the Roaring Flame Sect's large artifacts. At the same time, the Hell King's ship retreated and flew towards Tai Zanshan. After that, Zhao Hai appeared beside Tai Zanshan. Seeing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan immediately asked, "Little Hai, what is it?" Zhao Hai replied, "Gang leader, I need transcending tribulation experts for my ship. I just noticed Lai Yang taking a pill out. It definitely wouldn't be good for us if he takes that pill. If he gets out of Elder Hushan's entanglement, then we would be in great trouble." Tai Zanshan's expression changed. Then he immediately turned his head to Mu Hai and said, "Little Black, have the transcending tribulation experts who have yet to join the battle to enter Little Hai's ship." "Little Hai, did you see what pill he took out?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's a red pill that has smoke rising on top of it. It looks like a small fireball." Tai Zanshan's expression immediately changed. "It's the Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill." That old man decided to go all out. At this time, under Mu Hai's command, the remaining transcending tribulation experts entered Zhao Hai's ship. Mu Hai also went with them. Naturally, these transcending tribulation experts knew who Mu Hai was. Mu Hai followed to give Zhao Hai more ease in issuing commands. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to give proper orders to the transcending tribulation experts. It would be troublesome if the instructions weren't followed properly. Seeing that everyone has entered the ship, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Tai Zanshan. Then his body flashed and returned to the Hell King's ship before commanding it to charge towards Lai Yang. Actually, with the undead he has in the space, Zhao Hai was confident in dealing with Lai Yang. However, he didn't want this fact to be known. Therefore, he invited the transcending tribulation experts of the Black Tiger Gang to help him. Chapter 1747. Lai Yang in dire straits. After eating the Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill, Lai Yang's flames became even stronger. He was now capable of sending several huge fireballs with ease. This caused the metal beasts to be driven back. After that, Lai Yang charged towards Tai Zanshan's Black Tiger ship. Lai Yang plans to capture the king in order to end the war. Although Zhao Hai's performance in the battle was stellar, Tai Zanshan was still the main leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, if Lai Yang wanted to deal with the Black Tiger Gang, then he would have to deal with Tai Zanshan. In fact, this was the only choice for Lai Yang. He knew that he didn't have time left. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to fight for a long time, so he needs to use his remaining time to bring the most impact. Zhao Hai saw this and he immediately commanded, "Marshal Uncle, please have everyone send their spiritual chi into the ship. Leave the rest to me." Mu Hai immediately relayed Zhao Hai's order. However, he himself didn't follow it. He was preparing in case something unexpected happens and it needs him to take action. Zhao Hai didn't mind this. He knew Mu Hai's status and was clear that he couldn't order him around. Also, The spiritual chi of the other transcending tribulation experts was enough. The Hell King's ship lit up with a gold light as it blocked Lai Yang's path. Seeing the Hell King's ship approaching him, Lai Yang had a sneer on his face. He wasn't afraid of the Hell King's ship. Before they could clash, he would just veer to the side. He would use his advantage in flexibility to evade the ship and go straight towards Tizanshan. However, Lai Yang underestimated the Hell King's ship's capability. Just as he dodged to the side, the Hell King's ship's bow was aimed at him and was fired. Although the strength of the collision would be less than the Hell King's ship's entire strength, it was much smaller and was thus more flexible. It must be known that the front of Zhao Hai's ship was designed after the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. So after being shot towards Lai Yang, it immediately stopped his charge. Lai Yang had to stop. Although his strength has recovered to 80% of his peak, he couldn't underestimate the strength of the Hell King's ship's battering ram. After all, the spiritual chi of several transcending tribulation experts were concentrated on the battering ram. If it really hit him, then he would be finished. When Lai Yang stopped, he discovered that he made an enormous mistake. He should not have stopped. Without hesitation, the cannon windows of the Hell King's ship opened. Then the cannons fired at the same time. Their target was Lai Yang. The cannons of the Hell King's ship couldn't be underestimated. After repeated upgrades, especially after coming to the great world of cultivation, the power of the cannons has increased by several folds. It can be said that each cannon fire carried the strength of a Dao Avatar stage expert's full-powered attack. Such power couldn't be categorized as small. At the same time, a large number of undead, enough to make one's scalp tingle, appeared around the Hell King's ship and Lai Yang. These undead had firearms in their hands. Like the cannons, the guns of the undead have been improved. Each bullet has the strength of a spirit-refining stage cultivator. Such an attack would have been nothing to Lai Yang, but hundreds of thousands of these attacks would still cause him to shake. Sometimes, quantity overpowers quality. Several 100,000 guns firing towards him caused Lai Yang to feel extreme pressure. This caused him to use all of his strength to defend. Then at this time, Zhao Hai released the Stellar Transformation's sword formation, and with the 12 metal beasts acting as nodes, the formation's strength increased several times. Hushan was no longer using the 12 metal beasts. Instead, he provided the spiritual chi for the 12 metal beasts. The command has returned to Zhao Hai. With the help of the 12 metal beasts, the Stellar Transformation's sword formation's scope became bigger. Only the Hell King's ship was outside the formation. Although Zhao Hai was outside the formation, the spiritual chi of the transcending tribulation experts were being passed over to the formation through the Hell King's ship. This made the formation more powerful. Seeing Zhao Hai blocking Lai Yang's advance, Tizanshan let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lai Yang was out of the equation, even if the Black Tiger Gang's side didn't have Zhao Hai, they could still defeat the Roaring Flame sect. After all, Zhao Hai already destroyed a lot of the Roaring Flame sect's large artifacts. Tizanshan naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. He commanded the rest of the Black Tiger Gang to charge at the Roaring Flame sect. Besides Zhao Hai and the transcending tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship, everyone participated in the attack. At the same time, Lai Yang was having a hard time inside the sword formation. He felt like a fly that had been trapped in a spider web. He was being covered by an overwhelming pressure that slowly drained his energy. Even if he wanted to make a move, he couldn't. Although Lai Yang has recovered 80% of his peak strength, his enemies were Hushan, Zhao Hai, and the dozens of transcending tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship. There's also the hundreds of thousands of undead. Facing this amount of enemies, even Lai Yang at his peak would have a hard time. Not to mention now, Lai Yang struggled desperately inside the sword formation, but his efforts were useless. Zhao Hai's sword formation wasn't easy to break. Moreover, Zhao Hai used a three-dimensional sword formation, which was more formidable. Zhao Hai was also going all out and dealing with Lai Yang. He knew how important Lai Yang was to the Roaring Flame sect. As long as Lai Yang was dealt with, the Roaring Flame sect would immediately collapse. Liu Yang's situation was truly dire. He wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. He has been fighting with all his strength for the last couple of minutes, and this was strength gained from burning his life force. He now has a few days remaining in his lifespan. The wrinkles on Liu Yang's face increased and he knew that he didn't have much time left. At the same time, he couldn't do anything to get out of his situation. Even his attacks were getting weaker. Liu Yang looked around him in anger. At this moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Liu Yang looked down and saw a sword stabbing him on the throat. Liu Yang was shocked, but his face soon revealed a relaxed expression. He turned his head and glanced at the Roaring Flame sect cultivators who were still fighting. Then he slowly closed his eyes as his body fell down. But before he could reach the ground, a black gas covered him and he was sent to the space. Liu Yang entered the space and became an undead, providing Zhao Hai with a huge boost in faith power. But at this time, Zhao Hai didn't have time to celebrate as he turned to Mu Hai and said, "Martial uncle, we're finished here. Have everyone help the gang leader immediately." Seeing Zhao Hai's multiple methods, Mu Hai couldn't help but admire him, but he immediately nodded as he turned to the Transcending Tribulation experts and said, "Let's go. It's time to give the Roaring Flame sect a finishing blow." The Transcending Tribulation experts compiled with a roar and followed Mu Hai to charge towards the enemy. Zhao Hai also didn't stop. After receiving the undead, he commanded the 12 metal beasts to kill towards the Roaring Flame sect. The Roaring Flame sect were on the verge of collapsing. Seeing Zhao Hai kill their supreme elder, their confidence has completely shattered. Fortunately, the high-level members of the sect could still hold on, but the low-level cultivators were beginning to panic. Tai Zanshan didn't have the time to celebrate Zhao Hai's victory. With Mu Hai and Zhao Hai rejoining the battle, the attack of the Black Tiger Gang became more aggressive. The Roaring Flame sect could no longer withstand the fight. This was especially true when Zhao Hai's 12 metal beasts joined the fight. Zhao Hai's 12 metal beasts targeted the Roaring Flame sect's leader. This was the same plan as Liu Yang's, but this time, the Roaring Flame sect didn't have someone like Zhao Hai. The 12 metal beasts charged towards the sect leader with an unstoppable force. The sect leader wanted to run away, but the 12 metal beasts were faster, and with the 12 metal beasts continuing to pursue the sect leader, his personal fire chariot was destroyed. The sect leader was also killed in the process. With the death of the sect leader, the Roaring Flame sect cultivators lost all thoughts of resistance. At the same time, Tai Zanshan announced that those who surrendered wouldn't be killed. The Black Tiger Gang was also willing to welcome them. This removed the last wills of resistance in the minds of the Roaring Flame sect cultivators. Besides those deathly loyal to the sect, the others began to surrender. Before long, a large number of Roaring Flame sect cultivators surrendered to the Black Tiger Gang. Those who resisted became fewer and fewer. While nobody was paying attention, Zhao Hai sneaked into the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters and took away the fire character tablet. Zhao Hai knew that if he asked for the tablet from Tai Zanshan, then Tai Zanshan would definitely give it to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. This would make the Black Tiger Gang cultivators know where the tablet went. Zhao Hai didn't want them to know that he had the tablet, so he secretly took it. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang began a comprehensive accounting of the Roaring Flame sect's domain. Their occupation went very smoothly. This was because the Black Tiger Gang didn't destroy a lot of the sect's infrastructure, especially the transmission formations. The transmission formations were only sealed by Zhao Hai, so they could be used immediately after the seal was lifted. The only place that was severely destroyed was the crafting base. By this time, the base was completely ruined by the magma. It would be impossible to make use of the refining base for quite some time. It would need heavy reconstruction to be used again. Chapter 1748. Completion. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he looked at the bustling scene outside. It has already been 10 days since the end of the war between the Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect. A lot happened in these 10 days. First, the Wandering Soul Group sent an exploratory attack to the Black Tiger Gang upon knowing that the Roaring Flame sect has been destroyed. At that time, The Black Tiger Gang had yet to take over the Roaring Flame Sect's domain. It would be bad if the Wandering Soul Group used this opportunity to attack. Fortunately, Huliangchen was taking charge of the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Although Huliangchen was known for his wits, he was also a very strong cultivator. He wouldn't flinch when faced with an attack. Under Huliangchen's command, the sect was able to stop the Wandering Soul Group. He didn't allow them to get benefits for cheap. After Tai Zanshan received information about the attack, he immediately sent Zhao Hai to provide support. Transcending Tribulation experts were also sent back to help defend the defensive line. Seeing that they wouldn't be able to get anything, the Wandering Soul Group retreated. They were also afraid that Hushan would come out, so they ran away before they suffered heavy losses. With the retreat of the Wandering Soul Group, there's nothing left for Zhao Hai to deal with. Therefore, he began to repair the damaged large artifacts. Losses of large artifacts during battles between two sects wasn't uncommon, and if the Black Tiger Gang lost too many large artifacts, then they would be in a passive situation. So after the war, Tai Zanshan immediately asked Zhao Hai to repair the large artifacts as soon as possible. The missing fire character tablet wasn't a huge deal to the Black Tiger Gang. Compared to the Roaring Flame sect, the Black Tiger Gang had no attachments to the tablet. What's more important for them was the Roaring Flame sect's domain. As for those who surrendered to the Black Tiger Gang, nothing happened to them. They already accepted their fate. Now that the Roaring Flame sect has disappeared, apart from joining the Black Tiger Gang, their other choice was to enter other sects or be a rogue cultivator. Whether it be joining the other sects or becoming a rogue cultivator, none of these were good choices for those from the Roaring Flame sect. The Roaring Flame sect cultivators knew that if they stuck together, then they would have some voice inside the Black Tiger Gang. If they went to other sects, it wasn't certain if the others would follow. A couple people wouldn't have any impact on any sect. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The Roaring Flame sect's territory has been completely integrated into the Black Tiger Gang. The Roaring Flame sect's cultivators also joined the gang. Zhao Hai also finished repairing the large artifacts. He was left with nothing else to do. Therefore, he was preparing to go to Fire God City. Laura and the others followed Zhao Hai for a long time, so upon seeing that Zhao Hai was finished with his tasks, Laura looked at him and said, "Brother Hai, are you going to Fire God City?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I am. I want to see what happens once I completely refine the Vermillion bird stamp." Then his body vanished and appeared in front of the Fire God tablet. Looking at the Fire God tablet, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he flew up towards the empty spot on the tablet. He waved his hand as he pushed the fire character tablet in. The fire character tablet was a perfect fit for the hole on the Fire God tablet. Zhao Hai didn't guess wrongly. The fire character tablet had indeed been dug out from the Fire God tablet. When the fire character tablet was completely placed into the missing spot on the Fire God tablet, the tablet suddenly burst into flames. The flames were too intense that Zhao Hai was forced to close his eyes. He was even forced to retract his spiritual force. Zhao Hai heard a rumbling sound as though the surrounding space was being shaken. Then the entire Fire God City shook. This caused Zhao Hai's complexion to change. However, the shaking stopped not long after. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force and discovered that Fire God City has returned to normal. But this time, although there were no changes to the city, the strong fire element energy that was in it has vanished. Besides the red rocks that made the city, there was nothing else inside. As for the Fire God tablet, it became an ordinary tablet. Its imposing aura was no longer there. Zhao Hai looked at the first 3 characters of the tablet and they no longer made him feel anything. The profound feeling from before was gone. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He waved his hand and took out a flying sword. Then he slashed the tablet using the sword. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the tablet could still repel the sword after becoming normal. Clang! Zhao Hai's slash connected with the Fire God tablet. Suddenly, the Fire God tablet emitted a flame that soared to the heavens. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's special body, he would have been turned to ash while liquid silver would be turned into molten iron. Zhao Hai felt that the flames of the fire god tablet were very powerful. If a transcending tribulation was unprepared, then they would be burned. Zhao Hai understood what happened to Fire God City. The previous Fire God City was like a burning pile of wood. Everyone could see that it couldn't be approached easily. Naturally, nobody saw the precious Fire God City. The current Fire God City was like a barrel of gunpowder. Normally, it seemed like it wasn't threatening, but once it was attacked, it would immediately explode. If the previous Fire God City was like an unsheathed sword, the present Fire God City was a holstered gun. Although an unsheathed sword looked more threatening, those who saw it would be on guard immediately. However, a holstered gun wouldn't cause everyone to be wary. However, once provoked, the gun would produce a more formidable firepower compared to a sword. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he looked at Fire God City. Then his body moved as he appeared inside the fire temple. Zhao Hai went towards the Vermillion bird stamp and began to reach out using his spiritual force. He was preparing to fully refine the stamp. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the Vermillion bird stamp, he felt that the stamp had gained a soul. However, this soul resisted him. It wasn't willing to submit. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect that he would be rejected. However, Zhao Hai had no thoughts of retreating. He immediately exerted more spiritual force to enter the Vermillion bird stamp to wage war against the stamp's spirit. Inside the Vermillion bird stamp was a phantom of Zhao Hai. Opposite him was a phantom of the Vermillion bird. As Zhao Hai sent his spiritual force inside, the Vermillion bird also sent flames towards him. Zhao Hai didn't dare be negligent. Since he couldn't dodge the flames, he used spells to block it. He wouldn't dare let the flames touch his body. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's spells were effective against the flames. But soon, Zhao Hai discovered that the resistance of the Vermillion bird was getting stronger and stronger. This greatly surprised Zhao Hai. The Vermillion bird was indeed very difficult to deal with. If it continues to increase in strength, then Zhao Hai might not be able to hold on. By this point, Zhao Hai's spells were of little use against the Vermillion bird. The same was true for his Bright Sword technique. The Bright Sword technique was used for spiritual attacks. However, it didn't affect the Vermillion bird. This caused Zhao Hai to be startled. As the Vermillion bird became stronger and stronger, Zhao Hai frowned more and more. He didn't expect the Vermillion bird to become so strong. It became hard for him to refine it. If this goes on, he won't get anything. Although Zhao Hai didn't care about the Vermillion bird's stamp, he didn't like this feeling. It's as if someone promised him something in return for some help. Then after the task was done, the other party didn't fulfill their end of the promise. This caused Zhao Hai to be angry. Zhao Hai looked at the Vermillion bird as his thoughts revolved. The reason why the Vermillion bird was getting stronger must have something to do with the Fire God tablet. Since the tablet has been restored, the Vermillion bird was also regaining its strength. All of a sudden, Zhao Hai was hit with an idea. He thought of his 5-element killing formation. The formation could kill objects of the 5 elements. After many upgrades, the formation was much more powerful compared to before. It might be possible for the formation to deal with the Vermillion bird. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai moved his 5-element killing formation and surrounded the Vermillion bird with it. The Vermillion bird didn't expect that Zhao Hai would have something like the 5-element killing formation. Before long, the formation began to shrink. The Vermillion bird noticed that something wasn't right. It immediately tried to break out of the formation. However, as it collided with the formation, its flames began to turn pale. The Vermillion bird became afraid. It knows that if it couldn't break out, then it would die. The Vermillion bird was different from other beings. It was a divinity of fire, so it couldn't escape the 5-element killing formation. As the formation got smaller and smaller, the Vermillion bird was being strangled by it. After the Vermillion bird was strangled to death, Zhao Hai felt the Vermillion bird stamp connecting with him. Then a link was established between the two of them. A large amount of information entered Zhao Hai's head. Despite his formidable mental strength, the information still caused Zhao Hai to be dizzy for a while. As Zhao Hai was digesting the information, the entire fire god city began to sway. Then the city began to shrink. It became smaller and smaller before it shrank inside the Vermillion bird stamp. At the same time, Zhao Hai's body was absorbed into the stamp. Although the city has disappeared, the magma above it didn't fall. As though something was blocking it, the magma was still flowing around the area. Zhao Hai was now standing on the miniature fire god city with his eyes closed. He was still digesting the information in his head. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. The information sent by the Vermillion bird stamp was about itself and the Fire God City. Fire God City was a famous architectural artifact made by a being known as the Fire God. The Fire God took thousands of years to collect all kinds of precious materials and another hundreds more to refine the city. Finally, he used a piece of spatial attribute spirit stone to refine the Vermillion bird stamp to store the city inside it. At the same time, the Fire God City can store the Vermillion bird stamp. In this case, Fire God City is the Vermillion bird stamp and the Vermillion bird stamp is Fire God City. Because of the numerous valuable fire-type materials used to create Fire God City, the city was able to absorb the fire energy of the heavens and earth automatically. It was able to help cultivators inside it. Moreover, although Fire God City could be occupied by people from other elements, children born inside the city would have an innate fire spirit vein. This allows fire element cultivators who practice fire element cultivation methods to gain double the result with half the effort. It can be said that Fire God City was the same as Zhao Hai's space. It was a mobile city that made its inhabitants stronger. It was definitely a powerful artifact. Naturally, such a creation was a threat to other people. Not long after Fire God City was refined, the Fire God was attacked by several people. In the end, he died by self-detonation. His death caused the spatial barrier to break, sucking the Vermillion bird stamp and Fire God City into it. This was the reason why the city appeared in the great world of cultivation. All of these came from the information that the Vermillion bird stamp sent towards Zhao Hai. The Vermillion bird was the Fire God's spiritual imprint that he left behind when the stamp was refined. But when the Vermillion bird stamp fell into the great world of cultivation, this spiritual imprint was torn apart along with the city. Fortunately, Fire God City has the ability to repair itself, and with its fragments not far away, it was able to rebuild. It took a long time before the city was rebuilt. After it was finished rebuilding, the only thing missing from it was the fire character tablet. Because of this, the Vermillion bird had no way to wake up. It just so happens that Zhao Hai arrived and used his instinct technique to communicate with the Vermillion bird stamp. This awakened the Vermillion bird and it gave Zhao Hai a reason to take the fire character tablet back. Once the fire character tablet was returned, the Vermillion bird regained its consciousness. Naturally, the Vermillion bird wouldn't allow Zhao Hai to refine it. Unfortunately for the Vermillion bird, it hasn't restored its strength and was strangled to death by Zhao Hai. The Vermillion bird stamp in turn was refined by Zhao Hai. This also meant that Fire God City fell into Zhao Hai's hands. Chapter 1749, Vermillion Bird Space. Zhao Hai was now aware that the Fire God City was a massive artifact that could shrink and enlarge. Most importantly, it was an artifact from the immortal realm, and it was one of the pinnacle treasures of the realm. Otherwise, other people wouldn't have felt the need to attack the Fire God in order to snatch it. All of these were passed on to him by the Vermillion bird stamp. However, the majority of the information was related to the application of Fire God City. Information about the immortal realm was scarce. This caused Zhao Hai to be depressed. However, it must be said that Fire God City was indeed a very good artifact, but the current Fire God City was still an unfinished product. As long as some materials were added, Fire God City would be complete. It would become an isolated space where people could live in a small realm. This would be the doing of spatial spirit stones. Most people use ordinary spirit stones and formations in order to make spatial equipment. However, these subspaces couldn't contain living beings. These were only used by cultivators as a portable storage. Spatial spirit stones were different. Inside each spatial spirit stone was an independent space. The size of the independent space corresponds with the level of the spirit stone. At the same time, This space could be further improved through refining. The highest level of spatial spirit stones can reach the level of 1 grain of sand, 1 world. That was to say that a spatial spirit stone of this quality would have an entire world with only the size of a grain of sand. Moreover, this world could contain living beings. The fire god used these spatial spirit stones in order to make Fire God City. Naturally, the materials he used were of high quality. Zhao Hai could see that the space of the Vermillion bird stamp has the potential to contain a planet. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai was certain that Fire God City was half finished. Zhao Hai's guess was true. In fact, the fire god wanted to build a small world inside the Vermillion bird stamp. Moreover, he was preparing to build a sect inside this small world to provide him with faith power. Unfortunately, just as he finished Fire God City, he was surrounded and beaten to death by other people. This left Fire God City unfinished. Fire God City couldn't only be used for housing people, it was also a defensive artifact. The artifact can shrink and enlarge, and it was also quite powerful. If the Fire God's strength hadn't declined due to refining Fire God City, then he might have been able to survive with the help of the artifact. Unfortunately, because his strength dropped too much, he was unable to use the entire strength of Fire God City. In the end, he was forced to explode himself. Now, Fire God City has fallen into Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai felt bitter in the beginning, but soon he felt that it was good that Fire God City fell into his hands. The space was quite rich and it was his biggest secret. Zhao Hai couldn't allow it to be discovered. However, the space had a lot of things that were useful to him. Therefore, Zhao Hai needs something to mask the existence of the space. Fire God City would fit this requirement. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai changed his look towards the Vermillion bird stamp. He now wanted to complete it. This way, he would be able to more comfortably use the things of the space in the future. After looking at the Vermillion bird stamp, Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the stamp to the space. As soon as the stamp entered the space, a prompt was heard. Subspace with the host's imprint has been detected. A small world can be built from it. Space can perform an upgrade. Will the host proceed? Hearing this prompt, Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately said, "Proceed." A white light quickly surrounded the Vermillion bird stamp. At the same time, a progress bar appeared with numbers from 0 to 100. Naturally, once the progress bar reaches 100, the upgrade would be finished. The upgrade process wasn't fast. A little bit of progress appeared after a couple of minutes. Judging by the speed, the upgrade wouldn't be finished in just a few hours. Zhao Hai looked at the progress bar for some time before he returned to the villa. After taking a seat, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I think something's off." Despite the disappearance of the Fire God City, the magma hasn't fallen down at all. Moreover, the temperature of the magma remained the same. Zhao Hai paused, then he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Let me go take a look." Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he appeared in the space where Fire God City used to be. When Zhao Hai arrived at the original location of Fire God City, he was stunned. This was because he saw the magma above him painting the whole space red. However, he couldn't feel any heat. It was just that the fire element energy in this place was richer than other places. Zhao Hai sized up the space where Fire God City was and could finally picture out the entire place. It was an enormous space. Now that the entire Fire God City was taken by Zhao Hai, what was left behind was a large empty space. The area that the space occupied was about half the size of the Roaring Flame Sect's domain. This was the entire domain, not the area of the Roaring Flame Sect's headquarters. One could imagine how large the space was. Moreover, the fire element energy in this place was very rich. At the same time, the spiritual chi inside was quite rich. It wasn't any less than the density on the Roaring Flame Sect's headquarters. If the Roaring Flame Sect discovered this place, then they would have become one of the peak sects in the northern divergent province. Zhao Hai looked around and slowly flew up. Looking at the magma flowing up and around the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the universe. Zhao Hai moved and entered the magma. He wanted to find out why the magma didn't fall into that space. Upon entering the magma, Zhao Hai gained an understanding why the magma didn't fall into that space. The place where Fire God City used to be was actually a small subspace. It was like the Foreign Trials. It was a small world located just beside the great world of cultivation. Therefore, the magma didn't enter the space. This discovery caused Zhao Hai to be happy. This space was very big, enough for Tai Zanshan to treat it as a secret base. It would provide a huge advantage to the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai felt great knowing about the subspace. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to know more about the magma. After traversing through the magma river, Zhao Hai finally understood what was going on. The magma river had developed a heart of earth fire. Because of this heart, the magma river produced fire element spirit stones. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any intentions to take the heart of earth fire and the fire element spirit stones. He had no use for these things. The space already had a heart of fire, a much more advanced version of the heart of earth fire. As for the fire element spirit stones, Zhao Hai was even more unwilling to take them. Zhao Hai left the magma river to protect the subspace below. Because of Fire God City, the magma river formed a consciousness. The consciousness wasn't only working for the magma, but for the Fire God City as well. This magma river was now acting as a protective layer to the space below it. This would also allow the Black Tiger Gang to rebuild the Inferno Valley to its previous state. Moreover, with the space below, the Black Tiger Gang could go into the business of selling fire attribute spirit stones. After thinking of this, Zhao Hai went back to the subspace below and built a transmission formation. He plans to hand this subspace over to the Black Tiger Gang. Before long, the transmission formation was built. After that, Zhao Hai entered the space to look up the progress of the Vermillion bird stamps upgrade. To his surprise, the speed of the upgrade has increased. In about an hour, it would be finished. This caused Zhao Hai to be happy. Then he returned to the villa to watch the situation outside with Laura and the others. The Black Tiger Gang was still busy. After taking over the territory of the Roaring Flame sect, they had a lot of matters that needed to be done. Most importantly, Tai Zanshan wanted to begin the reconstruction of the refining base. At this time, the Northern Divergent Province went into an uproar. It has been a long time since a sect extermination has happened in the province. This was especially true when it came to a sect with the scale of the Roaring Flame sect. Dealing with a medium-grade sect wasn't easy. However, the Black Tiger Gang was actually able to achieve this. Everyone in the province knew that it would be very hard to exterminate the Roaring Flame sect in a swift manner. Even the Myriad Demon sect of the Northern Divergent Province was unable to do it, let alone the Black Tiger Gang. It was precisely because of this understanding that everyone was shocked when they got the news. Upon hearing the news, everyone's first response was disbelief. But after confirming the news, they were surprised and then curious as to how the Black Tiger Gang did it. Unfortunately, nobody was there to witness the battle. The only thing they knew was that the Black Tiger Gang didn't lose a lot in the battle. Moreover, they were able to force a lot of Roaring Flame sect cultivators to surrender. The war not only failed to reduce the strength of the Black Tiger Gang, it reinforced it instead. However, nobody was thinking of attacking the Black Tiger Gang at this time. The Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect had a prior grudge with each other, so it was normal for the Black Tiger Gang to attack the Roaring Flame sect. The other sects didn't have any extreme reactions to the Black Tiger Gang's action. However, there were still sects that were anxious. One of them was the Wandering Soul Group. Chapter 1750, Secret Base. Naturally, the Wandering Soul Group was anxious. After all, the grudge between the Roaring Flame sect and the Black Tiger Gang has been elevated because of their plan. If it weren't for the Wandering Soul Group's cooperation with the Roaring Flame sect, the Black Tiger Gang's hatred wouldn't have been pushed to the point of sect extinction. The extermination of the Roaring Flame sect wasn't good news for the Wandering Soul Group. With the enmity between them and the Black Tiger Gang, It's highly probable that they would be the next target. It was also because of this that the Wandering Soul group immediately attacked the Black Tiger Gang upon hearing that the Roaring Flame sect had been eliminated. They wanted to destroy the Black Tiger Gang along with the Roaring Flame sect. However, they didn't expect that the Black Tiger Gang still had enough people to defend their base. In the end, they could only retreat in despair. It was also because of this that the Wandering Soul group was anxious about the Black Tiger Gang. They knew that they had lost the opportunity to get rid of the Black Tiger Gang. Once the Black Tiger Gang digests the Roaring Flame sect's territory, their strength would increase. When that happens, it would be impossible for them to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Another group who had some response to the Roaring Flame sect's elimination was the Myriad Demon sect. The Myriad Demon sect was the top sect of the Northern Divergent Province. They wouldn't allow anyone to challenge their position. Because of this, if the Black Tiger Gang made any further actions, then the sect would probably intervene. But if one thought about it, the Myriad Demon sect wouldn't be able to easily intervene. After all, there was enmity between the Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect. It was out of the Myriad Demon sect's business if the two sects decided to fight each other. In any case, the Myriad Demon sect was preparing to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. They wouldn't allow the Black Tiger Gang to develop further. Otherwise, they would threaten the sect's hegemonic position in the Northern Divergent Province. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang didn't know of this. Tai Zanshan was still busy taking care of the Roaring Flame sect's Sowing. If the Black Tiger Gang fails to properly digest the Roaring Flame sect's territory, then it might cause trouble to the sect in the future. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he looked at everyone being busy. He didn't think of helping them. He didn't like such bothersome things. If he came across these tasks, he would just hand them over to Laura and the others. At this time, the space issued a prompt. Subspace upgrade has been completed, asking the host to collect. Zhao Hai stood up and went to the place where the Vermillion bird stamp was. The Vermillion bird stamp was floating in midair, but this time, the stamp has shrunk. It could now fit on the palm of a hand. When Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to inspect the Vermillion bird stamp, he couldn't help but be shocked. The space inside the Vermillion bird stamp has changed. Fire God City was still at the middle position, but there was now land beyond the city. There were mountains and fertile plains that could be used as farmland. It has turned into a miniature world of cultivation. Most importantly, the space planted an elven tree inside. It was the huge tree from the past. Moreover, Zhao Hai could feel that the root of the elven tree was the primal spirit root. In the past, when Zhao Hai received the primal spirit root into the space, it fused with the 100 spirits tree and gradually became the tree's roots. The same happened in this new subspace, but instead of the 100 spirits tree, the space used the elven tree instead. Zhao Hai could imagine how the spiritual chi in this place would become richer and richer as time passes. Besides medicinal plants, the space also placed spirit crystal loads inside as well as some beasts. This caused the Vermillion bird space to be vibrant and beautiful. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Vermillion bird stamp would definitely be used for battle in the future. What's the use of making it beautiful inside? However, there was still a lot of information coming from the Vermillion bird stamp. The Vermillion bird stamp already has a self-repairing ability, but with the help of the elven tree, this ability has become stronger. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, the Vermillion bird stamp would be able to recover to full when damaged. Fire God City could also be placed outside during battle. It could also change its size. The Vermillion bird stamp could also shrink and enlarge. The stamp can even be used directly during battle. However, the stamp could only enlarge to around 10 meters high. It couldn't compare to Fire God City in size. Naturally, the Vermillion bird stamp wasn't originally meant for battle. It was just a container for Fire God City. No matter how good the sword was, its scabbard would always be weaker. Zhao Hai didn't care about that. To be honest, he has no plans of using the Vermillion bird stamp in battle, nor did he plan to use the Fire God City. The Vermillion bird stamp was just there to cover up for the space. After looking at the Vermillion bird stamp, Zhao Hai received it and then returned to the villa. He plans to rest inside the space for several days. After all, the task given to him by the sect should take several days to finish. 5 days passed and Zhao Hai finally decided to go out of the space. Then he went to see Tai Zanshan. Tai Zanshan was now arranging the reconstruction of the refining base. The cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect have also been arranged. Naturally, Tai Zanshan wouldn't allow these people to unify. Therefore, he made sure to separate them as much as possible. However, Tai Zanshan was also aware that the sect was currently at a very sensitive time. If the cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect felt that something was wrong, they would certainly fight back. Since Tai Zanshan didn't want this to happen, he gave them a promise that as long as they don't betray the Black Tiger Gang, Tai Zanshan would accept them. As Tai Zanshan was busy with his tasks, the guard outside announced, "Gang Master, Zhao Hai is here." Tai Zanshan stared. Then he immediately said, "Let him in." The guard nodded and then opened the door to let Zhao Hai inside. Seeing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan left and said, "Little Hai, good, good. I reckon you're the most relaxed person in the whole Black Tiger Gang. How are you? Are the repairs finished?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, replying to the gang leader, "I have completed the repairs of the large artifacts. I am here to hand them over to the gang leader." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan let out a sigh of relief as he said, "Good. With the large artifacts, we no longer have to be afraid of others. Come and take a seat." Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude and then sat down. Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what method did you use to agitate the earth fire?" "We're currently rebuilding the refining base. Are you sure that it won't happen again?" Hearing Tai Zanshan, Zhao Hai replied, "Gang leader, you don't have to worry. Before I came here, I went to the Inferno Valley to check. There shouldn't be any more problems with the earth fire. Also, I came here today to deliver a report." When I went to check the Inferno Valley, I discovered a subspace underground. The subspace is like the foreign trials. However, there's nothing there. Just a huge empty space. The spiritual chi in that place is very rich. It can be used as a secret base. I have already constructed a transmission formation to that place. If the gang leader wants, you can send someone to take a look. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan stared. Then he said, "Are you sure about that? A subspace below the Inferno Valley?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm sure. I have seen it with my own eyes. The magma river of the Inferno Valley seems to avoid that place." Tai Zanshan frowned and asked, "How secure is that place?" Hearing that it was underneath the magma river, Tai Zanshan couldn't help but worry about its safety. Zhao Hai gave a nod and sighed. "There should be no problem with the place. The gang leader can go with me to take a look." Tai Zanshan thought for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's go and take a look." Despite saying that, the two didn't immediately go to the subspace. Instead, Tai Zanshan called Hu Liangchen, Mu Hai, Tai Ying, and Zhang Feng over. Once everyone had arrived, Tai Zanshan told them, "Little Hai discovered a subspace below the Inferno Valley. We might be able to create a secret base there." He already created a transmission formation in that place. "We can go together to take a look. If we can really use a transmission formation to go there, then it would be good for the sect." As soon as they heard this, everyone's gazes turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also gave them a nod. Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zanshan and said, "Gang leader, I think it's a good idea if we can take a look to see if it's really suitable for a secret base. There are benefits without any drawbacks." Although the Black Tiger Gang is developing well, because of our fight with the Roaring Flame sect, large sects are staring at us. We have to have cards to play when the time comes. Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, arrange the transmission formation. We'll go take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and then walked outside. Naturally, he wouldn't create a new transmission formation. Instead, he would reconfigure another transmission formation in the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang. Before long, the transmission formation was prepared. Zhao Hai asked Tai Zanshan and the others to enter the formation. Then with a flash of white light, the group appeared in the space underneath Inferno Valley's magma river. Seeing the place, Tai Zanshan and the others were stunned. Although Zhao Hai already told them that the magma avoided the space, they were still mesmerized by the magma flowing right above them. They didn't expect there to be an empty space underneath the magma river. After some time, everyone recovered from their shock. Tai Zanshan forced a smile as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You're really something. You were even able to find such a place. No wonder you said we can build a secret base here. It's truly suitable for it. If it weren't for the transmission formation, close to nobody would be able to reach this place. How did you find it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I came here with the help of the Supreme Elder." As soon as they heard that, everyone relaxed. After all, in their heart, Hushan was a person that can do even the impossible.